Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, y'all? We have so much to do today.
We do. This
There's
show's going to take like
so
3
much to get
minutes.
into, I know.
We're going to look up, we'll be like, what happened to our show, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
It's over. It's over, Kyle.
Just done. Let's see, 9:50. Okay, perfect. And then get rid of that.
Let's see. Quote.
That was a fun basketball game last night.
I hear that in the background, but just
Yeah, I know it.
way off in the distance. It's fine. I don't care. Just making sure you knew.
What up, Rob? What's up, Steven? What's up, Warren? They stink, dog. All right, 20 to the legal. Yes, sir. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. Sports hot. Good morning. A happy Monday to you viewer on 1320 TV, to you listener listening maybe on the free Odyssey app or on the radio. We appreciate everybody for watching and listening along to the Insiders with myself, Kyle Madsen, and with him, James Ham. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. D'Lo, KC, take your first hour off. Take it off. We got it. We'll do the noon hour today. You guys hang out. We have so much to dive into that is going to be tough to fit it all in 2 hours, but we will do our very best. Let's start here. So the 49ers lost on Sunday to the Bengals. They go into their bye week with 3 consecutive losses. We will dive into that plenty, but more pressing news, James, is the Kings' victory last night against the Lakers and the De'Aaron Fox ankle injury that came out of that one. But we have an update here to start the show.
Yeah, we do have an update. According to a league source, De'Aaron Fox avoided any catastrophic injury. He does have a moderate ankle sprain. He's going to miss time, but it's probably the 1 to 2 week time frame, not the 8 to 12 weeks of what a grade 3 sprain would be. So this is good news for the Sacramento Kings. We're going to have to wait and see how his ankle reacts. And that's always, De'Aaron Fox is a notorious fast healer. But ankle injuries, once you have one, they tend to compound. He does wear ankle braces all the time. Plus his new shoe deal, the Steph Curry brand, those shoes come with built-in ankle braces, and they're built to take ankle braces. So good news on the injury front. It could be much, much worse.
No doubt.
And we're going to have to wait and see how his body reacts here over the next couple of days. I would assume at this point he will not play on Wednesday. And I'm going to guess that the Kings don't want to put him on a plane to Houston, although De'Aaron does like playing in Houston because that's his hometown. So,
sure.
So I would assume that like they're going to be cautious with air travel at this point, just to avoid swelling, but we'll see. Yeah,
I think that obviously best case would have been he's playing next game, but that was probably not on the table.
No, when they had to carry him off the court after the game.
Yeah, it looked bad. So best case scenario, realistically, that you were looking at was probably this, where it's 1 to 2 weeks. He misses a handful of games, and then he's back, and there's not any kind of lingering issue. But like you said, these ankle turns can be chronic if not managed properly. So,
exactly.
Fingers crossed, everything is good to go. Fingers crossed he misses only that 2 weeks, and they get him back in the lineup at full strength. Super impressive that he played through that last night.
Yeah.
Just in very obvious pain.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So he goes down. He's under the basket, under the stanchion on the visitor side. They eventually are able to get him up. He walks across the court, goes into the locker room. I think they probably at that point they taped him And he came back out, and Mike Brown said all of a sudden he's standing there like, "Hey, I'm ready to go back in." Mike's like, "He's okay," and everyone's like, "Hey, he's back out here. Go ahead." So
no, he's not, but he's gonna play. So
well, we get into the overtime session though, and you started to see him start to slow down. And Mike Brown said, "Oh no, we're not going to keep doing this." So they got him on the sidelines. By the time the game ended, the ankle had stiffened up, and it looked like they had to really help him off the court afterwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
that break between the fourth quarter and overtime probably ended his night, ostensibly.
Yeah. So it's crazy too, because we were in the gym the day that he rolled his ankle a few years ago and had a grade 3. So a grade 3 basically means that the ligament and the ankle you completely snap, and it's got to reheal. It's got to readhere to itself and reheal. That was bad, and he's still, that's typically an injury that takes almost 3 months to heal, and he was back in 7 weeks.
Jeez.
And I think he missed 19 games that year. I do not expect this to be something like that. So it's good news.
Yeah, no doubt. So the Kings get a win last night and get good news about De'Aaron Fox. This morning, we'll dive further into the Kings-Lakers game. We'll also talk a little bit of Warriors-Kings from Friday, insofar as we have a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate to give away from that game.
That's right.
We'll let you know. We're going to do it in the next segment because we have 2 gift certificates to give away today. So you can enter twice at ESPN1320.com. Right there at the front, there's the contest. You can see it. It's displayed. You click on that, and then you're going to go enter the keyword that we give you at in the next segment at some point. And then we'll talk a little bit of Warriors Kings. But obviously more focused on Kings Lakers after the OT win last night, and a couple of big storylines coming out of that one. But before we do that, the 49ers lost again, and didn't just lose again, lost again in like a very similar way to the way they lost in week 7 to Minnesota, which is probably the most concerning thing to me. It's just that Joe Burrow is better than Kirk Cousins. So the Bengals, and I think the Bengals overall are better than the Vikings. So the score was a little more lopsided than it was in Minnesota. But the Niners have a very real problem here, because this is not what their issues were Monday night in Minnesota, and then this Sunday against Cincinnati. We're not one thing. You can't point to, man, when Trent Williams gets back, they're going to be fine. Or when Deebo Samuel gets back, they're going to be fine. That'll help. But defensively, they're a mess right now. And that was the thing that they were supposed to be able to fall back on, was, hey, even if Brock Purdy struggles and the offense can't move the football, that defense is going to be awesome. And it's weird because they're moving the football. Their yards per play, their efficiency metrics are all good. They're just turning it over at a rate that they hadn't been. Christian McCaffrey fumbled against Minnesota. Brock Purdy has turned it over 5 times in the last 2 weeks, 6 in the last 3, all in the second half, all with the team down. His interceptions have all come in the second half, and with the team down just 1 score.
Kyle, none of that is good.
It's all bad.
I will say, like right off the bat, I honestly believe that the defense has let down Brock Purdy. And I know that Brock Purdy's been exposed here, that he's just a young quarterback. Realistically, he's in his first year. He doesn't have 16 games under his belt or 17 games under his belt. He's still working through the process. And what your defense was supposed to do was not put him in a situation like this where he has to win a game until he's ready. And it's okay to not be ready. I mean, Josh Allen isn't ready to win a big game, and he's been in the league for like 7 years.
Sure.
So we get to see him make mistakes all day long. The difference is that the defense just isn't holding up their end.
That's it.
And if they did, then he would be perfectly fine. You wouldn't have to put him in pressure cooker situations. Now, look, he needs to get better. He needs to learn from all of this for sure. But this is a maturation of a young quarterback. I mean, it is what it is. You're going to have to be patient. And I don't think he's doing anything that would make you think that he's not going to be a very, very good NFL quarterback. Threw for over 300 yards, throws laser beams all over the field. Like he found Kittle, he found Ayuk. I'm still concerned that he only hit like 4 wide receivers total, or 4 total
say,
receivers.
he
That's a
threw to
problem?
2 wide receivers all game.
Yeah, so that's a problem. But it's a problem that was in week 1. So when he's only hitting 1 wide receiver, 1 tight end, and 1 running back, he becomes slightly predictable, which is why we're seeing the interceptions.
Yeah.
It is.
Jawan Jennings yesterday was on the field for 50 snaps, and he ran 33 routes and did not get a target.
Come on, Brock.
My man was just out there doing cardio.
That's tough, man. That's tough. Because
Yeah,
there's no payoff. There's no payoff.
And with the trade deadline coming up, we'll dive into that tomorrow. The trade deadline is tomorrow at 1:00 Pacific. It's not, to me, they are not one player away. You can't say, hey, add another defensive lineman. It's not going to help. Maybe on the interior, maybe somebody who can help you stop the run, but that's not going to be a major splash. Like that's not gonna cure everything that's going wrong for the defense so far. It's not, hey, go get another wide receiver. It's surely not go get a running back. It's, man, they need to run the ball more effectively, stay ahead of the chains, and make life easier on their quarterback, because that's been the whole thing.
Yep.
The 49ers have had such a good defense and such a good set of skill position players and good enough offensive line play, particularly at left tackle with Trent Williams, that the bar for success for their quarterback dropped significantly, which is why Brock Purdy could be so effective, despite the fact that he doesn't have a cannon for an arm, and despite the fact he's not huge, and he's a fine runner, but I wouldn't call him like a dynamic playmaker necessarily, particularly with his arm. So he did make a few really nice plays yesterday out of structure, and you love to see that, and that's part of the reason that he elevated the Niners' ceiling a little bit offensively. But it's become really clear to me that, and again, I'm with you. I'm not writing him off entirely, but right now, I have a really, really hard time seeing the 49ers be competitive in a playoff situation with their defense playing like this, because Brock Purdy is clearly not the guy who's going to lead them from 2 touchdowns down. Like, that's just not, I don't think he has that in his bag yet. He may never, but I mean, you don't know until he actually plays. But right now, I don't think he has that in his bag.
I'm going to circle the word yet. He doesn't have it yet.
And he may or may not. We don't know.
Yeah, we got to wait and see. I mean, he's got to mature as a quarterback, and that's okay. I mean, like, we're not talking about a seasoned veteran going in there, you know. And let's be honest, he got a reprieve. Kirk Cousins popped his Achilles. I mean,
yikes.
I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, when we're looking at Brock Purdy, like, this is a guy you need to ride with. So, like, figure it out. The defense needs to figure it out. And at some point, you know, if the defense doesn't figure it out, then there needs to be a change, because schematically, this thing's a hot mess, man.
They're getting cooked.
It's a hot mess.
That's what's weird is, in the past, when they've lost a game, really in the last couple of years, since 2019, you could really point to, man, you know what? This was bad this day. This was bad in this game. With the last 3, it's like, man, they're just not really doing anything right. It's like there's just not a lot to look at and circle as a silver lining and as a reason to believe that the team we've seen the last 3 weeks is the team we saw through the first 5.
Yeah. I especially like the Vikings game, to me, like the bad tackling. Where did that come from?
Same yesterday.
They looked unprepared in both games. And that, to me, speaks to coaching.
I'm with you.
And we're going to have to figure out what the coaching issue is and whether you can fix it or whether you got to replace somebody. But to me, it's a mess. It's a mess.
It's a complete disaster for the 49ers right now. The good news for them is that at 5-3, this is their second best record after 8 weeks under Kyle Shanahan. Second best. The best one was 7-0 back in 2019.
Not great, Kyle. Not great, Kyle.
No, it's not. But they've been in worse spots, and that's a silver lining. But again, I don't know what the immediate fix is, and I don't know that they have the coaching staff or personnel in the building to solve those problems. So we'll talk about that more later on. Let's dive into some of the Kings action from the weekend. We'll have a deep 49ers dive coming up at 10:30, but the Kings played the Warriors on Friday. We will talk about that and give away our first of 2 Jiffy Lube gift certificates, a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate with the Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. We will let you know who that was for Kings Warriors, and then we will do a little bit deeper dive on Kings Lakers as well. That's coming up next. Tons going on today on the Insiders with James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Clear, and we got 4.
Sweet. We got 4 minutes. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Ramsey, I think you got the belt, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ramsey.
He definitely did.
It was good meeting Ramsey and Katrina out at the Golden One Center, both nights, Friday and Sunday. I saw you both days. Yeah.
I know.
Got it. All right.
I was just letting it rip.
No, that's fine.
Because to do that, I got to reach over and turn my mic off. And it's like, hey, you guys can...
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure you knew I heard it.
You guys can listen to me edit sound. Although I wouldn't really call that editing sound. I'm just clipping it more than editing.
Just clip it. Rob W. James, early thoughts on how Sasha is doing. I love Sasha. he literally, he is John Turturro and Mr. Deeds. That's what he is. Like I'm Betty Sneaky, sir.
He's just...
You seem to have underestimated the sneakiness.
It's just always around.
Like every time you look, there he is under the basket, ready to catch the ball and putting it in. You're like, what just happened? How did he get there?
I also love the audacity of some of the threes he takes. It's like, who are you?
He's like,
sure,
rain.
All right, man. Oh my God. I love the takes when we get into the realm of a coach perhaps needing to get fired.
Oh, yeah?
And it's not even so much the takes. It's rando on Twitter. 49ers web zone. Okay.
Yep.
Is this like
I know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they repost a lot of Niners Wire stuff on there, which is great. And I appreciate the hell out of it. The headline that they post is wide receiver Jawan Jennings had a weird game in 49ers week 8 loss. I wrote about Jawan Jennings getting 33 routes and 50 snaps and no targets.
Yep.
Cali Boy 626 responds, Steve Wilkes, all caps, is effing trash. The 49ers need to trade for another DC. That was in response to an article about Jawan Jennings not getting any targets.
If they could trade for one, I think I'm in.
Dude,
like trade for one.
Nah, yeah, I'm all in.
We will give you a 3rd round pick and Steve Wilkes if we can have Robert Saleh back. There it is. The Jets might listen.
I don't think the Jets would trade Robert Saleh for anything right now. He's got them playing really well.
Yeah, they're
it's
battling.
Worth a shot, though.
They're battling.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. Stop. Here we go.
Ooh, Leonard Fournette to the Bills.
Sure.
Yeah. Eesh.
I have a fun Brock Purdy stat for you when we get back to Niners.
I love it. I'm here for all the stats.
15 seconds to the legal, or not the legal, just until we're back. So I'm going to get a thing ready here. All right, 10 seconds. Here we go. Board's hot. The Kings split I'm going to call it a set of games over the weekend.
Okay.
Because they played Friday night after our show. So we were already into the weekend. Ergo, Kings playing on the weekend.
Yeah.
And technically we were working at the game, but it still counts for me as the weekend.
I enjoyed being at a Kings game with you, Kyle, because we haven't really hung out at things like Kings games before.
No.
And Kyle knows everyone. I'm really impressed with Kyle's ability to know everyone in the building.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, Kyle, good to see you. Like everywhere we went, I was like, this is crazy.
Just trying to curate good vibes, dog.
I consider myself like the mayor of Golden One, but
Oh
but
my
but
gosh, that's an
like,
insane thing to say.
I'm like
Okay.
self-imposed.
Sure. Yeah. No.
Like I get to go wherever I want. I know everyone.
You do.
But
You know a lot of the like ushers and security people.
I'm nice to everybody.
Mhm.
That's the way you got to treat people.
Mhm.
So, but I find it interesting that like everybody. I was just surprised. It was like, hey, Kyle does know everyone.
I'm around, dude.
You are.
I'm been around. Yeah, Kings Warriors. The Warriors beat the Kings. I forget what the score was. I didn't have that up. Do you want to do player of the game first or talk about the game first?
I mean, we can talk about it really quickly.
Yeah, so here's what I wanted to get to first. We need to devise ways to try and stop Steph Curry because whatever the Kings are doing isn't working. And I didn't even think they played bad defense on Friday. I thought Chris Duarte in particular did a really good job of sticking on Steph and staying with him.
Yeah.
He just hit some ridiculous shots. So I have come up with this idea. You guys all let me know what you think. James, you as well.
Okay.
The Kings at Golden One Center at the next Kings Warriors game, they pick an item. I'm going to say tomatoes. Feels like there's an easy sponsorship opportunity for the giveaway with either a local tomato farm or a local grocer or something like that, where you hand out tomatoes to every fan. Because you need something with enough heft that you can throw it, but not so much heft that it's going to cause like irreparable damage. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to throw this guy off. So there's roughly 19,000 people in the building. Let's say 17,000 of them are Kings fans.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if that's a real number. Let's say that means you have 17,000 opportunities as Steph goes to shoot and you throw a tomato at him. Maybe you throw him off a little bit. Okay. And they're going to stop play and that person's going to get ejected, but they're not going to like restart the clock and redo the game. So you have 17,000 opportunities to throw an item at Steph, and you're going to get tossed. But that's a sacrifice that you have to make.
Kyle, you're choosing violence.
That's not violent. No. I didn't say get throwing knives.
Okay,
it's a tomato.
So okay, you say tomato. I say, what if they allowed fans to throw not at Steph, but throw banana peels on the court?
Oh, so maybe he slips.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Okay. So we're not going to throw anything at Steph, but we will do is it'll be like playing Super Mario Brothers and someone throws a banana out the window.
Okay, but now that's hazardous to other people on the court.
Well, your team's gonna have to know. Like if you take a spill, if Davion Mitchell takes a spill and slides out, he's got to know it's part of the, it is what you got to take one for the team there, man.
Yeah.
You got to take a hard spill, it's all for the betterment of the whole. The ultimate goal is that Steph finds one of these banana peels. He runs more than anyone else on the court.
Right. You can direct him. You can try and direct him to the banana peel.
A whole pile in the corner.
You know what spots he likes to get to?
Yeah, that's right.
He's floating to the wing. Dude, little banana peel. Just get it out there.
He's so good.
It's so dumb.
He's so good that there are moments. He had a play on Friday night where he pump faked until he had no legs left. And he had a taller defender on him. And then he just like fell away and dropped in a 16-footer. And it was just butter. And the whole time you're like, oh, he doesn't have his legs. There's no way he's going to get that up. Oh, man. As soon as it leaves his hand, you're like, oh, my gosh. Like every time you play this guy.
I don't want to say I've watched every dribble of the basketball he's ever had because that's insane and would be a lie. But it's still at the point that when you're watching, particularly live, I still go, no chance when he puts a shot up and it goes in. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I never think he's missing. I never think he's
totally
missing.
Outrageous.
Yeah, he had 41 points, 14 of 19. He scored 41 points on 19 shots, and he only went to the free throw line 6 times. Yeah, he's good. 122-114 Golden State Warriors. Kings get their first loss. That was as of Friday night.
So the 8-point defeat there is going to get us to our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. Remember, ESPN1320.com is the website. You go there, you click the Jiffy Lube contest sign. It's right there on the front page. You click that, and then you go enter the keyword that we're about to give you, and you enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. De'Aaron Fox is our player of the game.
Yes, he is.
And the keyword you're going to want is Swipa.
Swipa.
SWIPA. Swipa.
Swipa. He was incredible.
Especially late in the game. They had no business being that was
no.
How many times have you seen that exact game where it's like, 15-18 with 15-18 point game with like 7 minutes left, and it winds up being like a 25-26 point win?
Yeah, that's how it should have been. And the Kings actually got it down to what, like 4, right?
Yeah,
like
4, and I think it was Keegan had a 3 to cut it to 1.
Yeah. And what happened in this game, really, they weren't good in the second quarter. They came out in the third. They weren't good in the third, but they were hanging tough. It was a 9-point game, and I'm like, man, they got to get this down to 0 by the end of the third with Steph off the court. Steph steps off the court. And then the Golden State Warriors just thumped them.
It was wild.
Boom, 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 boom. It was like, what in the world just happened? By the time we get to the fourth quarter, the game's already out of control. You're like, oh, this thing's done. And then De'Aaron Fox happened. De'Aaron Fox had 22 of his 39 points in the fourth quarter.
He was really good.
He was really good. He can get a shot anytime he wants. He, as of right now, I think he's averaging 31.4 points per game on the season.
Not bad.
Yeah, in this game. Sabonis had a nice night, 19 points, 18 rebounds, 7 assists. But Swipa is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the game.
Yeah, so head to ESPN1320.com, click the Jiffy Lube contest logo there, enter the word Swipa, and you will enter for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Yeah, I originally thought, hey, maybe Domas, because he really was impressive. With let's see where that was the fourth quarter. It said he had 5 points. That was not right. Domas, 19 points, 18 boards, 7 assists, 3 steals. He was really, really good as well. But I thought the way De'Aaron in that fourth quarter, and Mike Brown talked about it at the end of the game, the fight and the heart to not quit on a game that was over.
Yeah.
I thought that was really impressive and a sign of just kind of where the Kings are as a team. And that was all De'Aaron. Because if he doesn't do that, Keegan Murray, God bless him, is not taking over a game like that. He just can't. De'Aaron Fox is you said it during the game, and it's like, this is a superstar player. Like, that's what's happening here.
Yeah, we're watching him become a superstar.
Yes.
And I don't think when he became a star, no one was surprised. When he became an all-star, I don't think anyone was surprised. If he becomes a superstar, though, number one, you look at the Kings in a totally different light. Number two, you start thinking about that whole thing where the Kings keep talking about a championship, and you're like, okay, like how do they get there from here? And like, if he's able to reach that status, it really does change everything.
When you have a player who can, and I think De'Aaron is if he's not there, he is on the threshold.
Yep.
Of, you know what, down 8 with 6 minutes left, nothing's really working. This guy's going to take over. This guy's going to score 14 straight points.
Yep. And
can he get stops on the other end to stay? That's where he's at for me. And that game, the Warriors had nothing for him. He had 22-point quarter in a game where the Warriors knew they needed stops at some point there, and they couldn't get him.
Yeah.
I was blown away. He was really good.
Yeah, he is really good.
And this is something else we've talked about, and I know we got a break, but it's the brightest lights in the biggest spot, and De'Aaron's the one.
There he is, rising to the top.
Yep. And that's a big deal.
It is.
It's a big deal for a team that wants to contend for championships.
It is. It's huge.
We have to dive into Kings Lakers as well, but we got plenty of 49ers to talk about on this Monday, October 30th. Thank you, everybody, for watching on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook and Twitter, wherever you're watching. We greatly appreciate it. If you are listening on the free Odyssey app, or maybe you're listening on 1320 AM. We appreciate that as well. We are the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320.
What's going on, Chad?
I've got a live here.
Oh,
James.
Right now?
James. I've got a live in 45 seconds.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
What's up?
I'll be quiet.
Okay. I'm so excited. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen for Junior Restaurant and Lounge. If you know anything about me, you know I love two things more than almost anything in the world. I love good food and I love good vibes. I found the perfect restaurant that marries those two things, and that is Junior Restaurant, located on the corner of Eureka and Sunrise, just off I-80. I went there for dinner on a Saturday, okay? You walk in and you see the full bar. It's gorgeous. You see the TVs. The dining space is huge, but then you look up and there is a beautiful lounge, and it turns out that you can just rent a spot in the lounge for a group of friends, or maybe you're looking for a casual date. There's a gorgeous outdoor patio area where you can just rent out that whole patio. And then you sit down and you're going, okay, the ambiance is great. I've been to a ton of places that have good ambiance and good vibes. And then you get to the food, right? And you're just like, man, I love hanging out there, but I don't. Not the case at Junior. Look, we had check this out. It's a global fusion menu, right? What does that mean? We had pot stickers. They were delicious. My wife had mussels. They were very good, according to her. I didn't get to eat any of them. It's fine. I was busy munching on a rigatoni alla vodka that was fantastic. It came with like this charred bread, really, really good. There was a prime rib with some steak fries that were coated in this like chimichurri sauce. It was unbelievable. We ordered a side of just those fries. There was a Thai steak salad. And then you talk about lunch. We went for lunch the other day and we got tacos. We had this teriyaki rice bowl. It's just, the food is great. The vibes are off the charts. They have a full bar. I had this smoked old fashioned. There was a gin drink involved that was really good. They have a huge beer selection, huge wine selection. It is a perfect place to take friends, to take a date, to take the whole family. You will love Junior Restaurant and Lounge. It's a perfect spot for a good lunch, a night out with friends, the whole family. Global fusion menu has something for everybody. I can't recommend it enough. So head to Junior Lounge. It's off Eureka and Sunrise. It's just off I-80, and visit jrlounge.com today.
Are we clear, Kyle?
Yeah, we are now.
We're clear. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hey, we got a ton of people in here. If you guys don't mind, thumbs up, subscribe, hit the little bell, all that stuff. Thumbs up. Leezy James also knows food. Just so you know, I do also know food. I don't know that Kyle knows video game. I mean, that Brendan knows video games. Leezy. Miles. Yeah, I think Trey Lyles gets right back into the lineup, and I don't know who loses in that situation, but I'm going to guess yes, he does get right back in the lineup. Let's see.
Damn, that sucks.
What?
My audition just quit on me and deleted my recording of the show.
Oh.
Tight.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, if anyone's up in my neck of the woods, my 2 spots are Josephine's, which you need a reservation for, and Tap and Vine, which you can get a reservation for, but you don't have to always have one. It's a big, sprawling restaurant. Upstairs, downstairs, outside patios. Can rent it out for a wedding. Kyle's now frustrated.
It's fine.
I want to take Kyle up once it's Mandarin orange season. Kyle, we're gonna go to Josephine's and have a whole bunch of Jen and Julius's.
Sounds great.
It's like an orange Julius.
Just pissed off the rest of the show.
I know.
Like, cool, man. Yeah, I love an orange Julius. Whatever. Yeah, it all sounds great. That sounds really good.
Kyle's pissed.
I think my wife and I might go to Apple Hill this weekend.
Oh, that's on the other side. I don't love going to Apple Hill. Too many people.
I've never been, so. Oh, 10 seconds. Here we go. My day's ruined now, James.
It's over, Kyle. It's all over.
I'm a very just like routine oriented person. That's why not having when I got let go from my last radio job, I still had, my podcast and I still have my Niners Wire stuff, but that's all. Writing is something that you can just do whenever, unless there's breaking news, right? But I know that when I wake up, hey, I'm going to write, 5 or 6 things today, and Kyle Shanahan talks at this time, so I'll write a couple things off that. But then I just have all day to kind of. So I'd never gotten a good routine, and it really just like I just didn't feel right. But now I'm in a routine, and when I do a show, I have a routine of how I record the show and then how I upload it. So when my recording of the first 2 segments gets deleted, it really just like throws me off kilter a little bit, and I don't like it.
I get it. I am the biggest creature of habit that you'll ever find.
Sure.
Like I usually order pretty much the same thing where I go places. I venture out with drinks. I'll usually mix it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But
you became a New York sour guy.
I am. I'm giving your New York sour an opportunity to be part of the rotation.
No, that's big time. It's
I dig it.
Sasha Vazenkov of drinks.
Yeah. There's a gimlet, like a Tom Cog gimlet that I typically wouldn't drink gin. I don't particularly like gin.
Yeah, I'm not a big gin guy either.
Just super smooth. You don't even taste the gin. Like, oof, a little spice, a little coconut milk.
Sure.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah. But I'm a creature of habit. Like I go to the same spots again and again and again. I've become like a regular places. And yeah, so I get what you're saying when it comes to what you're doing there and how it just messes with your whole flow.
Somebody said they gave me a goat comment and then took it away. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. Anyways.
Oh.
Is it because I said I'm not a gin guy?
Maybe. I don't know. It's okay to not be a gin guy.
All right.
I have like 7 different gins at the house right now, which I'm not even sure why. Like
James, one of those guys that loads up his bar just to have it loaded up.
Well, no, just like people bring stuff, or you'll go to a restaurant and like have a Hendrix and something, and you'll be like, all right, I probably need a bottle of Hendrix, and next thing you know, you got that, you got a little Bombay Sapphire just because. Then someone might.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, this is not a relatable experience for me.
Someone might bring a what is it? Violet Fog, the McQueen and the Violet Fog gin to your house. That may have happened. Yeah, so you just and then someone's like, oh, you got to try this botanical, and it's like, okay. So I end up with like multiple. I mean, I like whiskeys. I've got a lot of whiskeys, but
sure,
gins are random, and all of a sudden I've got multiple gins.
Okay,
you'll have to come and hang out and have some gin, or we don't have to have
don't
gin.
Make me drink gin.
We can have whiskey. We can have rum. I've got plenty of vodka, wine.
Oh boy,
2 beers on tap, Kyle.
Sounds like a lot of regret. The 49ers lost yesterday, 31-17 the final. against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals coming off a bye, the Niners on a short week. That's one of the things that keeps coming up is the Niners played the Browns with the Browns coming off their bye. Then they played the Bengals with the Bengals coming off their bye. The 49ers played Monday. So the 49ers had one less day of rest. The Bengals had an entire extra week. My problem with that, quote unquote excuse or that reasoning for their recent struggles is that wasn't the case in Minnesota when they got their asses kicked.
Oh.
So I'm tossing all that out the window. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't, but that doesn't account for whatever happened in Minnesota where they couldn't touch the quarterback. And then their quarterback threw 2 bad interceptions late. It just doesn't account for the fact that they can't get after the passer and they can't hold on to the football.
Yeah. No, they're having some issues, but I always point to like an interception is it can be like just a minor mistake. Like even in this game, the linebacker baited Brock Purdy into an interception, turned his back to him, and then was knowing the whole time where he was going. Again, I think the interception is a symptom, but the underlying condition is that Brock Purdy hones in on like 3 or 4 people the entire game, and that's all he throws to.
Yeah, that in-breaking route to Ayuk that Logan Wilson, the linebacker, jumped. Like 100%. That's just a route. That's a Jimmy Garoppolo interception, right?
Yeah.
Where he's just dead set. He's going to throw it middle of the field no matter what. And he just didn't see the linebacker there somehow. I also got told, I didn't see this at the game, but apparently the ball got tipped.
Oh.
And I did not see that because it felt like the trajectory of the throw was way too high. But I would need to see a replay.
Okay.
I didn't see one that I saw was tipped. But the first interception was the concerning one to me. And that was a play that it's just, you never see a good quarterback make that play. That was a Zach Wilson interception. So that play was broken, right?
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a handoff to Elijah Mitchell. Play gets broken. Purdy tries to salvage it. There was like a fake shovel pass that wasn't there. And so he rolls out and the linebacker's closing on Purdy and he has Elijah Mitchell wide open.
Yeah.
He just needs to throw a mortar shot over the top and he's got the running back. And that's something he's been really good at. Those little touch throws, right? Okay, he doesn't have a big arm, but man, he's accurate for the most part and really good touch. And he just threw it where the linebacker could intercept it. There wasn't enough heat on it, and it didn't get up high enough. It was just an abominable quarterback play.
I get you, but I also think like in the moment, he's running to his right. He's scanning the field. He's about to make a throw, and then I think he's seeing that there's a flag down, and he also sees that there's an offensive lineman like 5 yards downfield. Like, what are you doing, bro? And so, like, train of thought, I just think he tried to dump sort of, and it was an outstanding play by the linebacker. Like, I mean, the dude reaches out of nowhere and like snares it and bounces it to himself. Like the play itself was like, yes, you can't make that play. What he should have just done is just ran out of bounds or just dumped it. Just thrown it right out of bounds and dumped the ball.
Or just thrown it higher. He had so much room to get it up over.
Either way, it was coming back.
That's fine, but it shouldn't have been a turnover. It's wasting 3 points.
No, I get you.
It was, maybe you're right. And he did see the lineman and he did see the flag. I'm not giving him that much credit. He was rolling to his right, flag behind him. He had Elijah Mitchell running with him. Like he knew that's what, and he just made a bad throw. It was a poor execution. To me, that's all that was.
I agree, but I would say that there's poor execution on that one play, right? And there's poor execution on the other interception. Outside of that, he was pretty phenomenal most of the game, where I can literally point to like 4 different plays in that game and probably 8 in the Vikings game where 5 or 6 defensive players flat out missed a tackle.
Yeah.
And while that seems like it's not that big of a deal, it is at the end of the day. You don't get the sack on Kirk Cousins and he ends up throwing like a 16-yard play on 3rd and long and gets the first down. Like, get the sack, like make the tackle, get your hands up, knock the ball down, do something. And so there are all these plays that are being missed right now where the defense just isn't good enough. And it's so, like again, my son played center back in high school and in comp
In
forever.
soccer.
In soccer,
Mhm.
right? You give up one goal and you feel horrible. But what about the 8 goals that your striker missed on?
Mhm.
And people don't remember that, but he hits one and everyone celebrates him like he's a god. And then you look back at the game and how many like plays did your defense have to make to stop somebody? And they give up one and it's like, "Oh, come on, man." And that's what I kind of look at with the interception. It's like, sure, he
It's
threw a pick. Was it a big moment? Yeah, it was a big moment. But at the same time, that game wasn't won and lost on that. That game was won and lost on a bunch of bad plays by the defense.
well, and that's the thing. So if we're finger pointing here, this is the whole issue with the way that football gets discussed and analyzed now, because it is so offense driven.
Mhm.
Is when QB throws 2 picks, it is like, that's the reason
Yeah.
you can't turn it over and win. It's that guy's fault. It is partially like, if he throws it, if he makes a little more accurate pass to Elijah Mitchell, they have a ball game instead of a turnover that the Bengals then take and score. So that's a mistake that helped swing that game. But you're right, it's not all on Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And that's not that shouldn't be like a hot take or anything. Like, that's just how yesterday went. And frankly, how the Vikings game went too. Because there was, I thought, way more good than bad. Where the interceptions, in key spots and very bad, like 100%. And you're not trying to absolve him of blame. But I could go to, I have a list here. Let's start at the offensive line. The offensive line in pass protection, for the most part, has been okay without Trent Williams. They can't run to the left.
Yeah.
There is 0 run game to the left. So now not only are you trying to mix and match this offensive line, but you're doing so with only half the field at your disposal, because you cannot go to one side.
Mhm.
That's gonna make life hard on any offense.
Yeah, I mean, every second down is second and long.
That's
and
it.
then third and long. I mean, you're basically putting a whole lot of pressure on a quarterback that doesn't need pressure.
Mhm.
And I think, again, he throws for what, 348 yards, something like that?
365. But 69 of them came on that nice final drive that didn't count.
Okay. But does that matter? He still threw for 300 yards.
Almost 300
He was
yards, yeah.
still impactful.
Mhm.
The problem isn't that he can't move the offense or anything else. It's that you're making life difficult with these small nuances of the game. Like, you can't run to the left side, so you're always dealing with second and long and third and long.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a problem. But at the same time, I think right now Brock Purdy has become a scapegoat for what has become like one of the most disappointing defenses I've ever seen.
Anybody scapegoating Purdy is just not trying hard enough to, not thinking.
I mean, you're like, what is he, $35 million a year defensive end?
Yeah, half a sack yesterday. Watch out.
3 sacks on the season, man.
So
Again,
so
he just caught Drake Jackson. He just caught him
He did
after 8 weeks.
Speaking of Drake Jackson, poor Drake Jackson.
Yeah.
Just a non-factor now. No, and okay, so the defensive line is another thing that you can point to.
Of course.
They've not been great. I thought they were better yesterday. Eric Armstead had a couple of sacks. Nick Bosa and Cleveland Ferrell combined for one. They adjusted in the run game. They started actually rallying to the ball in the second half a little more. But they haven't been good enough. They are like a half step late on so many of these sacks. They are so close, and they're just not getting home. You saw it against the Vikings. You saw it on the first drive against Cincinnati, where Eric Armstead had Joe Burrow wrapped up, just dead to rights, and Burrow escapes. Then Bosa has him dead to rights, and he escapes. And 3rd and 10, with what should be a drive-ending sack, turns into a first down. That's just you can't have that. Especially with two of your highest paid defensive linemen in the backfield with hands on the quarterback, and they can't get him on the ground.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is an excellent player. I don't want to take anything away from Joe Burrow and what he did in that moment, but the 49ers are supposed to make plays like that. They pay these guys to make plays on players like Joe Burrow.
Yep.
So Joe Burrow being awesome is not an excuse for me. In fact, on that first drive, I took notes on this because during the first drive, it's like, I don't think they're going to win today. And here's why. So the 49ers offensively have 5 bullet points here. The Niners' first drive offensively. Their first play of the game, Christian McCaffrey run to the right side for 8 yards. Gets them into 2nd and 2. It's right where they want to be. Then Kyle Shanahan, and this is where I point the finger a little bit at the head coach. You have Kyle Shanahan as your play caller in 2nd and 2. He has all the faith in the world in Brock Purdy, and look at all these weapons and da-da-da. They try a run to the left side that gets a yard, which puts them in 3rd and 1. Okay, still favorable spot, right? They go hand off to Kyle Juszczyk. And he doesn't get the yard. And they punt on their first drive after getting into 2nd and 2.
Oh.
Just a baffling series of play calls from Kyle Shanahan. It doesn't make any sense. Then on the Bengals' first drive, you'll remember Jamar Chase made a catch on their first play and fumbled it. And the ball was just out there. And there were like 3 Niners around it, and nobody picked it up. And so Chase was able to get it back. Then you have Isaiah Oliver jumping a route a couple plays later, 2 hands on the ball. I think it was Jamar Chase, runs into him. He drops the interception. Would have given the ball to the 49ers deep in Bengals territory. Okay. The 4th one is on that 3rd down. That was where the Niners had a 3rd and 10, and they had Joe Burrow wrapped up twice, and he snuck out and got it to T. Higgins for 11 and a first down.
Yep.
Then they go down and score a touchdown. The Niners respond with a touchdown. And on the ensuing kickoff, give up a 43-yard kickoff return to give the Bengals great field position at their own 43 to start their second drive. Well, and they went down and turned it into a touchdown.
And I like what your point of view here is, that the mistakes are everywhere. Like you can't really blame Jake Moody for blowing one game.
No, I'm going to blame Jake Moody.
Okay.
I'm joking.
But the next game he misses a field goal, but also hits a 55-yarder. Like it feels like every aspect of the 49ers are off right now. Every aspect, whether it's special teams or whether it's the offense with a couple of interceptions and the fumble, or whether it's the defensive line, or to be honest, the linebackers I think have been phenomenal. Like Fred Warner,
they've been mostly okay. Yeah,
I mean he's just been like best player in football type good. But then you have the backfield has just been so horrible, like the defensive backfield, and I don't understand what's going on there. But like they're just getting a lot of it is that they have so much time. Like the quarterback has so much time to throw because their defensive line isn't getting there.
So that's where these things tie together, and this is where Steve Wilkes gets circled, and he's drawn a lot of 49ers fan ire the last 20-ish hours. 20 years? I don't know how time works. The last 20 or so hours.
Yeah.
The last day or so. Last night.
18 hours,
this morning,
19 hours.
It's because when D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh were the 49ers defensive coordinators, you would see them have little stretches like this where it's like, man, their pass rush is not getting home and they're not covering, but it would go on for a drive, maybe 2. You would see the in-game adjustments.
Yes.
You would see the in-game problem solving. You're not seeing any of that from Steve Wilkes. And maybe it's just a lack of execution, because I don't know what the coverages are necessarily supposed to be. You can watch and you can guess, but you don't know who's missing an assignment where. You just don't, unless you know the exact play call, you just don't know, right? But teams are still going pretty quick with their passing games, and the Niners are just leaving guys open. And I don't know if they need to play more, whether they need to play tighter coverage or more zone, or if it's something with one of their defensive rules that teams are just clearing out Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and opening stuff underneath. Whether it's just yesterday, it was Jamar Chase and T. Higgins being better than the Niners corners, which is definitely a possibility. But we're at a point now where you're going, look, this was not an issue last year. Talent wasn't an issue last year. And it wasn't an issue through the first 5 games. So what happened? And that to me is where the coaching staff has to step in and do something.
Kyle, what happened is teams have adjusted and the 49ers haven't adjusted. I mean, we're talking about every team is playing chess, and the Niners are playing checkers. That's what it looks like. The last 3 games, you've been outcoached in every single game. And you talk about like the end game, inability to make end game changes. He has no feel. He has no feel for what's happening at all. I mean, the play against the Vikings at the end of the first half, where he blitzes out of nowhere when they're like Minnesota's out of timeouts, had like 16 seconds, and they're on the 43-yard line. They got to go all the way to the end. You're gonna just
zero blitz on him.
Like shoot the farm on him. Like, what is happening? Like, what are you doing?
He said he lost track of time.
Yeah, well, he's lost track of a lot of things. You know what this feels like? Remember they had the offensive coordinator like a decade ago that couldn't get a plan? He couldn't get a plan
Greg
again.
Roman.
And no, it was before Greg Roman. They had another
Jimmy Ray?
Yes, Jimmy Ray. He couldn't get the play in time.
Yeah, it was tough.
And they were getting one after another offensive penalty for delay a game. That's what this feels like. It feels like a guy who doesn't know how to make in-game adjustments. And like at the basketball level, I've seen that many, many times. There are coaches where you're like, man, the other team comes out in the third quarter and punches the Kings in the face and they have no answer. And that's because they went into halftime and had a really good conversation about what was about to happen. And for some reason, the Kings didn't. And they came out and they got destroyed. And that's just not what, like, again, the Mike Brown era is like very foreign to me. Like to watch a team make adjustments is very foreign because for like over a decade, I watched coaches that didn't make adjustments and lost. The Kings could have a 20-point lead at half. And that 20-point lead is a 4-point deficit at the end of the third. And you're just like, how did that just happen?
Yeah.
I don't know. You stop asking how it just happened after like the 12th time it's happened in a year and a half. And you're like, okay, that's just who you are. That's not, so that's, I think, the biggest point. The 49ers need to redefine who they are right now. And it can't be this team that's doing this. That's not okay.
Yeah. They have, they're at a point now where you're not even talking, like we were asking a few weeks ago, this is the best team in the league. And now you can't even, they're not even in the Super Bowl conversation for me.
They're not, they're maybe out of the top 10.
I don't, like, they're playing that poorly. And that's kind of one of the reasons that I think your point on Purdy being the scapegoat is a sound one, because I think that's letting them off the hook. Saying, oh, the quarterback is turning it over, that's why they're losing, is letting Kyle Shanahan off the hook. It's letting Steve Wilkes off the hook. It's letting the players on the offensive line and the defensive line and in the secondary, it's letting all of them off the hook. There's so many problems top to bottom right now.
Yeah.
That maybe they fix it. Maybe Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel come back and the offense starts cooking again. And with that, the defense starts, being more opportunistic and converting on some of these turnovers that have been available for them. And all of a sudden we look and the 49ers are 9-3 in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And everything's fine. But man, that feels like a long shot for me. That feels like a very, very long shot, given all of the things that they need to fix.
What I would want if I'm Kyle Shanahan today, I want like a 12-point presentation from Wilkes on how you're going to fix the problems on the defensive side of the ball. And if you can't give it to me, somebody else needs to take over. If you can't tell me, and as a very high-level coach, Kyle Shanahan, very, very high-level coach, if he can't understand what the other guy's trying to pitch to him, then that guy needs to leave the room now. That's it. Like, you get your opportunity today. We got a week and a half to fix this thing. You got the bye week. If you can't tell me how we're going to fix it now, then get out of the room now. Then leave.
Yeah, the only thing we can put a pin in that, because I have a lot to say on it and we have 30 seconds. So we're going to put a pin in the fire Steve Wilkes conversation, because I have a lot excuse me, I have a lot to talk about with that. We did what we call mad props on Friday. We took the Warriors-Kings game from Friday and the 49ers-Bengals game from Sunday. We built some props. We matched them up against each other, and James and I had to pick which number between those two props would be higher. We will discuss the winner of mad props next. That's James. I'm Kyle, and we'll continue diving into all this Niners. We have so much Niners-Kings stuff to get into. We're going to stick with that all day long. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
There it is.
On ESPN 1320. This is The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen.
Yes, serial connection. I want PowerPoints. I need somebody to tell me like how you're going to fix it. And if you don't have an idea of how to fix it, then you're the problem. If you don't have solutions right now and tangible solutions that you can show me why that it would be better if you did this, this, and this, then leave. Because that's your team is too good. There's too much talent. I don't know. It's not difficult.
We have a ton of people in here right now. If you are watching, can you hit the like button on YouTube for me?
Kyle, do I
And
have
then
time to
also-
refill my coffee?
And then also hit subscribe to the channel, because that would be very dope for everybody involved. Me, James, D'Lo, Casey, Charlie, Jesse. We'd greatly appreciate that. You have 31. You have about a minute and a half.
Oh, I'm gonna scurry.
Yeah, I got you if you're not back.
You got that chatty house. I'll scurry. Coffee time.
Coffee time. I'm like, yeah, I got the chatty house. I just sit here on my phone the whole time. All right. What's good, everybody? What is the board is hot? So the board is hot. So when we go to break, I take James and I take our board, our microphones and everything off of the radio. So I have it set up now where I can talk to you guys, I can talk to James, and everybody on the stream can hear, but it's not going out over the radio. So when I tell them the board's hot, that means I'm putting it back in what's called program 1. That's basically the audio channel that sends to the radio. I put the board back in program 1, so that says, hey, we're live on the radio now, so don't say anything. Because that would then go over the commercials, because the commercials that are playing right now, you can see those over yonder, this screen here. That's all the commercials that are playing. And we don't want to talk over those because that would be bad. So that's what the board's hot means. And now we have 30 seconds. James is not going to be back in time. I'd be really impressed if James makes it back. I can't remember the last time. No, we're not taking calls. That's an issue of just hands. I'm busy here doing a show, so I can't also answer the phone. It's just a logistical problem. Okay, 5 seconds. Here we go. Board's hot. Hey, welcome back in. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube right here on ESPN 1320. James, you made it.
I did.
You made it back in. You went on a coffee run at that break. It's super impressive that you made it back in. I admire your expedience and your caffeine acquisition.
Yeah, it was you gotta have your whole system in place. I was able, while the coffee's pouring through, I was able to slide in the cream and into the coffee. And then I was able to grab a couple of raw sugar packets and throw them in there while it's still brewing.
If you ever say slide in the cream in my presence again, we're gonna have a problem.
All right.
Let's get to Mad Props. We did this on Friday. This is one of my favorite bits to do.
I loved it.
So so for example, we'll do this throughout football season. And then I mix it up a little bit once football season ends and we just have NBA, but I put some different props together where we basically I pick a thing from the 49ers game and a thing from the Kings game, and I put in them and we decide which of those two things is going to be a higher number. So for example, I had Brock Purdy pass attempts or De'Aaron Fox total points against the Warriors.
Oh, I think I took Fox, right?
Yep, we both had Fox. We only diverted from each other on one, and it was because I diverted for the sake of the bit.
Oh, so you're trying to claim that
yeah,
the victory
no,
is
that's
mine.
what yeah,
Okay,
no, you
fine.
definitely won. You won a perfect 6-0, which is very impressive. So Purdy had 30 pass attempts De'Aaron Fox had 39 total points against the Golden State Warriors. So we both had W's on that one. And man, if De'Aaron hadn't had that massive fourth quarter, or even just had like a regular good fourth quarter, we're looking at either a push or both of us losing that one. Shout out to De'Aaron.
Yeah. Well, and if Purdy wouldn't have thrown two interceptions, he may have actually had 37. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just saying.
We went George Kittle catches or Keegan Murray made threes. We both went with George Kittle on that, and he blew Keegan out of the water on this one. It was 9-5.
Ooh.
Or excuse me, 9-3.
Okay.
9-3. How did I get that number wrong?
I don't know.
Where are we at?
9 catches, I assumed.
Yeah, 9-3. De'Aaron Fox had 5 made threes. There we go.
Kittle had a huge game.
Yeah, especially at the end. They started feeding him.
Yeah, I mean, he just kept doing the like chunk yardage. Like, hey,
yeah,
look at that.
I don't quite understand why they don't do that more often. He's still very clearly capable of being a productive pass catcher, but there's games where they just ignore him. And it's such an odd thing to me.
You know what, Kyle? It's because they have to run Christian McCaffrey until his legs fall off. That's the rule. It is. Like, we're going to just keep running him out there.
But it's not even, it's 10 targets for Brandon Ayuk and 8 for Deebo Samuel and 2 for George Kittle.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't track.
Give me 5 of those rushing attempts. Put them on the other side. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm right there. Keep George Kittle involved is one of the keys to the 49ers second half. 49ers Bengals total points or Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. You went with 49ers Bengals total points. I went with Domas. The final there, 48-43. This is a close one. But Domas, unfortunately, only had 43 points, rebounds, and assists. Which is an unbelievable game. That's such a high number. If you look at like over-unders for even a player like Domas, the number will be like 36.5.
Yeah.
Maybe 37. The fact that he had 43 is a bananas number. The Niners and Bengals just scored more. The Bengals scored more than I thought they would.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Niners defense is like it's leaking like a sieve.
I know.
I mean, they've got
I thought they would have some heart and some pride and play better on Sunday, and they clearly didn't.
No, like Kyle Shanahan is doing like his best Dutch boy impersonation here. He's trying to like plug the leaks that are sprung in the dam, and
sure,
like he's run out of fingers and toes to like block the leaks coming through. I mean, it's bad stuff.
Yeah. We had Joe Burrow touchdown passes to JaVale McGee blocks as an easy one. 3-0 for Joe Burrow. Both of us had that one right. The next one, Brandon Ayuk targets or Sasha Vezenkov points. Very, very close one here.
Oh.
We both took Sasha. He had 10 points. Brandon Ayuk, 9 targets.
Oh.
It's a very close one.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Sasha.
He's been good, dude.
Even defensively,
he's been way better than I thought he was.
Okay, I'm down with it. He had a block.
Look at him go.
Like, what the?
Look at him go.
Like, I needed a new bingo card. Like, hey, all of these things that are happening, they're not on my bingo card.
Yeah.
What is happening?
It's pretty remarkable how quickly he went from like the first couple preseason games. It was, oof. Like, can he stay on an NBA court? This is tough. But he's very quickly not only picking up what the Kings are doing offensively and defensively, which is something that you talked about a lot, like really high IQ basketball guy. He's going to get it.
Yeah.
It's just, can he hang athletically? And he's been fine. He's been totally fine and far exceeding my expectations early.
Kyle, he's averaging 9.7 points per game in 15.3 minutes.
Yeah, man.
He's shooting 40% from 3. He's averaging 2.3 rebounds per game. He's averaging 0.7 steals. I mean, he's shooting 50% from the field and 40% from, he's a 50-40 guy. 50-40 and I think 100. 50-40, 100.
It'd be incredible if he just goes 50-40-90 in his first NBA season. Even a limited sample, that'd be crazy impressive. No, but he's good for 1 or 2 wide open layups a game on sneaky back cuts. On savvy back cuts, I should say.
Savvy.
And then he's going to cash an open 3 or some of the audacity he has to shoot some of the like pump fake sidestep 3s that he's taking. I respect it. I really, really do. Okay. And you love to see the shot going down early for him.
I love this. So right now, De'Aaron Fox leads the Sacramento Kings in per 36 scoring at 31.9 points.
Mhm.
Number 2, Sasha Vezenkov.
Come on.
Come on
Look at
now.
our guy.
22.7 points per game per 36.
Look at him lighting it up.
5.5 rebounds.
Just out there, him and his stiff ass hips. It's so funny watching him move on an NBA court. And then our last one, Christian McCaffrey carries or Harrison Barnes total points. Barnes only turned in 10 points against Golden State, but Christian McCaffrey only 12 carries.
Oh.
You and I both had McCaffrey, so we're both winners there. I go 5-1. You go a perfect 6-0 in your debut for Mad Props. Congrats, man.
I don't know
very well done,
how I went
Very
6-0
well done.
because your Mad Props were awesome.
Thanks, man. We'll do them again Friday.
I love it.
Tap
Mad
in.
Props all the time.
We won't do we'll do them again Friday. We'll pick the Raider game though, instead of the Niners.
Oh,
that's how we'll do that.
Of course.
Yeah, that'll be easy. Raiders Lions tonight, by the way. You can listen to that right here. Coverage begins at 4:45 on ESPN 1320. I thought what Mike Brown said after the game about Harrison Barnes and his aggressiveness was really, really interesting. And I thought it spoke to a larger, I don't want to say problem, but it spoke to, I think the Kings wanted to beat Golden State really badly to the point that I think it got them out of their offense a little bit. Mike Brown was talking about how a lot of guys were just dribbling the air out of the ball and not moving it because I think everybody individually wanted to make a play. And I think that's part of the reason. And he said that's why Barnes isn't just going to go be aggressive to be aggressive. Like the ball just didn't swing to him. The ball didn't get to him. And I thought that was really, really interesting because I look at that and I watch Harrison Barnes in that game and I go, man, oof, like he didn't shoot it well. And it's just like, oh, but then, yeah, the opportunity wasn't there because it wasn't a scrambling defense and he's catching it on the wing and then putting the ball on the deck and getting to the rack. So that made me view Harrison Barnes a little bit different light from Friday's game.
Yeah. Well, I'm also going to point out like De'Aaron Fox is taking a lot of shots right now. Right.
Yes.
And I know like everyone's really excited. Of course, the injury, just to update the injury, De'Aaron Fox did avoid, according to a league source, it did avoid any major structural damage. He has a moderate sprain to his right ankle. He is not expected to miss a ton of time, maybe a week, maybe 2. So fingers crossed here that this thing is going to go pretty quickly. But the fact is that De'Aaron Fox right now is averaging 23.3 shots per game. Like what?
Honestly, good.
That's a lot.
I'm here for it.
He's averaging 8 threes per game. He's hitting 3.
Good.
He's shooting 37.5.
I'll take it.
But like, are you really all in on him averaging 31.3 points per game? Or would you like a better distribution of shots? Maybe, again, field goal attempts per game. Keegan Murray's at 14.3, 10 for Harrison Barnes, 12.3 for Domantas Sabonis. Monk is at 11.
I think it's going, bless you. I think it's going to even out eventually. But I think right now it's a little bit lopsided because you had in that game against Golden State, Fox shot it 28 times. Bless you. Fox shot it 28 times. But how many times did he shoot it in the fourth quarter? 13 shots in the fourth quarter.
I'm okay with that.
I think that got, but right. But I think that overall number got a little bit lopsided because he did shoot it so many times. And then last night, he had to, I thought, take over that game a little bit early. And you saw him be a little more assertive in the first half. And then he got hurt. That probably kept him from taking even more shots last night.
He probably would be over 25 a game right now. No, he would. He'd be over.
But you saw in the opener against the Jazz, he was more, I don't want to say passive because he was on the ball and it wasn't like he was disappeared, but Harrison Barnes was rolling. So it's like, hey, get it to Harrison Barnes. Right now, nobody is shooting it particularly great. So De'Aaron's just taking over, trying to get him back in the Warriors game, trying to fend off the Lakers. I think eventually you'll see that number come down just as a guy like Kevin Huerter kind of starts to get rolling.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Keegan Murray is right now he's shooting 34.5% from 3. He's just off by such a small smidgen. And Harrison Barnes, 46.2% from 3 right now. Domantas Sabonis, 40%. 1.7 attempts per game. I'm down with that.
I'd like to see that get to 3. 3 might be too high. I'd like to see like 2.5.
2.5. Okay.
2.5 a game is what I want.
As much as I want that, I want their the free throw numbers to be up higher. So like Sabonis needs to be around 6.5. He's at 5.3. Fox is at 7 right now. Harrison Barnes is down about 1.5 off his normal at 4. And Keegan Murray is at 2. He only took, I think it was 81 free throws last year.
Jeez.
That can't be the case if he's going to be this guy.
Yeah. That's
especially
the Warriors
he's a really
issue,
good shooter.
Where they just never get to the line because they spend so much time on the perimeter. Yeah, I think you're right. Being more attacking at the basket, trying to get to the line. That's going to be important. You mentioned the De'Aaron Fox injury. What do they do when De'Aaron Fox is out here for the next week or two? We'll talk about that on the other side. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
My goodness, Kyle, the show is almost over. How does this happen every day?
What did we do? What happened?
I said the show's almost over, Kyle. How does this happen every day? We turn around and it's over.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. JaVale McGee is currently shooting 75% from the field.
Bro, that stretch of plays last night where JaVale smokes the dunk, grabs the tip, grabs the rebound, like falling away, throws it at the rim, misses, and then runs down and tries to check Steph at the 3-point line.
Got in the way. got in the way.
Boy, did he.
That was Friday. There was like I don't even think it was 45 seconds of like full on Shackton moments. I was like, oh no, it got worse. It got worse. And then no.
He's the funniest player in the league.
Somebody call a timeout now. Call a timeout now, please. Nobody goes full JaVale.
Cousin Pete, what up, dog? Frank, I do. Yeah, it's a light little 170 miles round trip for me.
It just keeps going up because they keep blocking off roads. They're trying to stop Kyle from getting here.
They don't want me to be great.
They don't.
The 160 is open now, by the way. So I'm good to go. They're done with construction on it.
Don't ever let anyone tell you can't be great, Kyle.
The other night, Chatty House on the way home from the Kings game. And everybody in the chat, please, or everybody watching right now, please hit the like button, a little thumbs up. We'd appreciate that very much. And subscribe to the channel as well. That helps everybody here out, and we would appreciate it. So I'm driving back from the game the other night. Ended up staying the whole game. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll turn this off. Boop. There you go. So I'm driving home from the game the other night. It's like after 10 o'clock. And I'm cruising. I'm making great time. And it's a little after 11 o'clock. I'm like 20 minutes from home. Like this is good to go. Well, I forgot that 160, the main road I take home, was closed.
You text me. You're like,
so I get to 20
I took the wrong
minutes.
Road.
I get to 20 minutes from home. Road closed. I have to go all the way down on 12 to 5, and then take 5 all the way down to Stockton, and then hop on 4 and drive all the way through Stockton to get to Oakley.
I would have
It added an hour 10 to my commute.
I would have hit the gas and just.
I was so gassed because I'd been up since 3:30 a.m.
Oh yeah.
And it's midnight, and I'm sitting there on Highway 4 driving through stuff. Ugh.
It's been a little rough, Kyle.
It's a tough day for your boy.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Sports hot.
All right.
Now we're flying around over here. Flying around like it's De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
All right. Speaking of De'Aaron Fox, out 1 to 2 weeks with an ankle injury, avoided a major injury to that ankle. So that is all around good news for the Sacramento Kings. Let's just jump off here. what do you think the first move is to try and replace Fox?
Okay, so what Mike Brown has done in the past, and I'm going to stick with this because I believe that this is what Mike Brown will do here. I think Mike Brown is going to rely on Davion Mitchell to start games, especially this first game without any. Actually, like, look, let's say Fox misses the next three, so we've got Golden State, Houston, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like the matchup of De'Aaron Fox trying to slow down Steph Curry to open the game. And that's okay. And then when you come off the bench, go ahead and bring in Chris Duarte to try to D up Steph. And then if we get past the Golden State game, you go straight to Houston and you got Fred VanVleet. That's a strong matchup for Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell should be able to, like, Fred VanVleet isn't going to beat you with his speed and his quickness. He's just really solid and a really good player, but he's really solid and he's about the same size as Davion.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a good physical battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with that. And then I'm even okay. I like what I'm seeing from Chris Duarte. I will say
Me too.
this. Duarte comes in and brings an intensity. So I think when Davion Mitchell first started with the Kings, we felt the same way. Like, his first game was against Donovan Mitchell and ends up being like this epic Davion versus Donovan. Like, they're battling all the way, like this crazy. And you felt this energy that Davion brought on the defensive end. I'm not saying I don't feel that right now, but when Chris Duarte steps on the court, it's like, what in the, like, he plays like his hair is on fire.
Mm-hmm.
He's
a
like,
good defender.
He is so up and like in LeBron James's business.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, bro, like that. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will point out, as soon as he walks on the court, the Kings are in the penalty. And then as soon as you get to the second quarter and he's still in there, boom, Kings are in the penalty. It's not just him. He amps up everybody, and then we start getting all these stupid touch fouls. So
I get that, but I think it's way easier to scale that back.
Yes.
Than to try and find that. If they just loafed on defense all the time, you can't be like, hey, have more energy. You can say like, hey, let's scale back the physicality to a point. You know, so I'd way rather have that problem than the latter.
Yeah, he's averaging 4 personal fouls a game so far. Duarte is 4 per game.
In how many minutes?
And 18.3 minutes per game. So at this point, he's played, I don't know, 54 minutes, like quick math in my head. 55 if we count the 0.3. So yeah, he's right around that, and he already has 16 fouls. Oh no, 12 fouls. My bad. Yeah, so there's an intensity to him, but again, the Kings were in the bonus. They were in the penalty in the first quarter, in the second quarter, in the third quarter, and then in the fourth quarter, everyone's fouled out. So they got to a point where Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and De'Aaron Fox all had 4 fouls in the mid-third quarter, and they were cooked. The fact that they won this game without Fox and Sabonis, and some of the calls, man, you stop feeling bad for Anthony Davis when he gets hurt, because he's getting hurt because he flops on the deck all the time.
He hits the floor a lot.
All the time. And like at least 3 of them were intentional to get a foul call on Sabonis, even though they weren't fouls. Even the late one where Sabonis fouls out, I was going to ask Mike Brown about it in press conference last night, and we ran out of time. Like, why didn't you challenge that? Why didn't you challenge the Sabonis 6th foul? And I think it had to do with timeouts, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, because
that's probably why.
Because they had already had one review, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, the Lakers reviewed one.
The Lakers reviewed one.
Oh, okay.
So they should have had 2.
Because the new rule is, if you get your first challenge right, you can challenge a second time. But on the second challenge, you lose the timeout no matter what.
Actually, I think on the first challenge, you lose your timeout if you lose.
Correct.
And you don't get a second challenge.
Right.
On the second one, you lose a timeout no matter what.
Correct.
Right. So I still would have challenged it, because from what I could tell, they both went up for a rebound. There's marginal contact, right? But then Anthony Davis, like always, loses his balance And then he flung a leg out, and it looked like he hooked Sabonis trying to get the foul call. And so I would have challenged that for sure without any question because it's Sabonis. I mean, you're losing your dude.
Right.
And it's possible you could have either got a flopping flagrant or you could have got an offensive foul on Anthony Davis, and Davis was in foul trouble as well. But I've never seen anything like the disparity in free throws. But at the same time, like the Kings are trying to play physical and they're beating on people. Chris Duarte, he is beating on people. And I'm like, okay, like eventually you got to tone it back a little bit. But for right now, especially if Fox is going to miss time, you need Duarte to play 25 minutes a game. You do. And you need Monk to play 30 minutes a game.
I think this is the first time I've ever said this and not had to be part of a bit. Do you think Colby Jones becomes a factor at all? Or is it just more minutes for Davion Mitchell and Chris Duarte and they'll piece it together that way?
Well, I would say that last season when we saw De'Aaron go out for this, let's say, I think he played 73 games. So the 9 games, Matthew Dellavedova played in each of those games and he played 14 minutes. So I would not be surprised if the backup point guard, whoever that might be, whether it's Jordan Ford or whether it's Colby Jones, plays.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that there's a world in which Colby Jones takes a larger role as, maybe as a backup point guard alongside Monk, which Monk would actually be the point guard. But we'll have to wait and see.
What about that's to me the, I don't want to say obvious fix, but that to me is where you can maximize what the Kings are doing offensively while De'Aaron Fox is out. I'm not saying start Malik Monk, but maybe he checks in a little bit earlier than usual.
Yeah.
And you just let him run the point.
Yeah, but you're going to need, especially when you're playing against the first thing you're doing is you're playing against Steph Curry. You're going to need someone to set the table defensively early on.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah, that's going to be a primary thing. But I think, again, Malik Monk should be playing 30 minutes a night. You can make the argument that Malik Monk should be playing 30 minutes a night either way. But
Sure.
But if he is and Kevin Huerter's playing 30 or 28, you already have to steal 10 minutes from a different position. And that means that Davion's only playing 13 because he's backing up, De'Aaron. So like you start running into this problem of minutes like right away. Like you don't have minutes for Sasha Vezenkov because Keegan Murray can't slide over to the 3 because you're already still in minutes there. Yeah. They're already running into some of that. Like the minute distribution is a bit of an issue as of right now, but it's probably a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have because it's okay. Where do you put these players who fit and are playing well? How do you get them? It's not, hey, nobody's fitting or playing well. How do we distribute these minutes?
Yeah.
There's a pretty dramatic difference between those two things. I can't believe we've gotten this far without mentioning Kevin Huerter. But shout out to Kevin Huerter, who had a very nice game last night and hit the game ceiling 3.
He was awesome.
He was excellent. He did everything that we talked about. Like, get involved in ways that aren't just blazing away from 3, my guy. And that's what he did last night. It wasn't just him trying to get going from beyond the arc.
I told you the first 3 goes down, everything else will come into he'll fix everything else. The first 3 fell and it took the weight off his shoulders. And it wasn't, hey, the threes, the big 3 was huge. The 3 spectacular rebounds he had in the overtime session was the reason the Sacramento Kings won that game. I will go back and watch it. The reason they won the game was Kevin Huerter's 3 rebounds.
They had 5 rebounds in overtime. He had 3 of them.
Yeah, but they were stellar rebounds. There's one where he went up with one hand and ripped it down. And you're like, who is that?
But it's like good. Like he can affect games beyond just taking triple handoffs and shooting it.
It's a moment you realize that he's 6'7". You remember, oh, look, he's 6'7".
Right. That is a big dude. And he went out last night and you said it. It's not like he had the best shooting game of his career. He went 4 for 12 from the floor, 3 of 7 from 3. But of course, the big one at the end. But 7 boards, 4 assists, a couple of blocks, 12 points, like that.
There it is.
That's what they want. Like that's what they want from Kevin Huerter.
I agree.
Whether the shot's going or not is going to go up and down. can you continue to impact winning when the shot is not falling? He did it last night. And the shot fell. And to your point, I don't think it's a coincidence that those two things went hand in hand.
Yes.
I don't.
As soon as you hit the first shot, gives them the confidence, and confidence plays out all over the court.
We have to give away another $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. That's right.
We're
have
giving
away
to?
two today.
I'm loving it, Kyle. Let's give them away.
Yeah, we have another one to give away. That'll happen in the next segment. We will tell you who the player of the game was. There's a ton of options. We can figure that out, and we will tell you what the keyword is going to be. So we'll have some Kings Lakers, and then we'll finish up our 49ers Bengals talk, because the 49ers have gotten too much of my brain space, but there's still some more to say. So we'll do that on the other side as well. On the other side of the break, that is. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320.
Here's a stat line I would like to throw out there. Christian Wood, which is a horrific matchup for the Sacramento Kings. It is. Like there's no way around it. In all honesty, the Kings don't have a player like Christian Wood. And if they do, his name is Keegan Murray. And per Basketball Reference, his offensive rating last night was 257 versus a defensive rating of 115. Holy smokes, he ran like a plus 142 offensive rating versus defensive rating. I bring this up, Kyle.
Who are we talking about?
Christian Wood.
Okay.
I bring this up because guess what Austin Reeves' offensive rating was for last night?
Oh, I just looked at it. That's so funny.
Oh, my goodness. 41.
41 points per 100 possessions is insane.
That's bad. You are not good.
Hey, did you guys see John Hollinger call Josh Giddey a slob wizard?
What?
Yeah. Sideline out of bounds. And John Hollinger posted a highlight of a Josh Giddey pass on a sideline out of bounds play and said, Josh Giddey is a slob wizard.
I don't even know what that means.
And Giddey quote tweeted it and said, yo, slob wizard is insane.
I don't even know what that means.
So in Hollinger's context, it was he is a wizard at throwing sideline out of bounds passes.
Okay. That's not what
in the pause context, that is not what that means. Yeah, it's a wild thing to say.
That seems like a wild thing to say. Oh,
Ramsey asked me something. Sorry, Katrina and Ramsey, that I missed you guys at the game. I did not.
Twice.
I know I messed up, dog. What do you want from me, man?
I'm just saying.
I messed up. This is my fault. I'm taking full ownership. I was too overwhelmed. I forgot that I know I have a bunch of friends who cover the Warriors.
Oh yeah.
So I was overwhelmed by how many people I was seeing and getting to talk to. I was sitting at the table eating whatever those meatball things were. And there's this Nuggets like scout sitting at the table with me, right? Marcus Thompson walks by. It's a buddy of mine. He's been on my podcast. I know Marcus for a long time. And I go, Marcus, what's up, man? And nothing. He just keeps walking. And I'm like, this Nuggets scout is staring just through me the entire time. I'm like, I know him. That's my guy. I know. He's like,
I know him.
He's doing this face. He's like, he's a weirdo.
Santa.
Oh, 5 seconds. Here we go. One segment to go before we give way to D-Lo and KC. Tons of stuff to get to from the weekend, man. Kings Lakers, Kings Warriors we talked about, Niners Bengals, the Lions and Raiders tonight, the Raiders in Detroit. Coverage for that game starts 4:45 right here on ESPN 1320. That's kind of a sneaky big game for the 49ers. If they want to fancy themselves, I'm punting the 1 seed. They're not going to get the 1 seed.
Oh.
Because I don't think they're going to beat Philly, which puts them at 4 losses. And even if they win out, except for the Philly game, which I don't think they will. But even if they do, I don't think Philly is losing more than 4 games. So yeah, Philly's good, dude.
They
Philly's
are.
really
They're
good.
starting to roll.
But if the Niners want to be in that 2 seed conversation, they're going to need the Lions to start losing some games. So the Niners would take a Raiders win tonight. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Seahawks won yesterday. Cowboys won. Eagles won. Niners now the 6th seed in the NFC and 2nd in the NFC West.
Oof.
That's a bad stretch of games, man.
Yeah, that's what they played like, though. Without any
They're
question.
terrible.
Yeah.
They've been really, really bad.
Yeah.
It's just baffling. It's totally baffling. It looks like a completely different team than the one from the first 5 weeks. You want to give away this gift certificate now?
Let's do it.
Wait? Who should be the player of the game? Because we have options here. Let's pick this right now.
Okay, so I do my 6 quick thoughts, which we're not.
We didn't do the quick thoughts today.
We didn't do 6 quick thoughts.
My fault.
Well, because we have so much to talk about.
We told D'Lo and Casey we're taking their first hour, so we'll do that in the noon hour.
We'll just steal their hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if we were to go through the 6 quick thoughts, when a player does something special, I will sometimes call them by their nickname. So in game 1, Harrison Barnes, Black Falcon.
Sure.
Right. So that's how you lead the 6 quick thought on Harrison Barnes. When Kevin Huerter decides to show up and become Red Velvet, then you call him Red Velvet. And for me, Kevin Huerter, talk about just like a moment where, wow, the Giants are sending defensive lineman Leonard Williams to the Seahawks for a 2024 second round pick and a 2025 5th round pick.
That's what I was just looking at,
according to Tom Pellisario.
Damn.
Yeah. So to finish my thought on renowned Giants fan Kevin Huerter, which he is.
That's a great segue by you. Look at you, Radio Pro, man. I love this.
Spectacular Giants fan.
Mm-hmm.
New York sports fan right there. Kevin Huerter found himself in a game. And we've been waiting for it because it wasn't just the first 2 games of the season. It was the entire preseason where he was out of it. And I blame a little bit of it on the competition, which he didn't think was coming. Like, he didn't understand that was going to be a possibility, I think, just personally. I think he walked into training camp not knowing that there was even like a really far off chance.
They were going to run it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he read everything, and everyone said they're going to run it back, and then all of a sudden, Chris Duarte is coming for his job, and he's like the lone guy who's getting singled out as a bad defender, and he's like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So to see him have the rebounds, have the assists, some of his assists to Domas were spectacular, like watching it back. NBA TV has been playing the game while we've been on the show all morning long. But some of the assists, the blocks, the big block late in the game, like, I love it. All of these things, for me, Kevin Huerter deserves a Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game.
Okay. I'm trying to think of arguments for somebody else. Domas was fine. He was good. Keegan Murray had a good game. 17 points, 8 boards, 5 assists. You love the 8 boards from Keegan Murray, by the way. Malik Monk, of course, the huge overtime. He finished with 22 points, 3 boards, and 3 assists. Yeah. I think, look, here's I'm going to rock with Huerter here.
Okay.
I'm going to rock with you on this. Because you're more rational on it. I've been very critical of Huerter. I was critical of him in the postseason, and then through the preseason, and for the first couple regular season games. This is what you want to see from him. And the fact that even though he went 3 for 7 from 3, that's a good night. But it wasn't like he went, 5 of 6 or 9 of 11. Like, it was a solid night, but he impacted the game in so many other ways. And then cashed a huge 3. I'm there. And like you said, a couple blocks. Yeah. Give me Kevin Huerter. And give me Velvet.
Velvet. See,
that's our keyword.
Our keyword is Velvet. So go to ESPN1320.com click on the link that says Jiffy Lube. Go do that right now. Like while we're all sitting here, we're all hanging out. Go right now to ESPN1320.com. Click on the Jiffy Lube tab and throw in the word velvet. That is what we're going with today, because people bring up Malik Monk, 11 points in the fourth quarter. I mean, in the overtime. Malik Monk was spectacular. We got to see playoff Malik show up late, and it was when Fox went out of the game. So
Yeah.
Malik Monk has been playing himself into a rhythm. You can see it.
Yep.
You can see him like finding JaVale McGee on the lobs and starting to like piece it together. The assist numbers have been great. He's showing that he can do something different. There's a different side to him, but I still think that Kevin Huerter is the guy. So velvet is the word.
There you go. ESPN1320.com. Hit that Jiffy Lube link, enter the word velvet. Our first word was swipa, if you didn't get in on that one. De'Aaron Fox was our player of the game, our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game for Friday's game. So we're giving away 2 $100 gift certificates. So if you missed that, swipa was the first one, and then the second one was velvet. Get in there, win a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube, and tell them that James and Kyle sent you.
There it is.
You're welcome.
Kyle, who won the first one?
The first player of the game?
No, the first contest. We did have a contest winner.
Oh yeah, we did. Shout out to Jackie and Promotions for sending me the winner. I have her email here somewhere.
Yeah.
Marcus Rodriguez. Shout out to Marcus.
There we go.
For winning the first Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. Marcus Rodriguez. $100 gift certificate.
Yeah, it's awesome.
To Jiffy Lube. Very dope. Love that. Love that for our guy. I think the most impressive part, there were so many impressive things about the Kings, because look, if I told you this before the game, here's what's going to happen. If I told you this before Kings Lakers, Anthony Davis is going to have 30, 16, and 2 with 2 steals and 3 blocks. He's going to go 11 of 22. LeBron James is going to go 27, 15, and 8 in 39 minutes, 11 of 19 from the field, 3 of 8 from 3. D'Angelo Russell is going to have 17 points with 9 assists. De'Aaron Fox is going to turn his ankle and have to be carried off the court at the end of the game. If I had told you all of those things,
Domantas Sabonis is going to foul out.
That's a very good. Yes, Domantas Sabonis is going to foul out. You're going, man, what a disaster, right? But they go in and they find a way to win a game that the Lakers wanted. This wasn't a LeBron played 25 minutes and loafed his way through the game, and Anthony Davis didn't have a good first quarter, and so he took the rest of the game off, and the Kings just, cruised to a victory. No, this is a game the Lakers were very much trying to win. And I think they got pretty close to LA's best punch. And they still beat him in overtime.
Yes.
With Domantas Sabonis in foul trouble. De'Aaron Fox is in foul trouble as well, by the way.
Keegan Murray, foul trouble. Davion Mitchell, foul trouble. Chris Duarte, foul trouble. Well, Chris Duarte lives in foul trouble.
Our guy.
He needs a shirt, just hashtag foul trouble.
Yeah, Duarte had 3, but yeah, De'Aaron had 5, Davion had 4, Keegan Murray had 4. Yeah, so they dealt with so much adversity and beat a Lakers team that, like I said, not only trying to win, but played really, really well. And I was very impressed by that.
Yeah.
Because that's a ton of adversity to deal with in one game. And they did it at home, where they've struggled to defend home court over the last couple of years.
Yeah. And shout out to the fans. And I'm going to say this, Kyle. I don't mind, I don't want the arena to be overtaken, right? Because we've had that. There was that situation last year where the Lakers fans overran the stadium. But I still if there's there's probably 4,000, maybe 5,000 fans that were wearing yellow last night, Laker fans, right? And anytime the Lakers scored a basket, it got noisy, right?
Yeah, it did.
I'm okay with that. This is LeBron James' 21st season. If you have not, as a Laker fan, got out to see LeBron James, or as an NBA fan in general, if you haven't had the opportunity to go see him live, go get yourself a ticket. Get your kid a ticket. This is if you could go back and go buy a ticket to see Michael Jordan play, you would have done it.
Immediately.
You would have done it. And you would have been like, oh my gosh, I did get to see him play. There are players that you need to go see play. This is one of them, and he's almost out of time, and so I highly recommend. And I don't care. Again, if there are some Lakers fans in the building, good, all right, that's fine. Like, see your guy.
Your team should be, and I think we saw this on Friday. There were plenty of Warriors fans in Golden One Center, but it was end of the game when the Kings started making a comeback. Very loud. There was no question about whose home arena you were in.
Yeah,
and that's really the goal. Like, you're never going to eradicate all fans from your, or all opposing fans from your arena. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and the light the beam chants came a little early. They were a little early again, but people
they worked though.
They did get to see the beam. They got to see the beam lit, and that's cool.
I still haven't, by the way. I'm 0-2.
Ooh, okay.
If I lose the next one, if I lose whatever the next game I'm going to is, and I haven't even gotten it on the calendar yet,
and it's a jinx.
I think I'm done.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to not go anymore. Or do I keep going to try and power through it?
I think you might have to power through.
Okay. Oh boy. Maybe I'll go, but like watch like in Doko. I'll just go grab a seat outside.
Okay.
And watch from down there.
I got you.
Okay. Here. I was gonna. Eric Armstead had 2 sacks yesterday. Good job. George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk, big games. Juwan Jennings, 33 routes, no targets. We talked about all that. You brought up something that I need to speak with you about. Because I think that you're one of the only people in my life who I talk to on a daily basis who would be a good gauge of this. Who do I need to go see in the NBA?
What player?
Who are players that I need to go see that are on that LeBron level of, man, you get an opportunity to go see this guy, go watch him. So here's who I've gotten down. I've got Luka.
Okay.
I've got Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
I have LeBron. I have Kevin Durant. Obviously, I have Steph in them. Who else is in that mix for you? I have Kawhi and Paul George.
Okay, so
I've not seen Giannis yet.
For me, it's more select. Like, it's Giannis. You need to see Giannis live.
Okay.
I don't think you need to see Jokic live. I don't think anyone needs to see Luka live. Because when you watch Luka live, you have a new appreciation for how he does not stop complaining from start to finish.
Here's where I was, because they played Golden State in the conference finals a couple years back. And I was always very pro. I'm like, this guy is a stud. Like, and then you go watch him, and when you're there to watch LeBron, it's like you are just following LeBron, right? Like, if that's your purpose to go to the game, you're going to watch LeBron the whole time.
Yeah.
And so I'm going, man, it's my first time seeing Luka. This is super exciting. You know, it's obviously a playoff game. I'm like, I'm going to watch. He just doesn't stop. It's just incessant.
Unbelievable.
It's like, holy crap.
Any moment that he can get in an official's ear, he is in his ear. And I'll say the same thing. Like, watching Draymond Green for me is like, again, it's a
lot of chirping.
I will not take anything away from him like the success he's had and everything else. I think he's a Hall of Famer without any question. Dude.
Extremely annoying.
He deserves 5 technicals every single game. Every single game I've ever watched him play, 4 is a minimum. 5 is like standard.
The bar that the officials set for him is unbelievably high.
It's so high. And then Harrison Barnes chirped at an official one time and didn't even drop a profanity, and he got a tee. And you're like, you can't tee him when that other guy is on the court, like, at all. So, you know, covering DeMarcus Cousins forever, DeMarcus used to say, how come I keep getting technicals? And it's like, well, you know, or hey, come on. So I go over to his locker. He's like, did I deserve that tech? And I'm like, dude, I didn't think you deserved it that time, but the previous 5 possessions, you were yelling at that guy. So it was an accumulation thing. And he goes, okay, that's fair. And then the other thing he would say is, hey, how come you always write about my technical fouls? And I said, I'll make you a deal. You stop getting technicals, I'll stop writing about them. Like, everything has to have context, man. It is. It's that simple. And he just smiled. He's like, I'm like, that's not going to happen, right? No, it's not going to happen.
Draymond got a tech one time for yelling at James Wiseman.
And it's his own teammate.
Yeah. And it's like, that's because he was cursing out James Wiseman, and the ref thought he was cursing him out to the ref. And it's like, yeah, that's a dumb tee, but how many times has he not gotten teed up when he should have? Like, they owe him some.
Okay, so to get back to your question,
Giannis is the
Giannis.
number one player in the league that I have never watched that I would like to go watch.
Yes, so I would say Giannis, I would say LeBron, and I would say Steph. Outside of that, I don't even like. I don't know that you need to see.
I'm gonna go see
KD.
Wembanyama.
Well, okay, and then Wemby. Okay,
Yeah.
And then if I go back, like the previous generation, Shaq and Kobe, of course.
Sure.
But the other one is kind of strange. If you ever got the opportunity to see Yao Ming play, oh my goodness, that was the largest human being. If you could just Google right now, if you're out there, if you're not driving, just Google Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming, and you will see how big Yao Ming was. Holy cow. Incredible. So, and as far as teams, like I always would say, like during their heyday, go see a Spurs team to appreciate greatness, like consistent, like I like going to restaurants that are consistently every time you walk in, there isn't a bad thing on the menu, and the food is always good every single time you go in. That's why I go back to specific restaurants. It's because of consistency. Right. That is the San Antonio Spurs in a nutshell. During their heyday for 20 years, every single night they were great, and they like in every game, fighting every game. That would, so those are things that I would say go see.
Do I need to go see Jason Tatum?
No.
Okay. I've already seen him. Never mind. I've seen Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
He could get to that point.
When is Wemby here?
Oh
my God. February 22nd?
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, but then he's here March 7th as well.
Okay.
Both Thursdays.
Huh. Yeah.
No, all right. Yeah, Kevin Durant, to me, in his prime, was a player that you needed to go see.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he was, it's just so different watching him. I went to a playoff game in that 2016 series, OKC and Golden State, and prime Russell Westbrook with prime Kevin Durant. Seeing a player of his build do what he did on a basketball court was fascinating.
It always comes back to this too with me. There's a moment in Sonic Skate where they have a poet that they go to all the time, a writer, and he says to go out and watch Ray Allen play basketball and to watch somebody who is literally the greatest at one specific thing in the world every single night. It's something special. And that's what I feel with Steph. If you can get a ticket to go see Steph, watch it, because what he does, I've covered so many games. I don't even know what the number is I've covered, whether it's like covering Warriors, covering Kings, going all the way to the finals, like being at game sevens. There is nothing like Steph. And I don't know if there ever will be, but what he does on a basketball court is so genius all the time.
It's ridiculous.
You can hate him because he beats your team.
Sure.
But if you can't respect what he does on a basketball court and be in awe of it, then you're not watching for the right reason.
That's honestly why I rock with Kings fans so heavy, is because I know so many kids, Chatty House, Twitter, in my personal life, who are like, I hope Steph Curry retires tomorrow.
Yep.
But also, damn. Like,
every
what are you going to do?
Time you're just like, I cannot believe he just did that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, it is so, and to watch him run and run and run and run, like he is not waiting.
Never stops moving.
It is incredible. He creates so much space for his entire team just by the way that he sprints around the court. It's just incredible to watch.
Yeah, the Kings face the Warriors again on Wednesday. I didn't realize they have them again in late November.
Oh, yeah. No, 3 times in the first month of the season. There's one of the rebounds with 3:05 in the overtime session. Kevin Huerter rips it down, takes it to the basket, bricks a layup, but goes to the free throw line. It's 1 of 2. But that was one of those great rebounds, like spectacular, and good for him.
You good?
Yeah. Sorry, it's on. I told you it's on. My guy, Kevin.
Code Velvet at ESPN1320.com under the Jiffy Lube contest. Enter the code Velvet to win a $100 for your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Shout out to Kevin Huerter, dog.
Shout out to Kevin Huerter.
Is Malik Monk the guy who needs to step up with De'Aaron Fox out? I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it was more lineups and stuff. Is Malik Monk the guy you're looking to kind of make up for what they're going to lose offensively?
Yeah, because he's De'Aaron Fox light.
Yeah,
He
I
is.
agree.
He has the
And you just
ability to
can't-
be that.
And I think trying to put that on, you're not going to put it on Davion Mitchell. And,
No,
I don't think you're putting it on Keegan Murray to say, hey, Keegan, go shoot it 19 times a game.
Davion has to be better, no question.
Sure.
But Malik Monk is a dude who, like, his skill set is very similar to Fox. The only difference is he's a much, much better passer.
Yeah, he's going to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, he's a much better passer. Like, not to disrespect De'Aaron, like, Monk has an ability to, like, set up his teammates. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, I think I agree for the most part. But I would like, that said, I would like to see Keegan Murray take advantage and be more aggressive offensively. Like I said, I don't think it's in his DNA to shoot it like 20 times.
No.
But I would like to see him get more than like 13 or 14 shots up.
Yeah.
That's just, the three is going to start going down at a higher clip. What'd you say he was at? 37%?
34.6 or something. Yeah.
So you're gonna start to see that number start to come up. And I think the way he gets there is just by continuing to shoot.
Yeah.
Continuing to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially off the bounce.
Yeah. I totally agree. So it's going to be a wild week or so while we're watching, De'Aaron Fox sit on the sidelines. But,
man,
it's okay. Like,
but
especially the Houston games, like,
that's just the thing is, okay, so we talked about this earlier, Golden State, but then you have 2 against Houston, you get the Blazers, and those are your next 3 games, and then you're at November 10th, which is 2 weeks out. So,
yeah,
and that's against Oklahoma City and then Cleveland.
Yeah, it's good. Like, I think they can survive this stretch. And again, like the Kings, this is what everyone talked about. How do you do if there's an injury? Yep. How do you recover? How do you play?
Yep. Now you're here.
If you get beat by Golden State, that's okay. You got beat by Golden State last week with Fox. So let's see what you look like now.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Now I'm fascinated by Wednesday now. I can't wait to see what that looks like. 30 seconds here. Raiders at Lions tonight. Do the Raiders swing an upset?
No.
Nah, I don't think they do.
I don't think so
I think this has a chance to be ugly. I think the Lions are going to want to bounce back, and it might be tough for our guys in silver and black. Coverage of that one begins at 4:45 right here on ESPN 1320. But first, D'Lo and KC are coming up next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Plenty of Kings Warriors, Kings Lakers, Niners Bengals. I can't wait to hear what KC has to say about his San Francisco 49ers. That's coming up next. D'Lo and KC. We're the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube at ESPN 1320.
Thanks, guys. We got a ton of people in here. Thumbs up for us. And yeah, I did get to I got to hang out with Ramsey and Katrina.
I'm jealous. I messed up.
They enjoyed the fact that James off the air talks like a sailor.
Yeah, dude, you curse a lot.
A lot.
Anyways.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I need to let Jesse in. Goodbye, everybody. Appreciate y'all. See you tomorrow. Anybody who's in here now, by the way, who doesn't pop in for our show, we're 10 to noon. Come hang out with us. All right. See you.
Guy. Another day, another dollar.
That was fun.
Hey, I was cooking, man. I was listening to you guys on the way in.
Super fast. Yeah, so we did got confirmation on all the Fox stuff.
About a week or so.
Hammer. What's up, man?
A lot. Oh, I got it.
Practice.
No practice. So, Fox, maybe a week, maybe 2. They're gonna have a tough time not getting him to fly to Houston because that's his hometown.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I would think that they would not have brought him on the trip. What is that? They don't play again until next Sunday, right? Wednesday, Saturday, and then Monday.
So it's a little time.
Yeah.
Like,
We say a week. I don't. That seems. I got you.
just 2 victory games.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
All right. See you guys at 3.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
I am going back home. I might get a nap in. I might get a podcast in. Oh yeah.
Well, those are 2 very different things, James.
I might do both, and then I'll see you guys at 3.
All right, man. Ew.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, I see you, Malik.
There go that man.
I see you, Malik.
Mama, there go that man.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Come on, man. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? Hold up. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Kings get a dub yesterday. We're going to talk about
Wait
it.
a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
Hey.
Now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beam now.
Yo.
Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
Shout out our man Young Zell right there. We welcome you in here to the Monday, October 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
You know what it is. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here with you, man. Plenty to talk about today. A couple of games from the Sacramento Kings. The 49ers lose their 3rd straight game.
Hey, we talked about it. I was 48 minutes away from not being here.
Oh, man. It was cool. Yeah, it was good.
48 minutes away from Greeny all day, every day.
Here's what it was. We had talked about this at the game yesterday. We both couldn't be here. I couldn't deal with you for 7 hours if the Kings had lost 2 to the Warriors and the Lakers, and the 49ers had lost their 3rd straight. So we had either come to an agreement. You weren't going to come in, or neither of us were going to come in.
It was quite literally almost the worst Sunday of all time.
But it wasn't. And it wasn't because of...
Thank God for the Kings.
Thank God for De'Aaron Fox. Number 5, man. What a performance from De'Aaron. Hey, we'll get to Malik, Kevin Huerter. We'll get to the Mike Brown, Keegan Murray exchange. We'll get to all of that. But, man, that game was all about De'Aaron Fox. Of course, we learned today from Mark Spears and a variety of different people. Of course, our man James Ham as well, that X-rays reveal it's, nothing, quote, too serious. Ankle sprain. Mark Spears even said there's a source that believes he may be out a week. Of course, they've got the Warriors coming up on Wednesday, who I guess just own the Kings. I don't know what to. I couldn't figure out why I felt this way until Friday night. Because it was like it was a 7-game series. Like why does this feel so lopsided? Well, they won game 3, 4, 5, and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Then they won 2 preseason games.
Mm-hmm.
And then they won that regular season game. They've won 7 of the last 8 times they've played.
Yeah, well, if you want to extend it even further back,
I don't want to extend it further. I want to stop right there. It's too much.
They've won 10 of 11.
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. Wait, how is that possible?
They went 3 and 4 against them in the season last year.
Yeah, but that can't be 10 of 11 because they won.
They've won 10. You said they won
7.
Yeah,
but it's not 10. It's 7. They've lost 7 of the last 8
you
games.
said they've lost. I thought you said the Warriors won 7.
It's no, the Kings have lost 7 of the last 8 games.
Right. So the Warriors have won.
Can you just let that stat live? Can you not try to expand this and make it worse?
You're talking about
they've lost
them.
7 of the last 8 games. That's enough. It doesn't need to be made anymore. They've lost 7 of the last 8. That's bad enough. That's terrible. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of Steph's sorry ass. Why don't you retire?
I'm done with Steph.
Why don't we chip in and get him a watch? Just go away. Go live your life. Go open a restaurant or focus on the Curry brand. Just go away.
I'm done with Steph. That's the crazy thing because that's all that really beats you is Steph Curry. Nobody else does anything with the Warriors.
And they got him and we don't.
And
it was Steph
and
versus De'Aaron.
Every time Steph finds a way to get it done. So
every time. One of the greatest players we've ever seen.
They play him on Wednesday. We'll see what happens on Wednesday. Then they play him like 2 weeks later.
Well, Wednesday, I'm already declaring Wednesday don't count.
No, you counted preseason games for whatever
I don't
reason.
care. I'm not counting. It doesn't
Steph
count.
didn't even play in one of those.
I don't care. It doesn't count. It only counts when I determine it counts. And Steph is one of the greatest players of all time. LeBron James is one of the greatest players of all time. And he might be doing a little bit too much deferring, but that's for a Lakers station to discuss and not a Kings station.
In Ireland, you guys talking about it.
Yeah, there you go. That was all about De'Aaron Fox and how incredible he was in the fourth quarter for the second straight game. 38 points in the fourth quarter in the last 2 games. Twist the ankle. The arena shuts down. Everyone's hearts drop. And then the camera catches him. You probably didn't know this. The camera caught him coming back to the bench, and the camera's just focused dead on him when he looks at Mike and goes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Well, the crazy thing about that is they put it on the screen.
Oh, you could see. Oh, I'm fine. Oh,
I'm fine. They put him walking back in on the screen.
So you could feel you could hear the energy pick up a little bit, and then as that man walks to the table, they went nuts.
The roof went off that building when they had him walking through the tunnel. They went crazy for De'Aaron coming back because it was a real exciting play. Like De'Aaron, it was like a lot of high energy, fast break. De'Aaron goes for a layup. He misses it.
Keegan Murray put
back and one. I think it was going to put him up by 1 or something like that. Place went crazy. And then they realized, De'Aaron still ain't gotten up. And then everybody's quiet.
Yeah.
And, he goes back to the locker room and there's a little bit of applause for that. And, people are still just kind of worried, and they show him coming back on the Jumbotron, walking through the tunnel. Place erupts. He checks in. It erupts even more. I had a Ken Epiphany, if you like to say. I don't even think it's that big of a deal. But this is De'Aaron Fox's city. There is a love affair with De'Aaron Fox that we saw to a certain degree. Now, there's championships involved, but you saw it to a certain degree with Steph in the Bay Area, with Dame in Portland, with Ja in Memphis when he was doing his thing. That's here. I felt there was a little bit, people were a little bit hesitant. There was a little bit of a movement, and I don't mean this to talk about anybody or pit anybody against each other or whatever. It's not that. But there was a little bit of a Sabonis is the reason. Sabonis is the Fox is king in this city. This is 5 city. This is his team. That's his arena. It's 5. And we saw it. Remember when he broke his finger in game 5 played and they had the intros and introduced Fox, and I turned to you and I was like, that might be the loudest ovation I've ever heard for him. It kind of, getting to the playoffs, seeing him perform in the playoffs, and now having him now the way he's playing. They love this man in this city. There is a love affair between Sacramento and De'Aaron Fox. It was on display last night.
Indeed, it was, and he is everything to the Sacramento Kings and the Sacramento Kings fans. And the performance he put on last night, as much as a third game of the season can be legendary, that's going to be legendary for De'Aaron Fox. 37 points in last night's game, 8 assists, 1 badly sprained ankle. Can't lie though, I was slightly relieved when they showed the replay, because it was like, okay, it's an ankle sprain, because he goes down and he's not really grabbing anything. He's positioned against the basket.
Yeah.
So he's like, he's moving around and he's kind of like he's pinned basically against the basket. And you can see he's talking to the trainer and he's pointing, and the trainer's not sure what side to go on. And then that's when they cut to the replay, and Mark goes, you could see it right here, steps on, I can't remember, Tony, I can't remember whose foot it was, steps on someone's foot, and you just see it roll up. And it was like, all right, it's just his ankle. It's like, okay, that sucks.
Right.
But it's just his ankle. If he's Kirk Cousins this joint and he's hopping to the bench, all right, that's a problem, because that might mean it's broke.
Right.
If he moves, then that's we could deal with this. And he did, and he starts walking, and it's tough, and you can see like he's grimacing. I couldn't believe he came back. And to ride that adrenaline for as long as he did, because there's no way he was getting by on anything other than adrenaline and heart.
Yeah.
For him to not only gut out the rest of it's not, with all due respect, he wasn't Willis Reed. He didn't come out there and make an inspirational layup. Like he was impactful in the Kings, winning that game, and that game going into overtime in the early moments of overtime.
Yeah, absolutely, man. He was still playing, still going out there getting buckets, came back, hit the big shot over AD, hit a 3 over him. Once again, the crowd goes crazy on that, and he was gutting it out. I was having a conversation with somebody last night. I said, man, it's dude Fox, man, he's gutting it out, man, because he's in pain. He's hurting. And then, I told that person afterwards, it's like, look, I'm glad they got him out of there, man, because he was hurting. He was hurting, and they didn't even plan to have him in there. He just he just came out there himself.
Yeah, that's what Mark Jones said last night. He just walked out. He wasn't going to play. He just walked out onto the court.
Yeah, but it was clear. The overtime, I thought, was the worst thing in the world for this team.
Yeah,
they ended up winning it, but I was like,
yeah.
Oh, I did not feel good.
I love Keegan's shot. I love the play. I love everything
shot.
at the end of the game. I thought it was I thought De'Aaron did everything. That's why you have a De'Aaron Fox, right? You drew the whole defense to him. You left a really, really good 3-point shooter open, took the shot, and just didn't hit it.
Front rim.
Didn't hit it. It's all right. That's all right. But the Kings go on to win that in large part because of Keegan Murray, in large part because of Malik Monk.
Yes.
And welcome back, Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Kevin Huerter had a stat line last night. Boy, Kevin Huerter was the talk of pregame. Not to kill the bit, I was having an extensive conversation with Mark Jones before the game.
And he told me, he's like, yeah, that guy D'Lo. He said, who are you, KC? He said, I was just talking to D'Lo.
That's major cap, but again, not to kill the bit. But it was just like, yo, just someone just tell him he's fine. Keep shooting, keep doing your thing, find other ways to contribute. And man, he did. Like he hit a couple of threes that were huge. I'm sorry, Kevin Huerter was blocking shots last night.
Blocking shots.
He's rebounding the basketball.
The rebound.
Yeah.
Kevin Huerter, big time rebounds at the end of that game. He's playing his ass off, man.
We'll talk
He's playing his ass off.
about all of that.
Yeah, man.
Designated Drake bars when the Kings play the Lakers.
Yeah.
We've got that coming up. We'll talk a little bit about Friday night as well. We'll get to football in time. James Ham will be back with us in the final part of the show. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Got a condo around my waist, and girl, I'm cashing out. Round with that Nina.
It's the Insiders. I love that show. Yo, hit the thumbs up, please, while you're here. I know I'm gonna start saying that more, not to get on everybody's nerves, but obviously King season's here. There's a lot of people watching, so if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, that would be absolutely amazing. If you're not a subscriber yet, man, become one. We'll talk about this on the show. I'm gonna starve this. I don't want you to. I'm gonna star this. I'm gonna star this, so we could talk about it during the show. So we'll get to that. Man, Janet was amazing. I was looking out for you, Michigan. You know, I know you were in. I thought I was in 103. I was actually in 102. I was scanning your area as best I could, man. Shout out to everybody who was at the venue. Saw some D-Lo and KC hoodies there, man. Very appreciative of that.
That's what's up.
Shout out to everybody who's tapping in. We talked about the game with a number of people because when we were walking in, about a little before 8, Kings were up like 10. So everybody was riding high. It was like, hey, we're up 10. We're up 10.
Man.
Let's go. Let's go.
Man. That was they could have won that game, man. That was frustrating.
Bro, they will be broken. Oh, this is the moment Hollinger's been waiting for, bro. They will be broken. Broken. Y'all leave my man Michigan alone, man. Stop it. He ain't that old. Y'all leave Michigan alone.
You see Courtside Kenny was on TV?
Oh, yeah. I got tagged in 4,000 pictures.
Come on, man.
That's tough.
As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about that when we get back.
Yeah.
What did we talk about?
No, we're going to talk about it.
First time the guy's there, too.
I ain't even really nothing to talk about, man. We just watching the game, man. That's all we doing. We're just watching the game.
I saw you yelling at CP3.
I had a nice conversation with CP3. Respect both sides, man. Respect both sides at the end of the day. Yeah. Got a condo around my wrist, and girl, I'm cashing out. Well, you know, it was an intense game. What you talking about, man? I had to be out there. You know what I'm saying? I told you I'm gonna be Spike Lee in this joint. They just sitting there eating popcorn.
I assure you, Miles, I did not miss it. I did not miss it.
They're gonna be sitting there eating popcorn. I'll be out there. Somebody there was some side conversations going on in text message that night with the big boss, and what she was texting you and your responses was hilarious.
Hey, before we dive back into the Lakers game, let's go back to Friday just for a minute. Not necessarily Friday, the result of the Warriors game, which we'll talk about that game.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty there to talk about outside the Warriors just owning the Sacramento Kings. But we all learned, like, you can't really deny it anymore. Courtside Kenny's a real thing. You was all over TV in your D-Lo and KC hoodie and your 49ers hat. Like, everybody saw it. But that's not the part that was funny. You see, I'm out in Lincoln watching Janet Jackson.
Third row.
I'm having the time of my life, and I get a text message from our boss, who takes a picture of Mr. Caraway standing up in his seat, scolding officials.
Well, they needed it.
So
They were horrendous.
So now I want everybody who's looking at this picture to like process what's happening. Our boss, the regional vice president of our company, is sitting behind Kenny.
No, it's
No.
It's more to the side than it is behind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Look at this picture again.
Well,
she's sitting behind Kenny. Now, so I get this with the caption.
Trick.
Kenny telling the refs what's up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yep. Now let's go to a different text message I got.
What? Why are there more text messages?
This from a mutual friend who's not in the media.
Why are there more text messages?
This came through at 8:06 p.m. Bro, there needs to be a camera on KC during this game. This is crazy. It's game 7 of the finals.
Hey, man, look.
Another text message.
Wait a minute. What the hell's going on here? First of all, why are you checking your phone while Janet Jackson?
I wasn't checking them while Janet Jackson was performing. I got all of these well into the evening. Bro, your boy is wild.
I think I know who that is. I saw him on the way out.
One more text message. Hey, I think Casey might get tossed.
Oh, no.
Bam. I can't leave you alone one night.
Hey, man. First of all, the rest they were bad. They were bad. Number 22.
Oh,
you stink.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I ain't appreciate all that.
Yep.
And also, I had a very, very nice conversation with CP3. It was all good. It may look a certain way, but me and CP3, we had a nice conversation.
Yeah.
Back and forth, respect on both sides. That's my man, CP. You know, he showed love. Andrew Wiggins as well. Sure. You know, so they all know it's competition. That's all it is. It's competition.
Yeah, so what about when Chris Paul was pointing at you saying one more time and he got to go? What about that time?
I don't know who that was. That wasn't me.
Okay.
I don't know. Because me and CP, that's my boy.
That's your guy.
I was gonna say, though, can you imagine like watching the Kings game on TV and CP3 is like to the ref, like, hey ref, like come here, like, and he's walking the ref to the sideline and he's pointing, and it's just Kenny right there, camera just deadpan to Kenny, like, yeah, get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Doing this.
Hey man, look, man, you know, just it was a nice game, nice atmosphere, met some nice people. Yeah, man, I had to let them know though. All right, you guys already know what it is. Like, especially when it's the Kings. If it was like I don't know, Warriors versus Pistons, yeah, I'll probably sit there like, you know, Jay-Z, like J. Cole or something like that, and just chill, whatever the case may be. No big deal, you know, I'm just at the game. If it's the Kings, I already told you guys, thought I was playing. I'm Spike Lee. I'm Spike Lee. It's as simple as that when it comes to the Kings, because it needs some better representation.
Well, how many brownies did you? Nah, never mind. Let's just keep it moving. That was a fun series of text messages.
You can't deny courtside Kenny ever again. Too.
Yeah, you can't.
Like game one, first home game, you're out there on TV. It's done.
Yeah, I got text messages myself. I got my you know, the guy in our group chat last night.
Oh, dude, the guy in our group chat last night was bugging. The guy in our group chat last night was bugging.
He was
that dude.
hiding.
We was getting a podcast through text message. I was like, come on, man, you can't be. We ain't gonna say who for now. We ain't gonna say who, but this person hits us with, y'all should have traded Sabonis. All right, bro, let's go with that. For who? Had to ask 4 times.
I don't know. Somebody would have been available.
Then this dude said Sengun. Like, all right, dude, you're not serious. You're not being serious. I'm not talking to you anymore. Like, we're killing this conversation.
Sengun.
Y'all are being ridiculous.
Stop, bro. Stop.
Absolutely ridiculous.
But yeah, he texts me. Hey man, sit your ass down.
Yeah, bro, you was everywhere.
Well, I didn't know.
You
I didn't
was
know
like
what
the sixth king on the court.
I didn't know what it was gonna look like. I just was there, but apparently I was right there.
You was right there
didn't
In
realize.
HD.
in 4K for some people.
Mm.
Spectacular, absolutely
Kings
spectacular.
should have got the win though. It would have been. I might have would have gotten thrown out if they won.
It was.
been talking
I thought I did a masterful job avoiding, once the show started, like I was out. We had some conversations with, people who are kind enough to listen to the show. Shout out Mike. Shout out everybody who was at the venue. I was like, yo, I got work to do for KSFM. Focus on that. Focus on the show. Have fun. I don't want to worry about what's going on 30 miles away. Janet didn't really do wardrobe changes. She would go off stage. I think she'd get some water, towel off, do whatever, but she would be gone maybe 30 seconds.
Okay.
And so, things go dark. I'm going to get this post to KSFM right quick. Got it. All right. See a James Ham tweet pop up. It all fell apart at the end of the third quarter. It's like, oh, no. It was the first time I had seen the score. It was the first time I had seen what happened. And it's like, all right. Don't, you're good. Just focus. You're here. You're having fun. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Time goes by. She comes back out, having fun, more video. Get something posted to the story real quick. Look at the phone again. De'Aaron Fox is, 20 points or whatever. Kings are within 6.
Yeah.
Now I'm stuck. Now it's now it's all I'm thinking about. And so, love will never do without you. It's 5 feet in front of me. And I'm wondering what De'Aaron Fox is doing at the Golden One Center.
Cooking in that fourth quarter. It's almost an improbable comeback.
And all I could think was James tweeted a minute 50 left or something like that. And then 20 minutes go by, and I swear to God, the game, I don't get the Kings lose text. I don't get the Kings win text. So all I'm wondering is what the hell is going on. And finally, I was like, I need to look. It was the first time all night that I looked to check the score. And I checked the score. I didn't obviously know this until the next day. I checked the score right after Steph hit the 3.
Yeah,
I was like, all right, it's over. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of this. I didn't watch it. My whole plan was I'm gonna be up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be coming off this high. I'm gonna just go home and watch the game.
Right.
That sucked all the energy out of me. So it was like, all right, I'll just watch it Saturday. Saturday rolls around. I want to watch this. I didn't watch it till Sunday morning. I watched some clips on Saturday night. I was texting back and forth with Jill Adge, and she was kind of giving me the breakdown of the game. So I went to Synergy and started watching a particular player. I was watching Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter obviously had a terrible Friday on both ends of the floor. And it was just like, oh, this is tough. This is tough. It's like, I need my brother to have a bounce back, man. This is bad. But just let him have a bad game, right? Just let it be bad.
Yeah.
Don't hyperanalyze it. Just let it be bad.
Yeah.
And man, he followed through. He missed a couple of shots early where I got really nervous for him, and he didn't shy away from shooting. He kept shooting, and man, it paid off huge for the Sacramento Kings yesterday.
No, man, they need Kevin Huerter. I know a lot of people are trying to act like they don't, or just move on, or bench him, or nothing like that. The Kings are going to be what we want them to be. They need Kevin Huerter, and there had to be an element of just go out there, continue to do what you do. You shoot the basketball. You keep working as hard as you can everywhere else. It'll fall into play. And I thought that should have been the message from Mike. I don't know if it was or not. I'm not saying it wasn't, but that's the message I would have gone with. Just keep playing. And I felt it in the preseason when everything came up that he was working. He was working hard, to try and make sure everything got on track on the defensive end, and he was doing everything that was being asked of him. And sometimes he'd get the stop, sometimes he wouldn't, sometimes somebody would blow by him, whatever. But he was working. I'm a big believer. The results are the results. We'll work on that. But first, let's just get you locked in mentally, get you engaged, get you pushing yourself. And I'm a big believer that at that point, everything will fall into place. And last night it seemed to have done it. he was getting after it. He was getting after it. The effort is absolutely there from Kevin Huerter, man. And I was happy to see him get rewarded with that effort, with the results on the defensive end. And then obviously hitting some big threes, none bigger than the one at the end of the game that kind of iced it, man. So I was definitely happy to see that from Kevin. One of the things that I thought about in this whole thing is everybody, Kevin Huerter, he's unplayable, he stinks, whatever. Like, that's not it. And I don't know what Mike was doing. Maybe he was doing this. I'm not saying he, whatever he was doing. I don't know. I'm just saying how I would handle it. Remember with the Jets and Robert Saleh 2-3 weeks into the season? So we have our quarterback. We got our quarterback. Zach Wilson's our quarterback. We think we can get to the playoffs with him. Zach Wilson's our quarterback. Everybody, go get Kirk Cousins. This guy stinks. He's a bum.
Yep.
Robert, I don't care what you guys are talking about. This is our quarterback.
Yep.
In a smaller sense, I always felt Mike Brown or Doug, anybody, it's our shooting guard, Kevin Huerter. Yes, we as a unit, we need to be better defensively, all this other stuff. We're working on it. That's our shooting guard. We can't do the things that we did last year without Kevin Huerter. Same thing applies this year. He's our guy. And I thought that's how it should have been handled. And maybe that's how it was handled behind closed doors. I don't know. But, yeah, breathe life into him. And hopefully this is the start of that right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with Mark yesterday, because Kevin Huerter was a focal point of our conversation. It was just like, yo, make him comfortable, like let him get comfortable. I think that whether right or wrong, I think that preseason stuff made him uncomfortable. And I mean, some people, and that's part of knowing your teammates. That's part of knowing your roster. That's part of knowing the people around you. Is some people like thrive when they're uncomfortable, right? You'll push them to that level of uncomfortableness and they'll get better. Some people don't. And I don't know which one Kevin is or isn't, but whatever clicked for him yesterday on both ends of the floor, because that's the important part, because this is what we were talking about Friday. Are you uncomfortable with him as the starting two guard because of his defense, or are you uncomfortable with him as the starting two guard because his shot's not falling? And obviously after the Utah game, after the Warriors game, it was easy to feel a certain way, which is why I was begging on Friday, like, don't do it. Don't make a move now, because it's going to feel like this is about shooting. And I don't know how you get yourself out of this if you're essentially reprimanded for missing. And Mike didn't, Kevin didn't. And you got the performance that you got last night, where he was rebounding and he was blocking shots. And then of course the huge three he hit late.
Yeah. And that's what you're looking for, to get out of the groove. It's not, Drew down in the track talking about he was still 4-12 yesterday.
That's all right. That's all right.
That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at.
He also took a shot. He also tried to take a couple of shots at Anthony Davis. Did not go well for too many people yesterday.
AD was a game changer.
Yeah, he was
defensively out there.
Yeah. Keegan was like, I'm just going to stop doing this. I'm going to go shoot from out here.
Yeah, no, he was impressive on the defense.
So that point was that accumulated for some of that. 4-12, you said.
Yeah, but it's overused word here, but it's about the process. It's about the process. Even if he came out and he was 11-12, all isn't cured.
Yeah.
Just because you're 11-12 in one game, like you've got to stick with whatever it is you think is going to get you on track. And the whole thing on the defensive end, stick with it. Keep working. Did Steph blow by you a couple times? Did Jordan Clarkson get by you a couple times? Yes. Did they score on you? Yes. But that's not because you're not working. That's just because that's what happens from time to time. Stay with it. Good things are going to happen. And we saw those good things happen yesterday because he stuck with it. I'm a big Kevin Huerter fan in this situation. I want to see him kick out of this thing at a high level. And I think / hope that's going to be the case right now.
Another really big thing for Kevin Huerter, 15 minutes and 37 seconds. That's how many minutes he played Friday.
Friday, I didn't like a lot of what happened with rotation.
Yeah,
I was not happy.
Last night, 36 minutes and 37 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Friday, there was too much Duarte for me. I mean, when you talk about, and I like Duarte as a player, he had some good moments yesterday as well. This isn't an anti-Duarte situation.
26 minutes for Chris that night.
But if he's coming out there for defense and he's guarding Steph Curry, this isn't his fault, what I'm about to say. But if Steph has 34 in the third quarter, by the middle of the third quarter, well, I mean, he's not giving you what you're looking for. Steph is comfortable as hell. He ended up being 14 of 19 from the field. So if he's not giving you that, and then he missed some threes bad in that time, which culminated at the end of the game where it was a big three, I think, to get him to like 4 or 5, and he hit the side of the backboard from the corner. All right, well, what are we doing here? Like, he can't hit the 3 ball. He's not having any effect on Steph Curry. You combine that with Malik Monk and Davion Mitchell not getting the minutes that I thought they should have gotten in that situation. I was frustrated with that. I was like, let's not. I was telling some people, I was like, let's not go too far with this whole, if you don't play defense, you ain't gonna play stuff. Like,
well, I hope
that's not the case.
You know what I think it is? I think the Warriors are in Mike's head.
They could be.
Like, he is searching for a way to beat that team.
They could, and
he kind of found lightning in a bottle in Game 6 because it was just, this is it. Just figure out something, and it worked. And I feel like ever since then, it's been like, well, let's try something unconventional, and it has not worked again.
And on top of that, I think what needs to happen is staring him right in the face. And
what happened last night?
Well, that, and put Davion on Steph Curry. That's your best defender. He's a pest. Will Steph still score? Absolutely, because he's Steph Curry. But you're trying all these things. You're trying TD and Duarte and all that, and Kevin Hurt. Get Davion on him and put him on an island and figure out what needs to happen at that point. Because right now, when you do play the Warriors, you're right on when you talk about he's in their head. Nobody else is beating the Kings. It's Steph Curry and Steph Curry only every single time. Not to say nobody else is having like decent games, but it's not like Steph's got 41 and somebody else got 28, 20. Like, it's Steph and then everybody else got like 15.
Yeah, Clay had 18. That was it.
Like, go put Davion on him and see what can happen. But Davion played 10 minutes, I think, in that game on Friday.
You brought up a great point. It wasn't just Steph. It was the efficiency of Steph. That was the killer. The efficiency of Steph was the killer.
It was phenomenal.
I think we might have a run-in today. You don't even know this. I've been working on this all day. I didn't know. I think JaVale McGee is going to join us today.
Yeah.
So I think we just got that locked in. JaVale, I think, is going to join us in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll work on getting that. He's got a new show that they dropped the trailer for on YouTube recently. AAU type stuff. It's right up your alley. We'll talk to JaVale about that, and then, of course, joining the Sacramento Kings. And so we'll get all that worked out here in the next couple of minutes. But we think JaVale's going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Sorry for springing on that on virtually everybody.
It happens. That ain't nothing.
So Kevin Huerter, a big part of what we saw last night. Malik Monk as well. Malik knowing, hey, my guy's down. I'm going to step up for him, particularly in this overtime where, I think De'Aaron only played like a minute and a half,
went
maybe.
Up and down like once or twice.
Yeah. And Malik was huge. And now, with clearly De'Aaron's missing time. The question is going to be how much. There's virtually he's not playing Wednesday. He hasn't been ruled out. He's not playing Wednesday. They got 2 games against the Rockets coming up after that, Bolton, Houston. Games are pretty spread out. Wednesday, Saturday, and Monday, I think. So that obviously bodes well for Sacramento. But now it's a question of Mike has never pulled the Malik as a starter string I don't think he's going to here.
It shouldn't.
I think it's going to be Davion Mitchell in place of De'Aaron Fox, and that'll give you Davion and Domas playing the role of Domas and De'Aaron. And then you have Malik in his normal role where he can – I mean, Malik is really, with the exception of that Warriors game, and that's probably the case with most Kings, has been extraordinary this year.
He has. And in my opinion, I mean, I just didn't think he played enough in that game.
In the Warriors game. Yeah.
But
10 minutes, I think. 17
18,
minutes.
yeah.
17 minutes, sorry.
Still
had 6 assists in that one.
Yeah. I mean, his playmaking has been on point to start the season. And you look at what he did last night, and to me, it was a situation where De'Aaron can't go. You need a playmaker. And Monk was that. Monk was a playmaker for himself. And we talked about the Keegan Murray, the Kevin Huerter 3 that sealed things. That came from creation from Malik Monk. And I wouldn't start him just because I'm big in putting guys in their normal roles as far as where you start and coming off the bench minutes and all this other stuff, or how you get in the groove of the game. But make no bones about it. I could see Malik Monk playing 30+ minutes in each of these games when De'Aaron Fox is out and carrying the load. You need that creator. You need that guy that when the offense is breaking down can create something out of nothing. And he was that in the overtime last night. 11 of his 22 in the fourth quarter, in overtime of that game against the Lakers. And they're going to need that in these next 3 games. Sounds crazy. That was a big win for them last night.
It was. No, that doesn't sound crazy at all. It's like we were talking about at the beginning of the show. As legendary of a performance as you can have in the 3rd game of the season, De'Aaron had that.
Yeah.
As big of a win as you can possibly have in the 3rd game of the season, the Sacramento Kings had that. Like they're coming off of the loss to the Golden State Warriors. Obviously you don't want to start this trend of playing better on the road than you do at home this early in the season. You don't want to go 0-2, right out the gate. Plus you got Pacific Division opponents. You arguably your 2 biggest rivals, certainly your 2 biggest outside fan bases. Like you don't want to give them the satisfaction. You just don't want that. So it was like, I don't think that's over the top at all. Like that was a big win.
Yeah.
3rd game of the season or not, that was a big win.
It was. And then also when you look at, what's coming up, you know how I feel about the NBA. There are no easy games or anything else like that. But 1-2 going into a Warriors game is different than 2-1 going into a Warriors game, followed by Houston after that and Portland. Like you could have a situation where, you come out of that 4-game stretch and, you're 5-3 or something like that. That's how you start things off for a season. You do stuff that way and lay the groundwork that catapults you for the rest of the season, in my opinion.
No, I'm 100% with you. 100% with you. We didn't even acknowledge, talking about the way that Huerter played, but really the way Malik played late is Domas had fouled out.
Yeah.
Domas picked up
that was a bad call.
I know why Mike didn't challenge it because of the timeout situation.
He had 2 though.
I think he had 1.
He had 2 for a lot of that, because that's why I would have done the same thing if he had 1. But I looked up, he had 2. They didn't review that.
That you talking about the second foul?
The
one that fouled him out?
Mm-hmm.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, that was a terrible call. I mean,
that was the TV
horrible.
broadcast said he had 1, so that's how they were selling it. Is that he had one timeout?
They might have been right. The scoreboard had him at 2. They might have been right. But.
That's a tough foul call. I don't know. Like I don't know what you do. I don't know what I do in that situation, knowing you need every timeout.
If you got the 1, then yeah, you can't challenge it.
If you had 2,
yeah.
I just don't know how you call that a foul. I don't know how they call one on. Was it Davion earlier? There's a couple of fouls where you look at. Oh, that was the. I think that was the Warriors game. That was the Steph play, where Steph kind of threw that. He kind of threw it off the backboard like almost like an underhanded, just like toss. And like they called Davion for a foul, and
It
Davion,
wasn't even there.
like, what?
It was once again the refs continue to embarrass themselves,
And that's
on a
where I got the
nightly
picture.
basis.
That's when I got Kenny yelling at the refs sent to my phone.
Yeah, I think that was 22 who was doing something stupid like that. I had to let them know about it.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
And they once again, another year, they continue to embarrass themselves. The D'Angelo Russell call late in the fourth quarter, where he's 17 feet from the basket.
Oh,
Kevin Herter, I guess there's some contact, like normal basketball contact.
right.
D'Angelo goes flailing, and like suckers,
Mhm.
the refs buy it again.
Mhm.
It's nasty, man.
I think De'Aaron mocked him after that.
They mocked him like 3 times in the game.
We'll come back. We expect JaVale McGee to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We'll talk more Kings basketball, Stilo and Casey.
Before them bars, or before JaVale, them bars is coming, baby. People hit me up for it. They coming. Don't worry.
That's me. We got
good.
we got Drake bars coming up next. Yeah, hang on. I just sent the link to his manager, so we should be good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go,
you know.
go,
Coming on the podcast. Yeah. Thinking it's all the smoke. Didn't he say something in training camp?
Mm-hmm. Like seconds in.
Hey, JD asked how old did Bron look last night. I thought he was just chilling for most of the night. It's a back-to-back situation. They played a night in LA, and it felt like I don't want to say took the game off. That's not how I feel, but he was just giving those other guys an opportunity to take control of the game. He was in cruise control.
That TC call later, whenever it happens, is going to be like no other today.
Oh yeah, that'll be a 101. I moved Girls Them Sugar to tomorrow. I was gonna do Run DMC because it was the anniversary of losing Jam Master Jay.
R.I.P.
But what if we just did Janet and talked about the show for a minute? It's a little different.
Yeah, it's all good.
Dude, That's the Way Love Goes. Would be a good one that like would work. That doesn't sound too dated. I mean, anything from the Velvet album would work.
Oh, let's see. Got Till It's Gone. Does Q-Tip rap on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'd say Got Till It's Gone.
Got Till It's Gone?
Mhm.
Okay.
Send it in a letter, baby. Tell me on the phone. I'm not the kind of girl that likes to be alone. I miss you much.
All right, we back in here. Expecting JaVale McGee to join us coming up at the top of the hour.
JaVale with a big time play last night at the end of the first quarter. Yeah, the little fake handoff, spun off, skying through the air.
The poster says he got Bronny on that one. He got the king. He got the king. Did you see the pics, the side by sides that Rocky took? That's
cool.
wild.
That is really
that
cool.
is wild. Yeah, I think I retweeted them from my account. I think the NBA retweeted them.
It's been all over the place.
That
was really cool.
Yeah, that's pretty fire. He's done that a couple of times, but that's that. Shout out Rocky. Yeah, that's pretty fire.
20 years to the day of his first NBA game in Sacramento, coincidentally, to have those moments side by side is awesome. That was really cool.
Keegan had himself a game yesterday. Keegan's had a nice little start to the season. What did we say? Like 16 points per game so far?
Yeah.
For Keegan. And then there's the now, King's Twitter viral video of Mike getting frustrated because Keegan passed on a shot and traveled, and he yells for Sasha to get up and check in, and Mike starts yelling, sub! He doesn't get the sub. They come down, play it through, get a stop, go back down the floor. Keegan hits a three, and Mike sends Sasha back to the bench. And the way Mike tells the story is that Keegan looked at him and said, F you after that. Now, in my mind, Keegan actually said F you.
Yeah.
And not
EFF.
Yeah, the letter F and the letter U versus what we normally use. I can't believe no one asked for clarification on that. Like, just to be clear, Mike, he said F you or he said you? Because that's all I care about now is which one was it?
That was a cool moment. But I mean, Mike is right. Like, that's what should get him taken out of the game.
Sasha's reaction was pretty funny too.
Oh yeah.
Sasha knew what was up.
Got some high fives.
Sasha knew what time it was.
Got some high fives on the bench. So yeah, he that should be what gets him taken out of the game if you're not shooting the ball.
That's what Mike said.
The basketball.
That's exactly what Mike said. That's the only thing that's going to get him taken out of a game outside of his normal, rest periods is if he's not shooting the ball.
And Sasha, Keegan, we'll talk about Sasha later. But Keegan had a game that I want to see from him bare minimum every single time. Bare minimum. I want to see that from Keegan Murray. I want to see him have a situation where, yeah, he may not be on fire or shooting the ball at the super high level, but keep shooting the rock. There was a lot of times last year he'd go 0 for 6 or 1 for 7. And that would be the final stat line, right? I need to see you do that in the first half. You're not cooking. Yeah, you still got about 10 more shots to go to get to the 17 that you need to do. So he did that yesterday. Ended up having some really, really big shots at the end of that game and in that fourth quarter. So that should be what we saw last night from Keegan should be the bare minimum.
It's 3 games. I get that. He looks different this year. He's more aggressive. It's not just the stay here, catch it, shoot it type thing that he did last year. Very effective last year, by the way. But we all were hoping to see ways for his game to grow.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that. 16 points per game through 3, 17.7 rebounds through 3. And I know Mike is thrilled with that. And we're thrilled to welcome in Sarah Hodges.
Miss you guys so much.
CBS 13. What's up, big homie? Y'all didn't even come through last night.
Oh, Jake
Jake
did
there.
for a little
I
bit.
didn't see Jake.
I
saw Kevin come in.
I saw Jake at the end of the game.
He came out like half. We had 2 shows last night, so we were, but we had to go live because the Kings played at 6. So we had a long day yesterday. So I got the show. I worked on the show while he went and did his thing.
Yeah,
over
I
at
saw that
Kings,
boy Jake
teamwork.
Gaden in the house. It's my guy.
Jake Gaden, I know. That's my guy too.
See,
My
and
little work husband.
Jake's like Keegan Murray. He's been expanding his game. Stepping out there doing some different things.
Right.
3 games in, what do you think so far of the year 2 version of Keegan Murray?
I love the way Keegan Murray looks. And we're literally, I mean, coach used the reference of barely scratching the surface. I use the reference of barely peeling back the onion. But he looks way more confident than he looked last year.
Mhm.
And what I like about it the most, like when you guys were just talking about about coach and him and their relationship, it's so funny because now he's like talking mess back to coach. Like he literally told coach, like, you like that F you.
Oh, he
And
went
coach
Kirk
was like-
Cousins
yeah,
on him.
and coach-
He went Kirk Cousins on him. You like that?
Coach like loved it. You know,
Yeah,
he's like, I
yeah.
love that about him. So it's like the fact that he's coming out of his shell, I think that's translating also on the court.
Yeah.
And he just looks so good.
Mhm.
He just really does. And I love, obviously, you guys saw how coach was going to take him out for the travel because he didn't take that shot. And then he hit that 3 and he's like, all right, Sasha, go back.
Yeah.
He's staying
yeah.
in.
The guy has to shoot the basketball.
He's got to
He has an opportunity to be one of the top guys on this team, one of the top guys in the league at some point. A possible all-star. The only thing that's going to keep him from that, in my opinion, is a lack of aggression. So you got to make sure you're ready to shoot the ball at all times.
And you know that he's going to be good. Just coach is like all in on him. Like he's so sold on him. And so when you have Mike Brown coming to your defense being like, ooh, when he gets this right, when he gets that physicality and gets that confidence, ooh, he's going to be one of the top players in the league. And if Mike Brown's saying that, then you already know what it is.
Yeah.
And he's pushing him, just like coach does with all of them. It's always about like, okay, what can you do better? More rebounds in this game. Like, don't just settle for the game where you thought you had a decent game. No, we want more out of you. And holding everybody accountable, which is huge because to be able to hold people accountable, you have to respect each other. And having that, what did I hear? Kevin Herter called the locker room high caliber. And I just had never heard that in 6 years since I've been here. Really, anybody say that about the locker room? Like that? Oh, high integrity is what he said. And I just think that's really cool because obviously these guys really just love each other, respect each other, and shout out to Kevin for his stat line wasn't sexy, but at least it
worked though. It worked though.
Yeah.
It was pivotal.
Yeah.
It was pivotal. For
It
sure.
was. At least he found a shot. And in his press conference, I've never heard him be so humbled. Like just saying, for us, just like, I mean, you guys probably know sometimes you have a bad show and it can eat at you, right? But you guys are Monday through Friday. The next day you guys get back at it, have a better show. And luckily for him, it's kind of the same thing. A few days off, you get back to it. But it can really mess with your happiness when you aren't playing well.
Yeah.
It affects your
sure.
family. It affects everything. So for him to find his shot and not even just that, but just play so well defensively. And Mike Brown loves that. And to make his team better like that against the Lakers, which obviously you all know, everybody listening knows how big that is to get the dub like that at home against the Lake show.
That's right. I just want him, and it seems like he's committed to doing it. I don't think it's an issue at all. Just stay committed. Stay committed to the work. Stay committed to the grind, and I think he'll be fine. I don't think there'll be Kevin Herter. He's going to have his ups and downs throughout the season. This is nothing more than just one of the downs. He'll rise back up again, but just stay committed because when you put in the work, when you stay committed to the process, so to speak, it'll all balance itself out. At the very worst case scenario, it'll balance itself out. You may rise above it, in a major way and not have any ebbs and flows. You may just stay high the whole time because you're staying true to what you're working at. The worst case scenario, it'll balance itself out. And I think that's where we're at with Kevin Herter. Just stay working, man.
Yeah, exactly. Just stick to it because, don't get on the internet, don't read, don't listen to us, because a lot of people were having some things to say about him, and that's not easy to hear all of that and focus on what you got to do.
Yeah.
Just focus on what coach is telling you. And I think that's exactly what every guy has bought in. Every player on that team has bought in to what Coach Brown is trying to implement and trying to do. And I think that it shows in these first 3 games.
For the record, everyone should listen to us, but that's just my opinion.
I'm saying, like, when you start talking Kings, maybe just turn it down a little bit.
Nah, turn it up. We got you. Turn it up. We got you. We're gonna help you break out of your slump. And speaking of listening to us, go back to the start of the show. Kenny was talking about obviously Sarah what De'Aaron did last night. So early in this season when the Kings felt like the Kings needed a win, right? Like he gets the job done in incredible fashion, with the twisted ankle or sprained ankle. And KC says, "Yo, Sacramento is De'Aaron City."
It really is.
Like how much? Like you've covered him pretty much from jump, right?
Yeah, I think I got here a second year.
Yeah, no, this is De'Aaron's town, man, and they love him here.
I mean, when he went down, you could literally hear a pin drop. Everybody was just quiet, so scared, worried, because that's the team, right?
That's franchise right there.
That's franchise, right? And everybody is sold on, and as they should be. Like De'Aaron's phenomenal, and look how he played through that injury. Like he didn't even want to leave. Like going into overtime, coach didn't even put him in, but he was on the court, and coach was like, "Okay, I guess he's playing. Like he's gonna play injured. He's gonna put his body on the line to make sure." I mean, this is only game 3 of the season.
Yeah,
he doesn't care.
And there was a time when I felt that De'Aaron Fox, in a perfect world, like he'd be the leader, he'd be the heart and soul, the point guard, so to speak. And you would have to get a guy that was better than him. That was always what I thought with like Marvin Bagley. You get a guy that was like a better scorer or a better, creator or whatever the case may be. So Fox could be the number 2. And that's how you would ascend to another level as a team and as a franchise. But I got to be honest with you. I'm looking at the situation now. You absolutely can win with Fox as your 1.
Oh yeah.
If he's the best player on the team, you're all right. You got an opportunity.
Yeah, you need to find some pieces around him, but you've got an opportunity. If he's the best player on the team, which he is right now, you can win a championship with him as your number 1.
Yeah,
absolutely.
When you have a coach like Mike Brown, when they brought in the pieces like they did, when you have a guy like Malik Monk who can come in for Foxy and not skip a beat, I mean, that's what it's about. So I 100% agree. And I do feel like in years past, Foxy has lacked, maybe a little bit of that leadership, but when you have a leader like Mike Brown who believes in you and is sold on you and tells you how good you are, and everybody trusts what the leader is saying and everybody's buying in, things change. It all starts at the top.
What's funny for us is I mentioned we were having a text exchange with an individual who will remain nameless, who was podding through text. And one thing that I think some people don't understand about Domantas Sabonis, like the Kevin O'Connor, Domantas Sabonis haters, is the fact that he's perfect for De'Aaron. So, Sarah, I'm going to ask you to hang on 1 second. Sarah Hodges isn't going anywhere, but JaVale McGee is joining us.
Hey, there we go.
JaVale, creator of the Ranked and Ready basketball show, and, of course, a member of our Sacramento Kings. JaVale, how you feeling, big fella, after the win last night?
Oh, man, I'm feeling good, man. We got a great win, great team win. Pulled it out in overtime, and feels real good.
Hey, JaVale, you were showing the people, you can still take off a little bit with that little fake dribble DHO and took off from, the dots or so at the end of the first quarter. That had the city jumping when you did that, man.
Oh, man, for sure, man. It's the energy of the crowd, man, just brings out the youth in me for sure.
You put the King on a poster, man. That one might go up in the G1C somewhere. That one might be out there. But you talked about bringing out the youth in you. Man, youth seems to be something you're really invested in with this Ranked and Ready show you got going on over on YouTube.
Oh yeah, man. My YouTube is doing great right now. I have a show called Ranked and Ready, man. It's the class of 2029. They were fifth graders at the time, but they were the number 1 fifth graders in the country at the time. And they were traveling around. And I feel like people don't really get to see the behind the scenes youth basketball and AAU basketball. And when I got the opportunity to bring this project to the mainstream, I jumped on it, and it's been amazing, man. You guys really have to watch the show. We're on episode 3 now. It's showing on my YouTube, and it's really a ride. These kids are very passionate. All the kids have both parents in the household, and it's just really showing the life and times of an AAU kid and how some of your favorite NBA stars lived when they were younger.
Yeah, JaVale, I got a 10-year-old, almost 11-year-old who is right there playing all these games, going to all these different cities and tournaments every other weekend and stuff like that. And it's a crazy world, man, especially when you get, to the level where, these guys are traveling all over the place, and you got this kid who's supposed to be the number 2 player in the 2029 class, and this guy's a number 5, and you got it's a wild situation, man.
Like, hey, this is the best 10-year-old in the country. Like, that's a you don't really get to really understand the magnitude of that until you get to see insider information in shows like this.
JaVale, why was this the story you wanted to tell?
I feel like it gave me I've always loved sports reality shows, especially like Last Chance University, the football and the basketball series and things like that. So when I got the opportunity to be executive producer of this show, I was like, I've never seen anything like this. I don't think people ever actually get to see the things that these NBA stars were going through when they were 10, 11, 12, and understanding like the reason they're in the league is because they've been doing this since they were 9 years old. They've been playing basketball every day for a while. They didn't just get good in high school and be able to be the great players that they are. So I feel like it's an aspect that a lot of teams or a lot of shows don't show.
Well, JaVale, were you one of those 10-year-old, 11-year-olds who was, ranked across the country, or were you more of a late bloomer? I know basketball's always been in your blood with your mom, and you were blessed with physical gifts, but were you more of a late bloomer, or was it from the start like you were one of them dudes?
I wasn't ranked, but I was on AAU teams. But I was that kid who would go to AAU team, go to the best AAU team, and wasn't getting playing time. So I had to go to a AAU team that wasn't as good. But just to get that experience, my mother would take me out of there and put me on a team where I would play more, just to get my confidence, knowing that in the future it'll help me out in the long run. And I appreciate that. I appreciate her for that. But it's just. It's definitely a task of playing basketball every day, working out every day, and not knowing what your end goal is. Really, the end goal for a lot of these kids is just to get to college and pay for a college education for free. So that's the aspect that people don't really talk about.
JaVale, it's important that you get that point across, because I hear a lot of times people talking about they want to go to this team because it's the number 1 team or whatever the case may be, but the kid don't even play. And a lot of the times you just want to have those experiences on the floor. That's the way you're going to get better. Yeah, but at the same time, it does help you being around high-level competition. But sometimes to work on your leadership skills and work on being able to handle adverse situations, you want to be on a team that isn't as good, so you can kind of work on things that you need to as a leader and as somebody that kind of figures out situation outside of just always having the most talented team around you. So I thought it was important that you had that experience.
Absolutely, and even when you're raising kids, you get to not raise, I would say, a spoiled brat. You get to put a kid in a situation where he's not the greatest, and he plays in a couple tournaments with that team where he doesn't even see the court, and then he appreciates when you put him on a team that he is the best player, and he gets to make those decisions and get the touches that he needs, and he gets both aspects. So you're not breeding cocky players who are like, I deserve this. You're more breeding kids that are working hard and be like, I deserve this because I've been working for this. I've been working hard, and nothing's handed to me. So it really just puts it in perspective.
One of the most fascinating components with youth basketball to me is, and it just pertains more to like elite players, is USA basketball. Does any of that play out in this series at all?
You said USA basketball?
Yeah.
No USA basketball here. It's really just following this particular AAU team across the country, and the head coach of the team I actually went to college with, Brandon Fields, and he used to play in the G League. in down in Dallas. So when the opportunity came, we connected and we had to make it happen.
That's tremendous. Hey, can one note on last night's game before we let you go, man? When you see De'Aaron coming out of the tunnel like that, knowing how badly he rolled his ankle, what's that do for everybody in the Kings uniform?
Man, it just shows how much heart De'Aaron really has and how much heart this young Kings team has. I remember we were starting overtime. You can watch the film when we're starting overtime. I'm going to the jump ball, and I go over to Malik, and I tell Malik, you're gonna have to pick it up this overtime because De'Aaron's hurting. And the only reason I knew that is because I could see it in his eyes. His eyes were like damn near red, and I could see he's fighting through it. And in my mind, I'm a vet. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, hey, young fella, it's only game 3. We need you game 73. So it's not necessary for you to fight through this, but to see the heart that De'Aaron had last night and the way he came out there and dominated, and everybody, I feel like everybody picked up from around him.
That's what's up, man. JaVale, we love having you here.
Yeah, man, we
man.
are thrilled that you're here, bro. You're a player we've wanted in this city for a long time for a multitude of reasons, man, and we're thrilled that you're finally here and you're a part of this team, hopefully to take the next step and get you a second NBA championship.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
No, we appreciate you, man, and good luck with Ranked and Ready, man. We'll be following. Anytime you want to talk about it, you got a home right here.
Yes, sir.
For sure. Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
That's
All
our
right,
man,
take
JaVale
care.
McGee right there, the Sacramento Kings. Ranked and Ready is the name of the show. Go check it out on his YouTube channel.
Wild. AAU, especially at this age.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, man.
That whole
crazy.
youth basketball stuff is just wild to me. Brought up USA basketball, man. That stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
That stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
But how about that? By the way, let's go 95.7 on him. Clip that. Him talking about De'Aaron and how much pain he was in fighting through to get. Hey, it's game 3 here,
Man.
brother. But that's the competitor that De'Aaron is,
and the teammates, the people in that locker room, they appreciate that. You know, at that point, it wasn't really about what he was able to do out there as far as like how many points he scored or even if they won the game, but seeing your best player, one of your best players, however you want to say it, going out there and saying, I'm gutting this out, because it doesn't matter if it's game 3, game 73, or game 3 of the Western Conference Finals. I'm here. This is just what I do.
Yeah.
And that type of mentality will be something that the whole locker room picks up on.
Set the tone.
It sets the tone for everything that team wants to do and what they want to be about. And I thought that was excellent for JaVale to look at him and say, you know, see the pain that he was in, but see him out there just staying with it and busting it, man. I love that.
Well, and knowing like, hey, look at the pain he's in. This can't be for nothing. Let's like, hey, Malik, let's go out there and get this done. Obviously, it's easy to say that, right? You've got to be able to go out there and execute, man. And those guys did. Their back was against the wall a couple of times after De'Aaron's injury in the 4th, in overtime. That again. I know you said it earlier. The third game of the season or not, that was a hell of a win for Sacramento last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. You know we're gonna have to do it at some point, big dog.
Oh yeah, we got it. Before we do that, though, Sarah Hodges gets to be in the building for Drake Bars this time. So
oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
Yeah,
for
that's
real.
a good thing.
I swear I'm the worst freaking host. Like,
no, she gets to be
we're
in the
like
building.
an hour late for
She get to
Drake
be in the
Bars.
building,
Y'all
man.
gotta
It's all
stop
good.
letting me forget.
Copy and paste Drake Bars.
What are
on
you
Thursday.
doing in there? Like,
What do you mean? I'm cutting JaVale.
You gotta
I'm
tell
cutting
me.
JaVale.
Hey,
Or I'm doing
idiot.
updates.
Will you do Drake Bars? Damn it.
We'll copy and paste it in Thursday, like
And
like
Like
storylines and
overreaction.
stuff. Yeah.
and we don't have to get there. I mean, we could talk about Nets and Mavericks.
No.
We don't have to get there.
We need Drake Bars.
No, Drake Bars are happening.
Yeah.
He's trying to avoid the 49ers
don't have to
conversation.
get
I know
there.
we haven't seen him sipping his Niners juice in
Bruh.
a few weeks now.
Yeah, it's
so.
been a while. It's been a while. Almost didn't come to work today, but
Yeah.
De'Aaron saved
The
the day.
King saved him.
Niners got me out here with sobriety out here, man.
Oh, we'll come back. We'll you know what? We'll come back with Drake Bars.
Woo.
That's what's next on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Dealing with KC, Sarah Hodges, CBS 13 here with us on ESPN 1320. Idiot. You know what to do.
He's like, I trust you.
You know what to do.
Sometimes it just takes, an extra affirmation.
We've done our part.
What's up with you, Sarah?
Man, just getting by.
Recovering.
I think after my 2 days off this week, I'll be back to normal.
You could put that on social before the show's over, too.
Y'all was having the time of your lives.
Oh,
Getting extorted by the police out there.
Well, that's not okay.
It was just bad.
Just a reminder, we're still live. I don't know how much you want out there.
No, it's fine. There's nothing that crazy. We didn't do anything.
Boy, if y'all are fortunate enough to get the green circle. Man.
Oh, yeah, it was wild. We had a really good time, though. It was.
Like you guys enjoyed yourself.
We really did. It was like nice because I had been like my car got stolen, like all these things. I felt like I had like a dark cloud.
Out here?
Yes, right in my driveway.
What?
Yes.
That's crazy.
The red eye Hellcat. I was sick.
Are you
I was
for real?
literally sick. Yeah, but we got it back.
Was everything intact?
For the most part, yeah. Like to steal the car, they had to break the window and they like climbed through, and so we're getting there. But it's just, it's a nice car, and it's just Sacramento do better.
Yeah.
Just don't come steal my please.
I mean, it happens, everywhere. I just don't like the trend of like people just, breaking windows, going to people's.
Well, it's just so like, it's such a weird feeling because I have security cameras all around my house, and like just watching somebody just like right in my driveway, and while I'm snoozing, I was so sick like the last 2 weeks before I went on my trip. And so I had taken like literally on my drive home, I took 3 NyQuil. I was knocked, and I have 3 pit bulls. None of them made a sound. I was like, I'm giving you guys all back to the pound.
No.
I'm just kidding. I would never, I would literally die for my dogs. But my point is, they didn't make a sound when these people were stealing my car. Although they were really
gonna get benched.
They were really quiet when they did it. But so yeah, so it was nice to just be with my friends, not think about work, I didn't know what was going on. I literally didn't watch the Niners game. I just Googled the score, and I was like, oh my gosh. 2 straight. Now 3 straight. It's wild. But the Niners are going to be okay.
I think they are too.
Yeah.
They got to do something.
They're going to be okay. I think that, like, honestly, almost them losing before the bye and they're going to have to marinate in this loss, and maybe that will be good for them.
Something needs to happen. All right. Because this ain't going to get it done.
Y'all need to leave Sarah alone.
What'd they say?
Sarah for all my dogs.
dogs.
That's funny. Hey, dog, you're fired.
Oh, man.
All right, man. Let's stop playing. We're an hour late.
It's a busy day. JaVale don't come on every day, so
Shout out JaVale McGee for joining us here on Dealing with KC. Come on, man. What are we doing? Designated Drake Bars game.
Hey, man, this was a Drake Bars game. Kings came through, not only for themselves but for the city, because the city was going crazy. Yesterday I was at the game, and at the game when everything was letting out, yo, Drake Bars. I said, I got you. Don't trip. Kings beat the Lakers 132-127-40. Give me that beat, dog. Yeah. You already know what it is. Combination. That's here in the building with me. We in the booth. That's what it is. Let's get it. Look. 2 a.m. in Sac. You know what it is. Close to the public. Just pop the bottle and fizz. Key to the city. You know that it's his. You think that you're shopping? Shopping at Lids. It's cap. King smacked the Lakers. You heard what I said. Fox rolled an ankle. Here, take Damian's instead. Thank God for Malik. Came through in the clutch. Message to LA, man. Lakers suck. Whoa. I said a message to LA, man. Them Lakers suck, man. Whoa. Yeah. Take it down here. Okay. The refs gotta do better. Austin Reeves damn near went scoreless. Stop flopping. Monk is better. Yeah.
Big trap. All right.
He even sang.
He does every time. It's
That's
the worst
what I
part.
had to do it. I did.
It's the worst part.
That's the way we take it from a whole nother level.
No, the funniest part is watching Damien. Like, I'm watching Damien this whole time. It's just too good. It's just too
Dame
good.
said he'd give his ankle. Give it to De'Aaron.
I would. Hey, yo, all I ask is that you show it off all the time. I got you.
I will.
You can have it.
You show it
Just
off.
show off the ankle, man.
Oh
I
my
got you.
goodness.
Hey, could you lie to me? Did people ask where I was Friday?
Absolutely.
I don't believe you.
Absolutely. It ain't no lie. I told you. Well, first of all, they always do it anyway.
I don't.
So I
think
don't know.
that's
Like,
true.
this isn't a new occurrence. But yeah, of course it is. Where D-Lo? Janet Jackson, dog.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, Hey, that's yesterday too. After you'd already left.
Oh, well, they should know better.
So KMB.
They do know.
KMB was like, Damian, leave yet?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
if
she's
it's
like,
the
I
second
tried to
half,
catch
you,
him.
you
Did
don't
you
have
see
to
her at all?
ask. I didn't. I haven't seen her in forever. She don't even talk to me no more.
Stop.
Wait, who
dead.
is it? That doesn't
Kendra, KMB,
Oh,
Kendra
yeah.
Montgomery. That's our people there.
Yeah, she was in the building. Two things from yesterday's game
Okay.
that I found pretty funny. Number one, going back to Friday, I was with the big boss.
Yeah.
And our other boss. They were
Okay.
in the building.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Well, yesterday, did you see who was in the building?
I don't think I did.
Nate Diaz was in the
Oh,
building.
Oh, yeah.
I did see that.
There could have been a
I did
million
see
people
that.
you were gonna say, so I
I
was
did
like,
see that.
Nate Diaz.
He was lucky Aaron wasn't there. There could have
Yeah,
been
of course
some-
he shows up Sunday. Avoiding him
Yeah.
on Friday.
Where were you
Yeah.
Friday, Nate?
Nate Diaz in the building. When,
By the
when
way-
Aaron was not in the building.
By the way Aaron tells the story is the boringest thing
Dude, he
ever.
downplays it so much.
It is the boringest thing ever. Dude, Aaron, he's absolutely not listening to us. Thank God you have us. We have made you into a cult figure for throwing Nate Diaz out of a speakeasy. Whether that's exactly what happened or not isn't the issue.
Minor details.
We got a story to tell,
Yeah.
and we told it.
Yeah.
So
So
he doesn't realize how cool he could be.
He
doesn't understand
he-
his potential.
and-
He's Keegan Murray. We're Mike
no,
Brown.
he's Michael Scott. That's what he is.
The other thing that happened, I just thought this was funny. So, like the DJ, Kings dribbling the ball up the
Right.
court. They play like music, right? Like play next episode or something like that, like instrumentals.
Da-da-da-da-da.
There was sold out about 17,000 in the building last night. And all of a sudden, Kings dribbling up the court. Little Sexy Red instrumental comes
Oh,
on.
and boy, and that happened
I'm
when
not
I
even
was
lying
there.
to you. This was even more than when you were there. 3,000 ski. About
Bro,
3,000.
3,001. Because I know you did it.
I know.
I know
That's
you did it.
amazing.
I need to put a camera in here when Sexy Red come on 102.5.
You do.
Hey, Ski, that's my song, man. I can't even front, man. That's my song.
When we were in
I like
Mexico,
that
that's
song.
all Jessica. Play sex the whole time. All
It
day.
is the worst rap record that is a smash hit in recent memory.
Shoot just Stephen Curry. Swish.
They asked Steph about that. Steph gave a politically correct answer. Steph had to be
Of
like,
course he did.
we hear that.
The
nonsense."
question is, the question I would ask him, well, maybe I wouldn't ask him. I ain't gonna put him on the spot. Is that the worst rapper that's ever named?
Oh
drugs?
yeah, you can't do that.
I don't think there's. I think there's
But
way
you
worse
could be a
rappers that have.
you could be
He
a
wouldn't
bad
answer that.
rapper, but like she's a huge star right now.
She's a monster star. Monster star. Yeah.
It's-
Some of it, like, this is ridiculous. Some of it is kind of fun. Ski Yee is fun.
yeah. What was the first record?
Pound Town is not fun.
That's not
Oh man.
That's not fun.
the first time I heard that record. I can't believe that woman became a star after hearing that record.
Girls love it though. That's the thing. When
It is
girls
the
That's the key.
raunchiest.
when
it
the
is-
girls love your music,
That's
Money.
the key. The girls love it.
yes.
It is the
Why you think
raunchiest
Drake's
record
so
I've ever heard. That's right. Yeah, that's
popular?
facts.
It's
Yeah, that's
facts.
facts.
Like
Yep.
Tupac said it. You know what I'm saying? Like when the girls love you, it's all you need. That's money right there.
Yeah,
They
Rich
sell
Baby,
they sell records.
Rich Baby Daddy,
Mhm.
125.
Yeah.
Make sure you stay tapped
Facts.
in.
It's there. What
That
else?
song's fun too. It's silly, but it's fun.
It is.
That's like her.
All I heard is silly. Like I don't.
But like
I
she's
look for
gonna
her-
burn out though.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Like,
She's here
it's-
for a short time, not a long time.
She's here for a good
Yeah,
time,
she's here
Yeah.
for a good time,
not a long time.
That's for sure. But yeah, I thought like no lie, 2,500 to 3,000 people. Ski. I said this is ridiculous.
Did you hear? Did you hear our guy Matt Barnes yesterday? He was trying to get the line of "heavy is the head that wears the crown,"
No,
but he
I didn't.
couldn't quite.
Couldn't
He
get it
couldn't
out.
quite get it. And you know how when you got a saying like right there, but you just can't.
Yes.
You can't quite find it. Yeah, I felt for him. I was like, oh man, we all been there.
No.
We all been there before.
It happens.
Oh, for
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It happens.
That was me
Yeah.
trying to remember what Kevin Herter said. The analogy he used in the locker room when I first got in here. I was like, oh.
It happens when you talk all day long. It'll happen.
Oh, for sure.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
All right, man. What you want to know? What you want to know? What you want to know? What anybody want to know? What y'all want to know? I'm here to answer questions. I'm here at the podium. I'm talking post game. I'm right here. What y'all want to know?
Man, you just went from like zero.
Yeah,
to
literally, are you
Oh, because
done?
I know what's going on here. I'm at the podium. What y'all want to know, man? Anybody in the chat? Anybody want to call in? TC want to call? Who want to call in? We can talk. Who want to know? What would you want to know?
The vibes were. He just knew this conversation was coming and instantly got angry.
Yeah. Sorry.
49ers lose their third straight, 31-17 to the Bengals. This one along the same lines of the last two, a little bit different, but turnovers were a killer again for Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has done a fantastic job of protecting the ball, the first 4 or 5 games of the season, and now it's become impossible for the 49ers and Brock Purdy to protect the ball.
Jeez.
Is this the first hit of adversity for the young quarterback, or are you worried about the 49ers?
I mean, there are two different questions. I'm not worried about. I haven't changed my thoughts on Brock Purdy. The frustrating thing with him is if you watch the game, and especially if you listen to Romo, the 85% of the game, he's like making the right decision. He's making these throws. Romo's like, oh my gosh, look what he does. He looks this guy off here, throws it down the seat. You're not supposed to be able to do that. That is a high level throw. Like he does that 85% of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then for whatever reason, last 3 weeks in the fourth quarter, he'll turn the ball over.
Yeah.
It's like, and it washes away almost everything.
Yep.
The first pick, he should have thrown it a little earlier. You still kind of tip your head, you tip your cap to the defender.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
a hell of a play.
it's a great play.
Yeah.
Should have been thrown earlier.
Yeah.
So that's Brock's fault in that one. But still, usually that ball's just batted down.
Right.
Like this guy, big old
That was-
linebacker
yeah.
bats it, snags it out the air,
Mhm.
and all this other stuff. That is frustrating. The second interception, that was probably the worst throw I've ever seen Brock Purdy make. I'm not sure what was going on there, what he was thinking, and it was a killer.
I think
On
those
a
were
force
back-to-back throws, weren't they?
He might have
I
been.
think
Might
they
have
were.
been. That one was
You're
frustrating.
supposed to hand it off and just
But-
missed it, and then
Yeah, he's predetermined where he was going to throw it. I don't know. He just didn't see the guy sitting there in the middle of the field. You got to see that. You got to see that guy there. So that's frustrating. I still think Brock is. I'm not. They talked about it a little bit on the insider. I mean, he's essentially still in his rookie year as far as games played. He hadn't even played 18 games, I don't think, or 20 games. So there's things that are being thrown at him that he's got to handle. I think it's a bit of an adversity, but he's got to stop turning the ball over.
what's football without adversity, right? Like
Well,
it's going to be good for him.
What's sports, right? Without
Yeah,
adversity.
exactly. Like it's
Yeah.
going to be good for him. He's going to learn from this. Brock's going to be okay. He's still confident in what he's doing. The difference is the defense wasn't playing well.
Wow.
So like when Brock's making mistakes and then your defense can't tackle and they're giving up first downs on 3rd and long, where normally we're not used to seeing that. Like normally we're used to seeing the 49ers defense come out and just being rowdy, just like playing every down like it's the last of their life, just getting everywhere, physical, and it just wasn't that way. I mean, we did see Eric Armstead get 2 sacks, so I'm not gonna
We
be
did.
mad about that. but
They weren't active enough. The defensive
weren't.
line isn't active. They're getting gashed game in and game out now in the run game. that defense they got a lot of things to work on.
They just couldn't tackle. They literally they just could not wrap guys up.
Mm-mm.
There are some disturbing numbers for the San Francisco 49ers defense that we'll touch on here in a moment, but we've hit the stage where TC now is telling everyone in the chatty house, I'm on hold. Twitter was waiting. Twitter has been waiting since yesterday for this moment right here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's up, baby?
Oh man! Hey, first of all, what's up with my two brothers? How you doing, sir?
We good.
What's
Hey,
good?
what's good, TC?
Stop the formalities, bro.
No,
Go
but
ahead.
look, real quick, I just want you guys to see something. TC, a 49ers fan, right? You're a 49ers fan. You guys see this? Did we hear this much glee like in week 3 in his voice? He sounds happy about this. This is crazy. He sounds happy about this. Go ahead, TC.
Yeah, because based on, bro, because everybody was losing their mind over this dude Brock Purdy, and I've been telling you about Shanahan, and then nobody wanted to listen about what's going on. Then when everything is unraveling, everybody ready to lose their mind now. But I've been telling y'all about this situation, bro. You get what I'm saying? And I truly believe the Lance karma is in full effect, but we ain't gonna keep bringing that up.
Lance
But
karma.
What's the Lance karma, TC?
Listen, we don't even know if that dude really got a fair shot, bro, because this guy jumped on the podium and told you Brock Purdy was the real deal, and this dude's coming back down to earth. We don't know if Trey Lance can play or not, bro. How they did that kid from day one, bro, was faulty. And you know that, Kenny. That's my whole thing behind that. Shanahan is the front runner. This team is the front runner, bro. We ain't got that much depth that people think, and they better want to win and beat the Jaguars when they coming out of this bye. I'm sorry, I ain't got too much to say. I got my teeth pulled this morning.
Oh
I
no!
want to call in and laugh at everyone.
Not the teeth pulled.
TC fighting through the pain. TC, De'Aaron Fox out here fighting through the pain.
TC's eyes were red and everything during that.
TC out here getting his De'Aaron Fox on.
Not his teeth pulled.
He's number 1 in the caller rankings right now. Man. He's number 1.
Man.
Hey man,
Wow.
like I said, TC,
He sound happy.
He's gleeful. He's just downright giddy that everything is going down right here. And
They
I
got
don't
him
mean
on the
Josh.
good meds.
Yeah, I don't mean Josh. You know, the good meds are the Niners are losing. That's what he loves. Hey, he's a Niners fan. That's the good meds right there. So, hey, the TCs,
Through
the
the
Rob
wire.
W's, you know, the Jason Jones, you know, they can have their time right now. Niners are down. Like I said, I don't ever see these people when the Niners are winning. You know, E40 had a very spot on video a couple years ago. I'm not going to repeat it because there was some language, but you know, when the Niners are winning, you know, I don't ever get no tweets, no texts. Good game, man. You guys look good, man. That's a good team right there. Be crickets.
Of course.
But when
that's how it
things
goes.
go bad, everybody want to come out the
haters
woodwork.
come out.
TC want to call. You know, he's sounding down in the dumps like somebody kicked his puppy when the Niners are 5-0. You know what I'm saying? But now he out here gleeful, you know, fighting through the pain, you know, when things are going bad. So it all comes with the territory. You see me? I don't really have nothing to say about it. Much of these other teams, you know what I'm saying? You do what they do. I stay focused on what the Niners are doing. But right now, they're not cooking. And when you're one of the top teams, when you are a high-profile team, when you're one of the marquee teams in sports, everybody's always waiting for your downfall. That's why I get the tweets. That's why we get the comments in the chat, because heavy is the head that wears the crown, Matt Barnes. You know what I mean? That's what it is. We're used to it. It's nothing. The Rob Dubs and ain't nobody. Cowboys beat the Rams by 900. Everybody know what the Cowboys are.
Yeah,
we all know what they are. So ain't nothing to get juiced about. You know, it's whatever. You know, we all know they're gonna lose when it come down to it. But people really look for the Niners downfall. That's why I get texts from Jason Jones and people like that. It's just it's part for the course.
The game had barely been final before Jason Jones text. Like he was waiting
on it.
You know.
Do you think that we're seeing Nick Bosa being absent for so long, like that kind of affect his game now? Like,
it better not. It better not, because you shouldn't have held out.
Is it?
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
He shouldn't have held out. So I don't want to hear if he comes. I heard there's some quotes last week where he was talking about, I'm trying to work on some things that I normally worked on in training camp, but this offseason was a little different. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Yeah,
because you didn't have to hold out.
but trying to hear it and seeing it are two different things. Like, are we seeing it?
I just think nobody's been particularly good on that defensive line.
Maybe there's also something to be said for the 49ers have been cycling through defensive coordinators, all for a positive reason.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna, people were killing Steve Wilkes a week ago for that play call, and rightfully so. Like, I understand, but maybe there is a little bit of that involved too. There's just a constant change at the defensive coordinator position. We understand Steve Wilkes is doing things a little bit differently than DeMeco Ryans did, a little bit differently than Bob Saleh did in terms of where he's at. There's speculation like maybe he shouldn't be in the booth, maybe he should be on the field instead. I think the 49ers have not pushed their luck. They haven't had a choice. Like they've created head coaches out of that defensive coordinator position. But at some point, maybe it starts to catch up with you. The baffling part is the first 5 games, the 49ers defense had 10 plays of 20-plus yards. That was the least in the NFL at the time. The last 3 games, they've had 15 plays of 20-plus yards. That's the second most. So there was an elite defense. There has been a very clear drop-off over the last 3 weeks, which is, again, you go back, you take all of this in context. What was the final score of the Rams game? It was like 17 something. Not the Rams, the Browns. I'm sorry, the Browns game.
Oh, it was 1917.
1917. Like that's not 35-37. It doesn't. Last night, yesterday, was the first one where it felt like, ooh, this is tough, because they needed a stop. Like they needed to stop. Whatever Brock Purdy would have done with that stop, there's no reason to assume anything.
Yeah.
They couldn't get it.
No.
And Cincinnati was able to put the game away.
Maybe Brock's just having a hard time, like, fighting through the in-game adversity of playing from behind. Normally, when the defense is playing that good, then it kind of rubs off on your offense, right? Your offense then has the confidence because they know the defense is going to step up. But with the defense not playing as good as they normally do, it's like all the pressure goes on the offense. And we saw them just get themselves into trouble. They became one-dimensional. They couldn't run the ball. I mean, there's just so many different ways to dissect.
Well, that's the other thing you talk about it, not being able to run the football. It coincides with the absence of Trent Williams.
Yeah.
And
they should still be able to win without him.
They should still be able to win without him.
I understand it's a huge loss.
We're too dismissive of that position, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
like you can't replace Trent. Like, I totally get that, but I still think that they had a chance to win. Like, I don't think he's the reason why they lost.
Well, they've had a chance to win all 3 of these games.
Yeah.
But it becomes like a culmination of things at a certain point. I mean, Trent played the Browns game, right? That was the one where he actually got hurt, and he De'Aaron Foxed his way through it and got through it, and is in the position he's in now. But they've been in position, but like when you look at one side of the line being, you're literally losing one of the greatest at his position ever. Not now, but like ever.
Yes.
Like, to just dismiss that is like, oh, they'll be able to. So-and-so is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're not Trent Williams.
No.
But the rest of the league doesn't have Trent Williams.
You see Christian McCaffrey, the last 2 weeks, his numbers don't look like they did 3 weeks ago. You can choose to believe, like, I can't draw any correlation to Trent Williams being out with this type of stuff.
I mean,
because I feel like I can.
It's one of those things where if you literally take 2 of the 3, I'm not going to say the 2 best because McCaffrey's in there as well, but you take 2 of the best 3 players off of anybody's offense, I think they're going to struggle. I mean, let's do that practice real quick. Take Jason Kelce and A.J. Brown off the Eagles.
Boy, AJ yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
what
are they going to
gracious, that catch.
Oh my God.
Lord of mercy.
You take CeeDee Lamb and whoever off of Dallas, what are they going to do?
The only guy that appears not to be true for is Patrick Mahomes.
And they lost with the Kelsey didn't play week 1, right?
Kelsey didn't play week 1, but they've lost a lot of. Chris Jones didn't play week 1 either.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
But like they lost, Tariq Hill plays for Tariq Hill made history this week.
He did.
That's incredible. I had no idea he was even knocking on the door of that 1,000-yard stat.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
But think about that though. Week 1, no Kelsey. What was the man? The receivers can't get open. There's nobody can like they were saying that about him. So that's one reason. It's not the whole reason why, because in all 3 facets of the game, the Niners haven't been good. Right. They just have not been good. It's not. Kyle said it earlier. It's not one thing you can point to.
No, it's not.
But I just ask anybody to do that exercise. Take the 2 best offensive players or 2 of the 3 best offensive players off any team and see what that record would be like. And it'd probably be around the same. Maybe not 3 in a row, but maybe 1 and 2 in that same 3-game span. So they've got to get healthy and they've got to figure a whole lot out because nothing's clicking right now.
No, it's not. It's not like they're getting, just embarrassed or anything either.
So that's the other thing.
Yesterday was close to it though. Defense.
No, I wasn't.
I don't think.
I felt like they were always.
That last drive was tough.
I thought what's his name completed 21 straight passes.
The defense.
I understand, but I don't think it was embarrassing.
The way they were getting ran through.
I think that y'all just looked human. Like y'all just looked like maybe not the best team in the league. Like you guys had to look the first 5 games. Like it's just going from a high all the way down to a low. But I don't think it was embarrassing.
That to me though is the bigger issue. Like, why did you look one way for 5 weeks and you've looked a completely different way the last 3? Again, I don't want stuff to get lost in context. I don't think anyone played bad against Cleveland.
Brock played bad.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about defensively. I'm talking about defensively. I don't think anyone played bad. Like that was a good defense against another good defense, and the game turned out to what it was.
I mean, they could have won the game. Week. It was a missed field goal.
Yeah, it was a missed field goal, right?
Like Brock at least put him in position to where, like, okay, here's a gimme.
Yeah, they're not getting beat down in any of these games.
No, that's
on the scoreboard.
Which is why, like, I'm not, again, neutral party perspective, not overly concerned about them.
Not at all.
And like, what do you
at
mean?
all.
Because that's what
they're going to be in the mix. At the end of the day, the 49ers are going to be in the mix. Like, it's not like they're just going to fall off. Like, they're going to have a chance. That's what I think. Like, we're not just going to not be talking about the 49ers, when it comes to, I think that they'll be back in the NFC Championship.
Oh, so there's still a Super Bowl contender.
Yes, for sure.
Oh,
they're still going to be in the mix.
I mean, I think they are too. But like I said, that's what you're asking when you say they're going to be fine. I mean, now you got to hold now. Like now, it kind of feels like we can't even be thinking about the 1 seed, which I said was very important.
It is important
for what they were trying to do. Yeah. Now you got to focus on the division because you're in second place right now.
Yeah.
They're still the second best team in the conference, in my opinion.
Yes.
I don't think Seattle's. I even though I respect Seattle a lot more than you do, I don't think they're better than San Francisco, regardless of their 5-2 record. I'm not on the Detroit hype train.
We'll find out tonight.
Atlanta and Dallas, like, give me a break.
Yeah, no, I agree. No. I think that you guys.
But the problem is Dallas is going to win games, though. Sorry to interrupt you. Like Dallas, I don't want to put Dallas and Atlanta in the same category. Dallas is going to win games.
And Dallas is looking good. Dak's looking way better.
They're gonna win games, but the thing with them, because of their situation, with them or Philly, both of them can't host playoff games. Right? Somebody's gonna host, and somebody's gonna have a whole playoff on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So even if Dallas wins games, they may have to come back to San Francisco or go to Detroit or something like that to advance in the playoffs.
Yeah, I just didn't want to lump them in with Atlanta. I don't see Dallas and Atlanta as the same team.
And I think going in, like,
about the Falcons.
Obviously 3 straight losses is a really hard pill to swallow. Like, I would have never guessed that out of your team, honestly. But going into the bye, you have 2 weeks now to marinate and feel really crappy about what you did. And I think that this is a type of adversity that is not necessarily bad for a team who wants to go to the Super Bowl. Like, you're figuring out, it's important to know your strengths, but it's also extremely important to know your weaknesses. And they're going to have 2 weeks to think about it, to be pissed about it, to be upset about it. And it's how they're going to respond coming out of the bye that we're really going to know what this team is about.
I'm with you. And these are moments where you find out what your team is made of. You find out how close you guys
1000%.
are. You find out, if you guys can dig through this, because you got the TCs and everybody who was happy, when you were 5-0, turned your back on you. Nobody believe in the 49ers. Like they're all frauds. Nobody believes in Brock Purdy. He's a fraud. All this other stuff. They got exposed, all this other stuff. Now you got 2 weeks to come together and realize that you're the only way you're going to get out of this hole is you guys as a collective. It's the only way you're going to get out of this hole. You got to come together and block out the noise. Oh, Colin Kaepernick beats by Drake. Block out the noise and find a way to come together and dig out this hole.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Shout outs in some other NFL notes, too. It was a tough day yesterday for players across the league. Really, really tough day for Minnesota, who just started getting themselves together. So we'll talk more football. We'll dive back into the Sacramento Kings. Big shout out to Sarah Hodges for coming through as she does each Monday. Sarah Hodges, CBS 13 and Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Yay.
Eaton 85. Casey, at what point do you panic with the Niners? Oscar, you don't panic till you're eliminated. Your season's over.
Yeah, exactly.
That's you don't panic. There's
you
always
have a game to play.
urgency.
You got a chance.
There's a sense of urgency right now. There should be. You got to turn things around, but that's different than panic, in my opinion. Like, as long as your season's not over, then there ain't no need to panic.
There's things to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Which obviously before when you're winning the way y'all were winning, it feels good, right? But like now it's like, okay, back to reality.
Yeah.
Get back to the grind. Get back to basics.
Jacob, shout out to your Broncos. I couldn't believe that happened.
That was crazy. Broncos are.
Am I done or am I not?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Just making sure that I wasn't like signing myself off.
Yeah, do not do that, please. Do not do that, please. You're set though. Yeah, good shit from your Broncos yesterday. That was baffling.
I went and got my eyelashes done before I came in here. I'm not lying. Like I was like starting to go blind halfway through.
Oh no.
The chemicals that they use.
Oh no.
Thanks for having me.
Always. Next Monday. Let's get it.
Oh yeah. Oh, so I may be going home next Monday.
Okay.
I gotta get my hair done at some point. It's so grown out and out of control.
No doubt.
I go to LA because I've just been going to the same girl forever. But
I mean, that's baller status. Like, I just go to LA.
Come on the show Sunday. Well, it'll be an early one. There's no Kings. There's nothing that day. Like we'll record maybe around like 6. If you guys are down to come on, I'd love to have y'all.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, homie.
Once again, I didn't open the door for
Get
Sarah.
your workout. She got to get her workout in. Oh man. Okay, terrific. Yeah.
Gwitty, Dr. David, let's not change our tune now. You guys been calling the Niners frauds and exposed and all this other stuff. Rob W been doing it too. Let's not change the tune now. This is what you guys have been saying. Hey, it's up to them. Then people will say whatever they want because they've lost 3 games in a row. It's up to them. Come together and find a way to dig out all this. That's all I'm saying.
They still a team on Philly's level, or are they kind of like along lines like Detroit, Seahawks, Dallas? They in that tier now?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'll tell you right, spoiler alert, they won't be in the KC's top 5, but at the same time, I want to see them fully healthy and see if they still struggle.
Yeah, I think we'll learn more about them coming out the bye.
Yeah, this hoodie's getting retired. There's something about this hoodie and these lights. I think it's this reflective shit. I used to wear this at home, and I always thought it was the home lights. It's not. It's this hoodie.
What'd you see? I don't even see that.
Bro, it just makes me look like I got that Trump-like orange color to me.
Oh.
Yeah, look at the video. I do.
Trump orange.
I look like a Halloween pumpkin. Like, this shit is getting retired.
Jabal Monkey.
Yeah, it was good shit from JaVale.
Hey, Rob Dub, who's the best team in football? Who's the best team in football? Who'd y'all play again?
New England.
That's right. Couldn't remember. I was moving all Saturday morning. I didn't even get a chance to watch
Moving.
football. Moving my aunt into her new house. It was only supposed
Auntie
to take
Wanda?
2 hours. No.
Oh, so I'd have come helped.
It was only supposed to take 2 hours, and ended up being there till 1.
Yeah, it never only takes 2 hours. Y'all say Colin Kaepernick disrespect the national anthem, but we just got Flavor Flav out here, huh? Come on, man. They really let Flavor Flav sing the national anthem. I mean, he gave it his all.
How does that meeting go? Like, it was for the Bucks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, if you're the Bucks marketing team or whatever, like, hey, you know who should have sing the anthem? Flavor Flav. Like, how does that work?
I don't know.
Oh man, it's tough. They're laughing too. Oh man. I mean, it's still better than Carl Lewis.
Is it better than Fergie?
Lewis, better than Roseanne Barr.
Fergie's was weird, dude. Fergie's was weird.
Fergie's was lightweight uncomfortable.
Fergie's was that All-Star game?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Fergie's
All-Star.
was weird.
I mean, yeah. I'll say. I don't know. I'm not sure why we're doing that.
What?
Singing the national anthem.
Oh, I don't know why we do that either. It's stupid.
I'm not
That
sure.
does
sure why
not
we're
need to be
doing
done 41 times at the Golden One
No.
Center. If you want to do it once opening night, that's fine. You really don't have to. I don't understand why this is a thing that just won't die. I really wish it would go away. It's so obnoxious. It serves absolutely no purpose. Do it at the Olympics. That's where you do it.
Yeah.
Do it in international play. That's where you do it. Man, Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles yesterday.
Damn.
Vikings got another win against the Packers. That victory against the 49ers seemed to have kind of got them moving in the right direction a little bit. And Kirk Cousins, whether we like it or not, was having a phenomenal season.
He was playing really well.
Yeah, he was playing incredible. And that's just like that, man. It ends. His season's over. And he didn't have he did the full hop. Like he could not put his foot down at all. I thought he might have broke his ankle. No, he tore his Achilles.
It's so tough to see, man. Get well soon, Kirk. I don't know what that means for him moving forward. Is he going to be able to, sign somewhere and be ready to play next year at the start of the season? This is about halfway through the year, so usually in the past it's a year-long thing. I don't know if maybe he'll be able to come back a little sooner.
October
tough,
to
man.
October, yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I think Kendrick Bourne tore his ACL also. Yeah, Kendrick Bourne tore his ACL, so that's another. That's a 8-month injury or so. Yeah, it was a tough day in the league yesterday. Eagles won again.
Yeah,
they're fair to say they're in a tier by themselves.
Yeah, they're the number one team in football. Right
They're
now.
there. Yeah.
I mean, it's with them though. It's always shaky. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe they'll just always be shaky into winning a championship. Maybe that'll be the case. But though they were down 24-17 to the Commanders early in the fourth or so, and they came back and got 14 unanswered.
Yeah.
To get that W. So hey, that's just the way they are. Like they gotta what they always say, the people get to get the smelling salt. Maybe they need the smelling salt before they wake up and score some points. And that's just the nature of that team.
Nothing to do with nothing. But did y'all see the end of the Giants-Jets game?
I did not.
I wanted to tweet like Jesse Tapia so bad, coach of the year, my ass, when he called for the field goal and they missed it. The Brian Daboll call for the field goal, they missed it, and Zach Wilson just led them down the field in seconds to get them a game-tying field goal.
Yeah.
And they wound up winning in overtime. The Jets wound up winning in overtime.
It's disgusting what's going on in New York right now.
Was incredible.
I hate it.
It was like, yeah. Now I don't know what I would have done in that situation. I don't know if I would have tried to. It felt like, I don't know. You're weighing risk versus reward right there, right? You make it. You're forcing them to score a touchdown in a minimal amount of time. You probably sealed the game.
Yeah.
But you miss it, and you get exactly what happened.
So one of the things that
I laughed. I'm acting like I'm distraught. I'm not distraught. I laughed.
One of the things that people talk about sometime that I kind of subscribe to a little bit is you got to think about what would the other team want you to do? Would they want you to kick a field goal, which get you some points? In that situation, they were up 3. The Giants were.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you make it, you're up 6.
Mm-hmm.
There's still time on the clock. You'll get the ball back.
But it's a touchdown.
You
got to go the whole way.
But if they go for it and get the first down, the game's over.
Right. Which, they didn't. I can't remember what the third down yardage was, but I feel like they got like half of it. So it left it like 4 and 2 and 4 or 4 and 3 or something like that. So it wasn't 4th and 1 or 4th and inches or anything like that. It was really the question mark was really the field goal.
Yeah.
Or do you they brought up going for it, or do you just try to aim it down the field a little bit to where you don't have a short field on a kick?
Now the other thing about that is the offenses were awful in that game.
It's terrible.
So maybe you do.
Yeah, but Zach Wilson is a superhero,
and let that Jets offense be what it was the
Mm-hmm.
entire time
Mm-hmm.
for the rest of the game. But I always think about that though, because if I'm the Jets, I'm like, kick the field goal, kick the field goal, so I get a chance. If you do anything else, if you go for it, I might not get a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't always make your decisions based on that.
You don't think punting it was an option?
No, it was an option too. But I mean, you're that close where you're kicking a field goal. No, let's go for it. Would you say it was like 4th and 3, maybe?
I think it was either 4th and 3 or 4th and 2.
I would have thought about going for it.
Oh, and I think Brian Daboll did.
Yeah,
I think they did.
Thought about trying to get, especially in that case, talking about 2-3 yards. Yeah, I definitely would have thought about that.
But as you mentioned, the offense wasn't exactly cooking.
No,
and Daboll got super conservative.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, I was thinking this live, and the game ultimately went the way that it did. This is about the Kings, by the way.
Okay.
But I feel like it fits into the scenario of like clock management. I feel like I know what you're gonna say, but there were a few possessions late in the game where the Kings were up and took pretty quick shots, open shots. Nothing even resembling a bad shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just quick on the shot clock. And I did think like, hey, I know we don't slow this offense down, but is this maybe a moment where you slow the offense down and let some time tick off of the clock? And they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lakers were able to tie. We know how the game went. It worked out in the Kings' favor. But I did think when the Lakers had that final possession, because I think it was Malik. It could have been. I don't remember who it was. Could have been Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
Someone took a 3 with like 18 seconds left on the shot clock. It was in the flow of everything. There was nothing wrong with it, except it was at the end of the game that you're up on, and this team is just relentless. We saw LeBron. LeBron essentially did last night what he did against Phoenix a couple of nights ago. I'm going to get to the basket. If you think you can stop me, stop me. But I'm going to get to the basket. Last night's end of regulation was a mirror image of the Phoenix game.
Yeah.
Do you slow down the offense a little bit just to tick some seconds off of the clock?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you think about the clock being your friend in that situation. So you you run that down to 3 seconds on the shot clock, get a shot that way, because that's one of the only ways that you can lose is if you give them more time to mount a comeback. So yeah, I completely get that.
There's a couple of them there at the end, and you go back and we'll have time to, I'm sure, go watch it again before Wednesday. You'll see like 2 possessions for sure, maybe 3, where it's like,
and you talk about LeBron
down a little,
getting to the cup, and that I know particularly in the last game, end of the game situation, the Kings played that. I want to say perfectly because they scored, so that's not good. But LeBron wants to go one-on-one. He's just going to go one-on-one. And if he scores a layup, he scores a layup. The thing that I was sitting there thinking about the most, I was like, do not leave anybody open for a 3. A 2 doesn't beat you. The game continues. You probably have a shot to win the game in regulation, even if they tie it. A 3 could essentially end the game.
That's funny. That's not at all what I was thinking. Because I didn't think they'd leave anyone.
Yeah, I was hoping they wouldn't leave anybody. Let LeBron go one-on-one. He gets to the cup, he gets to the cup.
All I thought was don't foul him.
There's that too.
Because you're probably not going to foul him hard enough. Like we saw a play earlier, I think it was Keegan. Keegan had a really good foul on him. Like really good. It stops 90% of the players in this league from getting a shot up. Didn't stop LeBron.
Right.
LeBron, it didn't make it. But LeBron still got a ball in the air that had an opportunity to go in and be a 3-point play.
Yeah.
That's all I was thinking is just don't foul him. Don't foul him. Because he might, because if you make any contact, he is going to flail and he's going to do the thing. And then the refs are going to feel guilty about losing sleep and they're going to blow the whistle.
Yeah. I was just thinking the whole time on that play. Don't foul was one of them as well, but just don't leave nobody. Don't leave that. You want to talk about Steph Curry being ready for him to retire. I'm ready for D'Angelo Russell to retire.
I kept waiting for D'Angelo to do his thing last night.
He had some moments.
You felt it was happening, yeah.
So I was just like, don't leave him. Don't leave Taurean Prince. Stay home with everybody. And if LeBron wants to go one-on-one with Harrison Barnes, let him.
I think Taurean took I don't know why I'm laughing at this. He took 13 threes last night.
He had 11 points in the third quarter.
Yeah, he was 15 of 30. I'm sorry, he was 5 of 13 from 3 last night. You said he had how many in the third?
11.
11 of his 20.
20 points. What you think about the Lakers after seeing them?
Jesse was trying to convince me before the show that they're bad.
I don't think they're bad.
I don't think they're. I don't love what I've seen. Gabe Vincent hasn't.
Yeah.
Clicked.
Bad's not the right word, I would say, for them too. But I got questions about them being contenders this season, as far as how they want to run stuff in the regular season and all that.
It goes back to it. To me, it's along the lines of what Kenny you've been saying for a while, with all of the Anthony Davis stuff that LeBron James has been trying to push about Anthony Davis being the guy. He can't be. It has to be LeBron James. I mean, LeBron had 27 last night.
LeBron had the smoothest, most lethargic 27 ever. And I don't mean that as disrespect.
No.
He looked like he was just chilling.
And
ended up with 27.
By the way, most of the second half is Kenny Caraway's fault. Because KC at halftime was like, LeBron don't even look like he want to be here.
He didn't even look like
he want to play basketball.
He didn't look like he wanted to be there in the second half.
Yeah, and still got to 27. Had 9 in the fourth quarter. He's still the best player in the world to me. And to me, it doesn't feel like he's leading that team. That's the second. Who did they play? Oh, they played the Nugget. I've seen all 3 Laker games in their entirety.
And the Suns.
Yeah, the Nuggets, the Suns, and this one. And it just feels like LeBron is chilling. And I don't know if that's why they kind of look the way that they do. I don't know if it's a reflection of if he's really trying to make Anthony Davis the leader of that team, and that's just Anthony Davis's personality, or if these pieces don't quite. I think Taurean Prince is fantastic. D'Angelo Russell's always going to be fascinating. Gabe Vincent's in a far different role than he was last year. I don't know how this is all gonna fit together.
Does it come down to whether or not Austin Reeves can be what some people think he is?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, last night he did not have a good showing.
No, he did not at all. And yes, it very well could be.
That's kind of scary
for their long-term success.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because Austin Reeves is a good ball player. I don't think he's somebody that he's not like a franchise guy. Like the outcome of the season hinges on him. That's a little scary.
Well,
he should be knocked down a peg. He should be like your fourth best player, and they got him as like your third best player. That's a little scary.
Is it? Like if Austin Reeves is doing for you what Keegan Murray's doing for Sacramento.
I think Keegan Murray could be way better than Austin Reeves, though.
Well, long term, I think he can too. But like, you can't see Austin Reeves averaging 16 points a game. Is that too high? What did he average last year?
He averaged 15, I think. I think he averaged 15.
To me, that's not.
But we're talking about
crazy.
When we talk about Keegan Murray averaging 16, and I know things are a little different, like with minutes and distribution and stuff like that. That goes with Herter averaging 15, Monk averaging 12, Barnes averaging 15. You know, I don't see Torian averaging 15. I don't see Gabe Vincent averaging 15. Like, they looking at Austin like, hey, take us.
But
take
if you
us
put
home.
Fox at 30, you're probably not putting Sabonis at 30. Right?
No, Sabonis, I got him back at 19 or something.
Yeah, like I think the idea will be LeBron and AD are both averaging in the range of 30. Now, LeBron might be 25 plus versus 30 like he was, forever. I think the idea is that Anthony Davis is a 30-point per game guy. And that lifts up those numbers that you were just using to distribute across Kings players.
The other thing about their games too, as well, as I think they look at Austin Reeves to like create a lot and like let him cook. We saw it in the playoffs last year, and he came through. I remember that game 1 against Memphis, like him creating in the pick and roll, put that game away for the Lakers. Keegan, it's like, hey, Keegan, when we run the offense and it gets swung your way, knock it down, or pump fake 1-2 drill. They're not really looking for him to create. I don't know. It just feels like asking Austin Reeves to like be your third best player, create, do things on the pick and roll. Seems like a lot on his plate.
So let me mention this. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the very free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Shout out to everybody who's been watching us today. Hit the thumbs up while you're in the YouTube. All you little looky-loos, y'all hit the thumbs up. Y'all a little looking for content. We know who you are. Just hit the thumbs up. Let us know you out there. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. We appreciate you just the same. The only non-LeBron Anthony Davis player that stood out to me, and both of those guys really stood out last night. Anthony Davis was bordering on frustrating last night. Was Taurean Prince. He was the one who stood out to me in that Lakers uniform.
What about Torian?
He wasn't afraid to shoot. He hit a couple early. You mentioned the third quarter that he had. I just thought he was. It just feels like he's the perfect player for Anthony Davis and LeBron James. I feel like he's the perfect player. I don't know if D'Angelo Russell is. You know what I mean? I don't know if D'Angelo Russell is perfect for those two. I feel like Gabe Vincent might be, but I don't know. Like I can't. Gabe hasn't looked good this season. And I couldn't even make a judgment on Austin Reeves last night because he was invisible.
Yeah, it's funny you say that about Torian.
You don't like him?
I like him, but I don't know if that's the guy I want in the game down the stretch.
Why?
Like, I just don't think he's that type of player. Like, and
what do you mean?
If I have that going on, I don't know if I'm winning a championship. He's good. Like who would you player?
Like I don't think I understand. What would you rather do? Sorry. Let me try that again. Why wouldn't you want him in late in the game? because especially you're not leaning on him. You want him to be. To me, you want Taurean Prince to be there the same way you want Kevin Huerter to be there.
Well, like it's like this, like, and people probably say this about certain Kings players or whatever. I understand that, but I remember, I think we had the show, but I was talking to my buddy a lot too. The year 2021, and the Lakers, had all this buzz or whatever, and the case may be, and I was like, Dennis Schroeder, like that's what you're. When AD is getting doubled, he can kick out Dennis Schroeder, and that's what's going to win you a championship.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's something about it. I like Dennis Schroeder. I can't envision him ripping the heart out of somebody with a dagger 3 when the season's on the line. I feel the same way about Taurean Prince. I could probably envision Schroeder more than Taurean Prince, to be honest with you. But that's how I feel. Like, last night, game late, I was never afraid of a Taurean Prince 3. I was afraid of D'Angelo.
Really?
Yeah, I was never worried about Taurean Prince.
Well, I understand D'Angelo. That's post-traumatic stress disorder. Like that's like we've all been in that arena or we've all been watching when he is eviscerated the Sacramento Kings. He hasn't had the best start to the season either. No. But you often take players and put them in very specific situations to explain why you don't think that it works.
Because that's what, like with the Lakers, that's what they're talking about, right?
But I understand. But through an 82-game season, I think he works fine.
Sure.
And it's up to, everyone's game has to elevate in the postseason, be it Taurean Prince or Anthony Davis and LeBron James or Austin Reeves. Why are we spending so much time on Taurean Prince? I'm not really sure. I don't know what's happening right now. It's D'Lo and KC live from Los Angeles.
Taurean Prince, the Derek White Player of the Week.
Yeah.
but all I'm saying is that's they're not talking about 82 games. They have no doubt about getting into the playoffs.
Sure.
Their thought is a championship, and they talking about championship. I don't know if that's the guy necessarily. I really liked and he's on Milwaukee now. I like Beasley when he was there, and he didn't even play when they traded him to the Lakers. I like Beasley. That didn't really work out, but I don't know. Lakers are fine. I look at like Malik Monk, for instance. I do believe Malik Monk is a guy that can, rip your heart out in a playoff situation.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That guy. And some people will look.
But I don't think there's a lot of Maliks though.
Some people don't look at Malik like that though. Some people look at
Malik. They don't watch basketball. Y'all don't watch who?
Some people look at Malik as a role-playing Taurean Prince type. And his numbers would probably spell out that's who he's been in his career so far. We look at him in a different light, but he's not your.
Well, demeanor's a big part of Malik too.
Yeah.
I don't know Taurean's demeanor very well. I don't think it's like Malik.
No.
Like Malik, I think the difference between Malik and the type of player you say Taurean's not is Taurean on the Lakers may not feel like he can take over a game or hit that shot. Hit the shot that Malik hit last night. Maybe Taurean on this team doesn't feel like he could do that. Malik will go out Wednesday night in the absence of De'Aaron Fox and think he can score 50. And he might do it. But I don't know that players on the Lakers feel that way.
So on your Lakers power rankings, you said you like Taurean more than D'Angelo. I think D'Angelo should be ahead of Taurean.
I like
Taurean is more of a Malik type guy that if you mess around, even aside from.
You mean D'Angelo's more of a Malik
type
guy?
I say Taurean?
Yeah.
D'Angelo's more of a Malik type guy where
I could see that.
He can go for 30 any night.
I can see that. But I also think that's a fine comp. No, I'm not gonna argue that. That's a fine comp. I just like Taurean. I didn't mean to start a fight.
I like Taurean too. I like him too.
But the question was, how do you think the Lakers look through 3 games? Even the Phoenix one, I haven't been particularly impressed with them. I thought LeBron James won them the Phoenix game. I thought LeBron James did everything he could to win the Sacramento game. And if that's what you have to do this early in the season, this is going to be. I'm not pinning this on LeBron James, but it's the way organizations run when they have LeBron James. the Jared Vanderbilts, the D'Angelo Russells, the Rui Hachimuras, all of that stuff. Come February, let's take a look at what this team looks like the day after the trade deadline. This could be one of those Cleveland Cavaliers situations where they gut the whole team at the trade
LeBron
deadline.
is downloading data right now on the team.
He might be. He on Synergy, checking it all out right now. We'll come back. We will get back to the Kings question mark. Yes, we will. Matter of fact, not only are we going to get back to the Kings, I think we're going to get back to De'Aaron Fox.
Hey.
If you missed JaVale McGee earlier, man, you missed out on something. We'll play a clip of that conversation with you when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, boy. All right, man. All right. Let's get in here. Let me get the timer here because I'm going to talk a little talk. 13th round. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Big ups. Shout out to the dope ones. My man's over there. Shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know what it is. ColaCMOS.com. Go cop that. You know the vibes. Over the weekend, we had, I don't know if this was an exhibition. I don't know if this was like really for a belt or whatever they were trying to do. But Tyson Fury took on Francis Ngannou in Dubai in a fight. And this was ridiculous. It was ridiculous on so many levels. Let's start with the fact that it actually happened. There's that. Then let's go to the fact that Tyson Fury, who looked like he didn't train whatsoever, was just doing whatever for this fight, didn't take it seriously, ended up getting knocked down on a left hook by Francis Ngannou and really looked mid. I'm talking about Tyson Fury, looked mid the entire fight. A lot of people had Ngannou winning the fight. I didn't score it, so I don't know. Looking at the fight, it looked even or like Ngannou won or whatever the case may be. But Tyson Fury looked like an embarrassment. And he looked like the embarrassment that he is. And it's just more confirmation and affirmation that this guy needs to get out of boxing. Like we've seen a number of these UFC fighters come in here and try and fight or whatever, and even fight at Jake Paul, and they got smacked up a number of different times. And you're supposed to be the baddest man on the planet, the heavyweight champion of the world. And you're out here looking like a bum and getting knocked down by Francis Ngannou. This guy's bad for the sport, in my opinion. Not because of situations like that solely, but also you have situations where he's held up the heavyweight division for 2 years since he got the belt, not fighting anybody, playing these negotiating games with Usyk and all this other stuff, not fighting Anthony Joshua. It's just been a clown show. And I hope that we're seeing the end of Tyson Fury as a boxer so we can move on and boxing can get in a better place. Tyson Fury, thumbs down. Get out of here. That's the 13th round. Did you see the fight at all, Jesse?
No, I think I'm out on these UFC boxing fights now. Like, I don't think I'm really going to tap in with them anymore.
Yeah, I'm not really interested. Not really interested.
I'm not sure what purpose they serve any more than these guys getting paid now.
Once again, like, if it's not for, like, a real championship or nothing, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
They're in Dubai. There's no real vibes over there.
Because it's like Francis Ngannou, like, he almost won, sure, but it's like, what effect does that have on anything? Like, who cares?
How do you feel about Tyson Fury? You am I spot on or am I a little hard?
Yeah, he's I feel like his dad is acknowledged much. He's too much.
He's a waste. He's wasting everybody's time. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
You just waste everybody's time. And you're the heavyweight champion of the world.
Because like he doesn't fight into the heavyweights now. He's supposed to fight Usyk, but we'll see.
He's trying to get out of that.
I need a 420 hit of the day for Friday. Anybody got some suggestions? We need one more. I need to send these to Complex. I haven't sent them yet. What do y'all want to hear Friday at 420? Let us know in the chat. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I think you can text us. I don't really know how, but
yeah, we do have
Jordan, not to talk about it. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know where those texts go.
41025. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's 41025. I have no idea where those texts go.
I don't either. I think they all go to Megan's phone.
That'd be amazing. Everybody text 41025 right now and say, "Hey, Megan."
Megan's phone just burning out every day.
What about that Honey Bad Boy remix, the Mariah Carey joint?
I mean, you can't go wrong with this. It's a good song.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out a record. I need to send these to Complex, and I try to get the weeks done. There's nothing of note happening this week. Normally we celebrate like anniversaries, birthdays, so on. No, Dr. David, we are not playing Ain't No Fun.
Well, it's
absolutely not.
It's an option.
No, it is not. We play. Ramsey says I got 5 on it. We play that on a regular day.
Let's see. I got a list of these type of songs. We'll go through it.
Anything Method and Redman. Okay. All right. I'll figure it out.
See, the thing about it, guys, is they did play music after 1999. They did play music after 2005. That's 10 years old at this point.
Well, I'm just asking for suggestions.
Well, yeah, they're giving all these suggestions. We always cover the 90s.
Yeah. Do we?
Yeah.
All right. Let's just get back to our regularly scheduled program.
All right. Jordan Meeks said, not for him. Music is done.
Okay. It's over. His music is done. Oh man. Oh, Jordan Ivey had Jordan Ivey got front rimmed on a dunk.
Oh, Jaden.
Jaden Ivey, sorry. Jaden Ivey.
I heard Jaden's not even starting right now. The Pistons are like 2-1, I think.
That's tough.
They're 2-1.
Why do the Nuggets look unbeatable?
They beat up on OKC yesterday.
They look. Oh, Jokic went out there. Oh, this the new hotness?
Man.
Oh, okay. Mike Malone, like, this the new hotness? Oh, okay. I got y'all.
They beat up on them boys.
I got y'all.
And OKC was looking good. I was watching the other day, OKC in Cleveland, and I was like, man, that's a good little squad right there. And they might have some for Denver tonight. No, they beat up on Denver. Or excuse me, Denver beat up on OKC.
Yeah. They look unbeatable, man.
Clippers out there doing work too. They beat up on the Spurs.
They did.
You know who does not beat up on anybody and who does not look good? The Memphis Grizzlies.
Memphis Grizzlies look terrible. Hey, your boy, get your boy, your boxing guy.
Oh,
Chris Mannix.
It's not my boy.
I tagged you on what he said.
What you tagged? Wait, hold on. What you mean?
Where Mannix? Oh, did I? I did. Mannix said, Can some contending team get Robert Williams out of Portland? Playing him with Ayton doesn't work. And there has to be a team that needs a 26-year-old former Defensive Player of the Year candidate with finals experience. Then he says, Memphis? ? Brooklyn? ? Bro, what?
There's a couple things going on there. There's a couple things going on, right? Jesse, no, me and Jesse would always talk about Rob Williams. I love Rob Williams. He was never a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. What are we talking about? He's a good ball player. He's a really good ball player. He's never a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. So there's that. And then to your point, and once again, I now see the tweet. That's not my man. Don't put him on.
Can you unblock me so you can see the tweets I tag you in, please?
It's not my man.
That's your man's in them.
Yeah, Memphis. Like, I think everybody just needs to face facts that Memphis.
Yeah, boy,
not it.
Might
like
be.
They're not making the playoffs this year.
I don't
even think they're making a play in.
Yeah, not good.
I'll tell you what, though, Rob Williams would be sick on this team. I would like Rob Williams would be perfect for the Kings, I think.
I would like Rob Williams' team. But
Where's
Rob
he
Williams
play?
would also be a guy off the bench.
Yeah, he'd be the backup big.
We just talked to the backup big like 30 minutes ago.
Fine 5 minutes. Mike Brown do his job.
Rob Williams also can't stay healthy.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem for Rob.
Didn't this whole thing spawn from him not playing back-to-backs this year or something like that?
Yeah, they were setting him for the back-to-back coming up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Defensive Player of the Year thing he's talking about. Like, Rob had one season where he was like Rob's a really good defender and all that rim protector, but he had one season like he was really good, but he was hurt most of the year. So
Yeah, I like Rob Williams. I love Rob Williams somehow in Sacramento, but Chris Mannix, settle down.
Get your boy, man.
That's once again, it's not my boy. I don't
by association, he came to the party with you once.
I think he did. Y'all was at the same boxing. Y'all was at the same
No,
boxing fight.
we was at the party. I was already inside. He's like, I know Kenny up in there, and that's how he got in.
Everybody gets.
Yeah, that's your boy. As soon as he says your name, that's your boy.
He's not. I didn't invite this guy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but Kenny's friend, I guess, showed up and caused a mess.
That's how everybody gets in the club. I know Kenny. Man, that's what they tell me, man. You don't know Kenny, bro. Stop lying. Stop lying.
I don't know nothing about nothing with this guy. Hey, why is everybody just always look, I'm going to complain about complainers here. Why are people always like finding something to complain about the in-season tournament about? Now they're complaining about the court.
Yo, the courts are fire. Someone asked this earlier. Well, okay, let me try that again. I don't think the courts are fire. I think the idea of a court for the in-season tournament is tremendous.
Yeah.
I love that.
Absolutely. I like the idea. Now, the courts are whatever. They're courts.
It's whatever.
It's whatever. But I like the idea of, and this is
best believe Adam's got that thing ready on a presentation slide that says your company logo here.
Right there. Right there.
Yep.
But I like the thought behind it of, because it is November and it's your condition that it's just Tuesday or regular Tuesday or Friday, you see that court and you're oh,
yeah.
This has ramifications.
I love it.
I think it's great. But all people do is complain about the court. Then they complained about the fact that they spent all this time coming up with the tournament, and all they did to incentivize it was make the players get more money. Like, what about the fans? Like, what about just watching the game and enjoying the game and enjoying the competition?
What about the fan? Like, what do you want, a cookie? What do you mean, what about the fans?
I have been looking forward to the in-season tournament since they've talked about it for like 10 years. I thought it was a good idea. It don't hurt nobody. There's another way to like help casuals get involved in the regular season. I think it's fine. I'm looking forward to it.
Let's speak their language. You can gamble on it.
Well, there's now.
I mean, we will for fun.
For fun.
But y'all can gamble on it.
Fun money.
I was out on the in-season tournament, but I feel like now with each move, they kind of like make the NBA, like with the courts and stuff. Like now I'm kind of buying into it because now they're making it like they're making it special. It's different. Like as soon, like I feel like once they throw this like on Amazon Prime or something like that, I'll be like fully bought in just because it's its own thing at that point.
I love it. I love it. I love the
all
idea.
for the
I think it's spectacular.
And I think it should always stay in Vegas. It should either be in Vegas or in the Garden.
Didn't we already? Isn't it in Vegas?
It's in Vegas this year, but I don't know if it's going to always be in Vegas.
Oh.
It should be in either Vegas or the Garden.
Okay, dude.
Put in the Sphere.
Put in the Sphere. Sphere holds like 18,000.
I don't think you can play in the Sphere, can you?
It's a court. I mean,
in the Sphere?
I'm sure you could get a court in there.
It's Vegas. We can figure it out.
Wouldn't the crowd be on one side?
Yeah. They do that for boxing sometimes.
The crowd be on one side. Really? What venue?
Sometimes they used to fight at Boardwalk in New York, Boardwalk Theater, or something like that. So, like,
in
that's
Jersey or in
no,
New
it was
York?
in
What was it? Atlantic City?
Ramsey would know.
Of course he would. He's probably driving by it now.
They were at some theater,
Okay.
but the boxing stage was on the stage.
Yeah.
And all the fans were.
Oh, that's amazing.
Up in the
Make it as gimmicky as possible. Fans on one side of the Sphere. You got the game on the video board outside of the Sphere,
crazy.
whatever going on as you're driving by.
But what would be on the inside? More fans? Like, what if you put more fans on the digital part of the
that
Sphere?
would be
We'll Thunderdome this thing too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half Thunderdome, half
you got
fans.
real fans on one side and Thunderdome fans on the other side?
Adam Silver, call us.
Yo. Hey, Adam, these ideas are free, bro. These ideas are free. This is weird. I've never thrown to a clip of us before, but yet here we are. If you missed our conversation, those screenshots with JaVale McGee earlier, actually, I think I introduced this clip nicely. When you see De'Aaron coming out of the tunnel like that, knowing how badly he rolled his ankle, what's that do for everybody in the Kings uniform?
Man, it just shows how much heart De'Aaron really has, and how much heart this young Kings team has. I remember we were starting overtime. You can watch the film when we're starting overtime. I was going to the jump ball, and I go over to Malik, and I tell Malik, you're gonna have to pick it up this overtime because De'Aaron's hurting. And the only reason I knew that is because I could see it in his eyes. His eyes were like damn near red, and I could see he's fighting through it. And in my mind, I'm a vet. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, hey, young fella, it's only game 3. We need your game 73. So it's not necessary for you to fight through this, but to see the heart that De'Aaron had last night and the way he came out there and dominated, and everybody, I feel like everybody picked up from around him.
JaVale McGee joined us earlier in the show. You could hear the conversation in its entirety on YouTube, of course, on the Odyssey app, and across our podcast channels as well. A special performance from De'Aaron Fox last night. We've learned through Mark Spears and various other outlets as well, including our very own James Ham, that De'Aaron does have an ankle sprain, nothing more severe, and he's Mark wasn't definitive that he'll be back in a week. There's a belief that he could be back as soon as a week, and that may very well have come from De'Aaron. Oh, I'll be back in a week. We're like, buddy, relax a little bit. But what's coming up is, of course, the Golden State Warriors on Wednesday, and then we got Saturday, Houston, Monday, Houston. Of course, De'Aaron is from Houston, so there's probably a lot going into that trip and the thought of that trip there. But that's where we are with De'Aaron Fox right now. Those are the next 3 games, all 3 of them on the road. Houston played pretty well versus Golden State last night until Golden State just decided, okay, we're good. It's not going to get any further than you guys hanging around with 5 minutes left.
Why Steph do that to Dylan Brooks, though? Damn.
Why'd he run off like that?
So that's what I was also going to bring up, too. When all the Warrior fans try to, oh, poor Steph. Why do people hate Steph? Steph be doing some sneaky stuff that I don't have a problem with. Like, I don't have a problem with it. Just when somebody gets back at you, don't be told, why are you doing this to Steph? Why do people not like Steph? Steph will do some sneaky stuff like that. He'll do some like Steph is. I love Steph Curry, but they always portray it as like he's some humble, makes a shot, and just kind of jogs back like he's Tim Duncan. No, he's not Tim Duncan. Like, he'll show you up, embarrass you, and clown you. And that's why some people don't be getting at him. They don't like him.
Did he not? I genuinely don't know the answer to this. Did he not get a technical for that last night?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't watch the game or that particular play.
I didn't see the game.
I doubt he got a technical for that. I doubt. He's sneaky, and I'm with it. I'm okay with it. If I'm Steph Curry, I'm talking that talk too. But just don't get surprised when people are like not liking you.
You know what Steph Curry might be? You remember when Kurt Angle debuted? And Kurt Angle thought he was a good guy, and he was telling everybody like intensity, integrity, and intelligence, and he thought he was a good guy, but he was really a bad guy.
Yeah,
I think that might be Steph. Steph might actually be a heel, and he's just playing all of us. That's what it is. I feel like I'm Bobby the Brain Heenan right now, where I'm like, I told you for years he's horrible, and you're slowly starting to see like Steph is actually a bad guy. It's actually Hollywood Steph Curry.
It's Hollywood Steph.
Yeah, it's Hollywood Steph Curry.
He put the crowd to sleep on Friday.
Hey,
he does that. And
rightfully so.
Once again, I'm all for it. I have no problem.
See, I don't care.
Just don't be acting crazy when people get back at Steph. That's all I'm saying.
But like the go to sleep thing, that's like, all right, like, hey, you did that. That's yours. What he did to Dylan Brooks, though, was wild.
He might have to fight.
That dude ran like across the court. He ran like a child. It's like, yo, what is he doing? Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. But that boy
was nasty.
That boy nasty, dude. He can pretty much do what he wants.
I think let me make sure I have this correct while I'm checking on that. The
really wish Steph would retire.
The place where Roy Jones fought was Radio City Music Hall.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So he fought there. But
that's right in the middle of New York City.
Yeah. The Rockets, still winless. That's what I was looking for. Make sure I want to say that.
Sorry, you needed to look that up?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I wasn't selling them short, but still winless on the season. So you may be facing a
none of the
winless
teams are really surprising except for one, and it's probably not surprising to a lot of people, just me. The Brooklyn one.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Thought they would have had a win by now.
You know who's ahead of De'Aaron in the scoring leaders on the season?
Top 5 is De'Aaron. Who's that?
I think De'Aaron's 3. I think.
Thought it was 5.
Luka's number 1. Cam Thomas. Like, wait a minute.
Cam Thomas is so bizarre. He's so bizarre.
What the hell is going on here?
Because I think our guy Eddie Gonzalez tweeted it out like after one of his buckets a couple nights ago. He's like, this guy will come in and have like 4 straight games of 37 plus, and that'll be the only games he plays all year. Like, just gets benched the other time. Cam Thomas is a bucket.
Wasn't that the thing?
DNP?
Wasn't that the thing last year when they traded like their guys? When they traded KD and stuff, they had like a little couple days or whatever till the other guys got there, and he went off, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Killing.
Yep.
Yeah, and he just doesn't get an opportunity again. So, well, I don't know if this is going to continue. I don't know if he's going to get the full opportunity again. But yeah, Cam Thomas be getting buckets.
I'm looking at NBA. I got
Crazy
De'Aaron at
buckets.
3 at 31.3 points per game.
Okay.
Cam Thomas is at 33.
Cam Thomas is gonna retire as like a 36 point per game score just because he played in like 10 games and scored 36 in all of them.
And Luka's at 41.
Oh,
I got one
Luka's
thing right.
cooking.
Your boy's leading assists per game, and he's leading it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, they beat the. Have they lost yet? I don't think they've lost. Or are they 2-1?
No, I think they're 2-1.
They beat
But
the Cavs the other night too.
they did. No Donovan in that one. No, they're 2-0. I'm sorry.
2-0.
Yeah, your Orlando Magic are 2-0 also.
Lando.
Yep, your Detroit Pistons 2-1. Oh, look at Milwaukee. It's all failing. They're 1-1. It was
They
so
got
funny.
beat up by the Hawks.
The headline was hilarious though, because they used the quote. I don't know.
Headlines are hilarious.
They used the quote from Dame or Giannis. I don't know which one said it, but it was, we're still figuring some things out. That was the quote. Bucks routed by Hawks. Bro, 3 days ago, you was talking about Dame's like 39 and how like everything like just meshed together so beautifully and so perfectly. It's like, wait a minute. What are y'all doing?
Yeah, you're sounding like Stephen Wilkes.
Leave Steve Wilkes alone.
It's a new team. I just got to get used to
Will
things.
you
You
leave
didn't get used
Steve
to nothing
Wilkes?
the first 5 games. Now all of a sudden you got to get used to stuff. I need everybody to be better over there. Kyle, Steve Wilkes, the players. I need them all to be better, man. They all got to pick it up. Did you see?
Who was talking about you?
He's talking about I don't know what just happened right now.
Did you see after the first game of the season, people got mad at ESPN because they put Dame in a Bucks jersey?
Oh,
put
yeah.
their
No, that was
logo
trash.
on.
Yeah, that was trash.
I thought people did too much. Like, I don't think they were saying that's what was going on. Everybody knows where that's from.
No, I don't think they were counting on people doing that.
Well, they put a Bucks jersey. And he was in the. I'm sorry,
but
I knew what it was. I knew he was in the bubble.
But the isolated picture just showed him. I remember when I saw it, I was like, that wasn't from tonight. Like, what is that microphone from? And then I didn't think about it again.
Yeah.
Until I saw like the awful announcing post. I think Chris Haynes retweeted the awful announcing post. What the hell is this? That's weird. Like, that's super weird.
Well, it wasn't even like from ESPN when that interview happened. That was a TNT.
Yeah, because it was Chris Haynes.
Yeah,
like Chris Haynes was
all
doing
that
it.
stuff on the. They put the
photoshopped
ESPN
it all.
on
Yeah, and they cut Chris out of it.
I thought. I don't know. I thought it was a joke. I never took that seriously. Seems like a lot of people. I don't think ESPN meant it to be serious. I think I took it the way ESPN intended it for
You
it
thought
to be.
they intended that as a joke?
Yes, because I think
I don't.
Maybe
think
I'm
they
speaking for
intended that
myself.
as a joke.
Everybody knew where that was from.
No, I don't. I think they were just trying to get one over on people because they didn't have a picture of him doing an interview anywhere else. So they took an old picture of him. No, that's low key foul.
Well,
they took an old
like I
picture
said,
of him.
here's the other
and
thing. I didn't see a
photoshopped
picture.
it.
I saw the video. ESPN tweeted out the whole video of him post game in the bubble with a big old what's a boom mic situation.
Yeah, they use like AI to make it.
Well, no, like the post game, Chris Haynes did the interview. He was 20 feet away from Dame.
Mhm.
There was a boom mic.
Mhm.
To me, we all knew where that was from. We knew that was not Milwaukee on Thursday.
You thought they were
That was
doing
from
that
the
as a joke?
That's how I took it too. But apparently everybody else took it. This is how can you rip off? Like, no. They CGI'd a Bucks uniform. Like, I thought it was all a joke.
I think they meant it as a joke too, but I think the way they went about it was just really bad.
But so explain to me, why are you doing that as a joke?
Because that's kind of been like the thing on Twitter is all the AI stuff. Like that's just kind of been like the meme of
I don't
the
think
month,
they
I
did it
guess.
as a joke. I think they were trying to get one out there to see if it worked.
That's one. I don't want to overdo what
They
that,
weren't.
I don't want to overdo what that speech is, but that's one of the more popular, I won't even say famous, popular quotes. And it's been memed, all this. Like, we all know where that's from. You're not, if that's what they were doing, that's like saying, I don't want to use I can't think of a quote right now, but a super famous quote and using it in a game on Saturday and saying it's their own. Like, no, we all know where that's from. We know that's not live. We know that's not, that Dame quote is one of the more famous ones in recent memory. That interview is one of the more famous ones in recent memory. I thought they were having a good time with it. But I was clearly I was in the minority though, because a lot of people
I
were
think you're
upset with that.
I don't know.
Well, and I do want to apologize on behalf. Jordan Meek says our colleagues are messy.
Yeah.
I apologize on behalf of ESPN.
Using another network's clips too, that's tough. Like if people were just taking our clips and like doing AI stuff over that and all that.
True, but we do that all the time though. With Bart Scott, can't wait. Like, don't nobody credit CBS.
Well, I mean, like
You know
for
what I'm
that
saying?
though, like, but ESPN like made it as if because they put their little logo on the mic and all that stuff as if it was like their clip and all that.
Yeah.
Like that's just like I don't know.
An ESPN spokesperson said, "We occasionally look to connect sports moments of the past with contemporary imagery of storylines as part of our social content. While it was never our intention to misrepresent anything for fans, we completely recognize how this instance caused confusion." I'm calling cap on all of that because I don't think they've ever done this before. But
But also
Whatever.
you saw a picture with the quotes and had everything. When I saw the video is clear. The Bucks jersey is clearly CGI'd. He's wearing Blazer shorts in the video. Like it came off as a joke. I didn't see the picture with the quotes under. I saw the video and I was like, oh, like they tried to make a joke. All right.
I do not agree with you at all, which is par for the course with us, but I do not agree with that assessment of this at all. That was right. Read that out loud to the radio audience.
Somebody else putting their logo over the JaVale interview, we'd be mad too. Maybe, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, this didn't come across as a joke to me. Well, whatever. Yeah, he's right though. Dabo's right. Be mad. What were we doing?
It's Monday, bro.
We were doing something. I don't even know what it was.
Going to the
We were
league.
talking about
the
De'Aaron.
league. The Bucks are 1-1. We talked about Orlando was 2-0. We were talking about losing the games that De'Aaron had coming up. They're facing Houston.
That's right. Yeah,
I said Houston's 0-3, and then we kind of started talking about
kind of got a little sideways there. Well, we'll save the Kyle Shanahan quotes for tomorrow. James Ham's going to join us. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more about the two games over the weekend, De'Aaron Fox, what things look like moving forward. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Mentioned Houston. Neil Long's birthday's today, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ime Udoka will never be a winner because of that. Hit the thumbs up while you're here, man. We appreciate you. Whose body they putting J. Ross's head on? Talked to J. Ross for a little bit yesterday. I see you, Brando. I see you, Brando. What's up, Andrew? Appreciate you tapping in on the radio, man. Appreciate you. We don't take for granted there's people out there listening on the radio and the app. That's pretty dope. Pretty dope. Just make sure y'all hit the thumbs up. We should crack 400 today. We cracked 400 on the opener. We should be able to crack 400 today. We at 318. Can y'all get us to 4? Anyone who hasn't hit the thumbs up yet, can you do it? We'd appreciate it. What method is the best for you guys? Oh, it's all good. I mean, the company really loves the Odyssey app. That goes a long way for us. As much as we tell them, hey, our YouTube channel kind of popping. Oh, that's good. Here, Odyssey app. Probably the Odyssey app. I'd go Odyssey app, YouTube, radio last. In reality, it's probably Odyssey app radio than YouTube, but whatever. Yeah, not the best. Not the best. Okay.
So if the Kings win these next however many games with Fox out, do we put a rest to all the injury stuff?
Yeah, if they win without De'Aaron, hell yeah. Absolutely. But they'll find an excuse. Well, De'Aaron was only out 3 games. I mean, that's nothing.
That's fine. It's exactly what they'll say.
Oh, darn. I think all I have to do is press like 2 buttons and it'll reconnect.
You want candy?
Tell her no, thank you.
He said no, jackass.
I did not say so. I said no such thing, ma'am. Oh no, it didn't. I don't care. It can be gone forever. Grant Cohn on the conference call just asked Kyle Shanahan if he would consider making a change at the quarterback over the bye week. Shanahan said no. Then Cohn asked why, and Shanahan says because people don't change their quarterback for no reason. Oh, man.
I kind of want to see that.
That dude is kind of a gimmick at this point, right?
Yeah.
I think he knows it too.
Come on, man. Yeah, that's tough. Tough. The 49ers should trade for a cornerback. His next article. The 49ers should fire Steve Wilkes. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, man. I had to hit the mute button on dude.
Yeah, I don't like. I did too, but then it's dawning on me right now. I'm a grown ass man. I just don't have to follow you anymore.
There's that.
So that's been rectified. That picture Tim Watts drew was funny.
Oh, what happened? What?
Well, Tim Watts draws these. He drew those characters of me, you, Trista once. He just took mine and
dude, that is a classic.
Put the air bubble to say y'all some hoes.
That's a classic.
I think the last one said we're going to kick your ass in front of Doris Burke.
We get the World Series tonight?
We actually got Raiders football.
Ah, that's right. Home of the Raiders.
4:45. Be there.
TC says, I like Grant. People don't like him because he holds their ass to the fire.
Why am I not surprised?
I'm not coming with the soft lollipop bullshit. TC!
I'm absolutely not surprised.
TC!
We got to send TC to
Right on, baby.
49ers practice,
Appreciate
like with
you.
a 1320 media credential or something.
Absolutely.
Remember on Friday when TC was saying that this was all part of Kyle's plan so he could get Sam Darnold in there?
Yep.
Did Sam Darnold play on Sunday?
He did not. He did not.
This is what he's been trying to do the whole time. Get Sam Darnold in because he thinks he's Steve Young, even though he never said that. But that didn't happen at all on Sunday.
It's not Sam Darnold. It's Brandon Allen. Kyle saw what he saw in preseason. Now it's the long con for Brandon Allen.
He was convinced that's what was happening.
TC is Grant's audience. Okay. Matt Stafford suffered a tough injury yesterday, slammed his hand on a helmet. Sean McVay said he's suffered a UCL sprain in his right thumb.
Oof.
Call our people up here.
Yeah.
I'll walk you through it.
Play through it. I mean, does have to throw, but Domas had to shoot.
Yeah, Domas played a whole damn season with it.
Didn't Jimmy tear his UCL? The year
the one that
they had to come back against the Rams.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Let's get Kamara in here. Kamara had himself a weekend.
Oh, come on, man! I'm trying to catch up, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
not on this level, bro.
You see that photo dump he had on
Come on
IG?
now.
My goodness!
Come on.
Here we go.
It is what it is. What
It's
you
out
talking
there.
about?
What is out there in the
What you
universe?
talking
What you mean?
Listen, man. Deal every week you go to a Kings game, you got a new outfit on. I don't know what you talking about, bro. Like every week you got a new outfit, new shoe. I mean, listen, how many home games? There's 41 home games. You got 41 different outfits. Am I right, KC?
Sounds about right to me. I'm the only common Joe out here, to be honest with you. This conversation,
this guy,
stop! Don't do that.
This
Don't
guy.
do that. This conversation, I'm the
And where were you sitting on Friday?
In seats.
Okay, right. Thank you. You were sitting in seats, one row back from the referee and Chris Paul.
You know what I'm gonna need Jess? You know what I'm gonna need Jess to do when I jump on? I'm gonna pocket watch him thing. When you do the pocket watch ring when I come on, because this is what I've been doing.
Say less, bro. We got you. We always pocket watching Kamara. I don't know where you were. You had like festival gear on in one picture. Yeah, you had like a casual suit on in the other.
You had a hell of a weekend in Atlanta, man.
And you're the reason I spend so goddamn much money on clothes.
Oh, here we go. You know, let me ask you this: what was your favorite look, though? The festival look, or was it the suit look?
Nah, I like the suit you had on. That was fire.
I like the suit. It was. I'll be honest with you. Kamara, it was a little too baggy for me, but I like the suit.
The suit was.
I like the blazer. I like the pearls he had on too. You know, with the accessories he had with the pearl. I liked it.
The suit was baggy. The suit was not. It was slim to suit.
Yeah, I was gonna say that suit don't look baggy at all, but
let me see.
KC liked the super slim fit. I like the festival look with all the colors, man. You pulled that off. That's fly, because I don't think I could pull off colors like that. That's fire.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, man.
That's
Real
fire.
Quick, just want to say the reason Golden State lost for 2 reasons. Number one, to your point, D, I think that Mike Brown, he wants to win that game so bad that he just outthinks himself. And I said, I was on text with some friends, like, the moment the Kings just realize it's just a regular game and not like a rivalry game, they'll beat them because they're just a better team. But it's just like, it seems there's something mental with this squad as far as with this team. Because on paper, it shouldn't be this difficult, but it seems like they just schematically
they lose themselves. And I don't know. That's going to happen this season, though. And also because you weren't at the game and I didn't watch it on Friday because I was out. And so I think we gotta, make sure we watch these games, dude. I think that was one of the reasons, right?
No, I'm not holding myself accountable for the Kings losing because we missed. I mean, Kamara, maybe it's your fault. Maybe if you were watching, you could have called. Hey, I think De'Aaron about to have a 4-point play right here, and then maybe the Kings would have gotten that one on Friday. I don't miss many games, but I had to miss Virginia.
Yeah, it's Steph Curry. That's really what it comes down to. There's nobody else out there that really does much of anything.
And the cold piece is it kind of kills the fun with the Warrior stuff right now because they're just beating our ass. Like, I got to go on the morning roast on Wednesday. What the hell am I going to say to them?
You guys are old and it's about to be over. You say the same things you can say.
Look, the Kings are as good or better than every team in the league except for yours. The Kings are better than you. They're going to win more games than you. You might beat the Kings 4 times this year, but the Kings are better than you are.
But here's the thing, and this is what I don't allow these people to get away with, is if the Kings would have won on Friday, what do you think Warrior fans would have said?
It wasn't the playoffs.
Game 2 of the regular season.
Y'all won the NBA Finals last night. Good for you.
So because I know exactly what they say, they can shut the hell up. You use that same energy. Don't talk to me about, oh, we own you, this and that. We only played one time in the playoffs. You guys got that one, and that's it. I know these people like the back of my hand. They're going to have to shut the hell up because they wouldn't have that same energy if the Kings would have won on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't have been this important game that signified everything if the Kings would have won. So we're not going to let it be that way if Steph Curry gets a win. We're not doing that. Until they keep the same energy, we're gonna keep it where they have it. And that's convenient. That's where their energy is. Convenient. It'll be convenient for us too then.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a new counter the next time Kings win. Kings won one of the last one.
There you go. That's all you got.
So I'm gonna start looking at games. Kings won one of the last one. What you want to do?
That's all you got to say. Warriors Pelicans is a good game tonight.
Oh yeah, Pelicans 2-0.
2-0.
Okay, yeah, I'm in on that. Shout out YouTube. YouTube got the multi-view jumping with League Pass.
Oh, they do.
It works. Yeah, I got a chance to. I was trying to use it opening week. I was like, yo, this is trash. Then I realized, oh, there are really multiple games on right now. It doesn't really work.
That's if you have NBA League Pass through YouTube.
So I changed my subscription. I changed the League Pass subscription. It still works. I submitted through. I bought it through the TV and then linked it to the account.
Nah, I'm giving you a hard time, but I don't know how that goes.
Right?
Like,
it still works, doesn't it? I haven't tried it on the computer.
Yeah, sure. It's just like a normal TV provider.
Yeah, it still work.
I'm really just
not that we share because that wouldn't be. I don't want Adam coming for us.
We got him. We're watching him right now.
Somewhere Daniel's White, like we got him, guys.
You imagine Damian Barling's the first guy Dana White ever got.
That would be funny. But I think you could beat up Dana. But no, but I wondered like how that goes. Like, so if I got the League Pass through NBA.com,
yeah,
can I activate that on YouTube?
Nope. It's got to go through
so
YouTube
you got it.
to NBA.
So if you got the League Pass through YouTube TV,
yep, it transfers over.
See that?
If you got it through the computer, it doesn't transfer over.
They need to fix that. Although I know why they don't, because YouTube gets some of that money if you get it from YouTube TV. They don't get anything.
Well, the funny thing is the only one that like if you do it through Apple gets money. If you do it through YouTube gets money. If you just do it through NBA.com, that's NBA's money.
Right.
But I wanted to try it on the TV to see how it looked and how it worked. And so like I did it and it was like free for like 5 days. And then I linked it to the account. So
You know who's really dying a slow death is that that cable company. I ain't got league pass through them in decades. There ain't no way in hell I'm getting it through the cable company because they be upcharging too.
Oh yeah,
like they get their little fees on there.
Yep.
And what normally is
$99
price,
Yeah.
they make it like $350 or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, no, they ain't never getting it from
me. I was watching League Pass Saturday, but there was no game. Like that's where I saw the game. I was watching Pacers Cavs on the quad box, and I was like, oh, Donovan's out. I was like, oh, that outfit's fire. It's not a uniform. Like he ain't playing tonight.
I was trying to watch that game. I was getting ready for a Halloween party. So
did you dress up?
I did.
What'd you dress up?
I was
Courtside Kenny. Oh
no, it's a vampire. I might do something tomorrow. Are
you gonna dress Ryan up?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just asking. Yeah, just say it like that.
Yeah, she's definitely
like
dressed up.
How old is she?
She's about to be 1.
Really?
Crazy.
Wow.
She's 11 months.
Wow, it doesn't seem like that long ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. But so I'm gonna ask you guys right now. I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. If I do something tomorrow for Halloween, will you guys participate?
No.
It doesn't involve you dressing up in a costume. I won't have you guys looking crazy. For this to work, though, I need participation.
Like what? You're gonna be courtside Kenny and we'll be like your handlers or something?
No, definitely not gonna be courtside Kenny. Just need to know. I can't tell you yet.
No. The fact that you won't tell me is just an automatic.
Well, I'll tell you. I won't tell you on air because the public won't know yet.
I'm down. I don't care. Whatever.
It's really like not a huge role, but it takes the whole thing to another level.
Come on, it's our boy. We gotta help him out.
I don't think we do.
Yeah, come on.
I think this is a good role for Jesse and Charlie.
I need about 5 people.
Bruh.
Oh, wait, what do we back up dancing? Yeah.
We'll see. You'll see.
I'm out because there's so many people now. I thought it was special. No, I'm out.
It worked. I need 5 people.
Kenny really asking us to show up to Halloween as the others.
Go get the salespeople, bro. I'm not. Yeah, no, I thought this was like a 1320 Deal and
Bro,
KC thing. Yeah,
bro just asked us to show up as the others.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
For his costume.
I'm saying, like,
You hear this?
I need the participation.
go get promotions.
Yo.
Okay, go get Joe and Jackie for that. Don't. Yeah.
Man, no wonder people treat us the way that we do. Look at how he treats us. Wow. This is ridiculous.
I think you guys, when I explain it to you, I think you guys would change.
No,
I'm so out. I've never been more out in my
dude.
life.
No.
When I explain, I think you guys would change.
Nah, Damien, tomorrow we're gonna do our own Halloween thing.
That's
You go
right.
hang out with your
Do it.
buddies tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mickey will definitely do it.
Well, Mickey will absolutely do it as we welcome in James. James, are you dressing up for Halloween tomorrow?
Oh, probably not.
Oh, because you might have somewhere to go after.
I might have to go to practice right afterwards.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
possible. You never know. I don't know. I like Halloween.
We know. Oh, wait, your decorations aren't Halloween decorations, they're Christmas decorations. What's
They're
your
both.
13-foot skeleton again?
Well, it's
both.
Jack the Pumpkin King from Nightmare Before Christmas, but he doubles as both. So once we get past Halloween, you just put a red stocking on top of his head, and boom, away you go.
What about Thanksgiving?
Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I mean,
You
who
put a turkey
celebrates
underneath him or something? Or
Who
do
celebrates? Puts stuff in their yard for Thanksgiving?
people put fall decorations out?
Oh no.
So you just leave the guy up for the next 2 months?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, in 2 months, you're being generous because that means I take him down right after Christmas. I'm usually one of those people, man.
Things up there till Valentine's Day. Hammer just throws a heart on it for February and keeps it
When I
moving.
get a note in the mail that says you must take down your, that's usually when I take you
A
down.
little shamrock for St. Patrick's Day.
That's a big leprechaun.
James, they need to go down usually the day after New Year's.
Yeah, we try, but that's usually I have Kings games. So It depends. Sometimes I come home and everything is magically put away,
No.
It's like the laundry fairy that comes along and then does all my
Yeah.
laundry and puts it all away. I don't know how it happens, but I think the Christmas decoration sometimes get the same treatment.
James, let's get into it here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD 298.5 FM, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Hammer, I'm going to play this clip for you here real quick. We had a chance to talk to JaVale McGee earlier. Take a listen to this. When you see De'Aaron coming out of the tunnel like that, knowing how badly he rolled his ankle, what's that do for everybody in the Kings uniform?
Man, it just shows how much heart De'Aaron really has, and how much heart this young Kings team has. I remember we were starting overtime. You can watch the film when we're starting overtime. We're going to the jump ball, and I go over to Malik, and I tell Malik, "You're gonna have to pick it up this overtime because De'Aaron's hurting." And the only reason I knew that is because I could see it in his eyes. His eyes were like damn near red, and I could see he's fighting through it. And in my mind, I'm a vet. So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, hey, young fella, it's only game 3. We need you game 73. So it's not necessary for you to fight through this, but to see the heart that De'Aaron had last night and the way he came out there and dominated, and everybody, I feel like everybody picked up from around him.
Hammer, clearly, what De'Aaron did last night drew a pretty big response from his teammates there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was like a Willis Reed moment, right? So everyone thought he was out, and you already knew Domantas Sabonis was out, and it was one of those moments where you're like, "Hey, how are they going to get through this?" Everyone wants to talk about the Kings were super healthy last year. How do they face adversity the first time? And I think they came out of it with like a ringing endorsement, like this is a good team, and they were ready, and they've got other players, and Malik Monk is the guy, right? He's the closest thing you have to De'Aaron Fox. And to be honest, he might be one of the closest things there are to De'Aaron Fox, like around the league. He's quick. He can get to the basket. He can shoot from 3 levels. He also is fearless. He's probably a better passer than Fox. And I think the Kings are built like that in this situation. We'll probably still see Davion start, especially against the next 2 or 3 games. You got, Steph Curry in one game, and then you've got the Houston Rockets for back-to-back games, and Van Vliet, and that should be a really good matchup for Davion. Him and Fred Van Vliet are around the same size. It should be like a fun matchup. So, but where you're going to get the speed and the quickness and the pace that this team plays with is coming off the bench with Malik for more minutes and more responsibilities. And I think it was a really good moment for Fox to show that he can come back out and give it a go. But I also, like Mike Brown saw pretty quickly, he just wasn't right. And then by the end of the game, I think that ankle had stiffened up, and they pretty much had to carry him to the locker room from what I could tell. So yeah, it's not the best situation to be in, but again, this is why you got a 14-man roster, and it's why you got 3 two-way players. I'm kind of intrigued to see who Mike Brown uses as his backup point guard.
Yeah, hearing you compare the two skill-wise with Malik and De'Aaron, I agree with most of that assessment, and it made me think of something about De'Aaron. His handles are so nasty, like De'Aaron Fox. He can do whatever he needs to do with the basketball in his hands, handling the rock. Man, we see that all the time with his handles. But to your point about who might start while Fox is out, I'd love to just see Davion. I love to keep Monk in the position that he's in. And once again, we talk about all the time, just because you start doesn't mean you have to play 35 minutes. Like, you could start, get a feel for what's going on, and maybe Monk ends up playing 32 minutes. He plays the minutes essentially that De'Aaron would play, but you get him in the same role that he's normally in, coming off the bench, and have Davion starting. I don't even think it's a question. I think you start Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, I would also point out that just because you start, that doesn't mean you're one of the best 5 players on the team. And I think there's a huge misconception about that, that earning a starting job from the time that you're super young until the time you're at whatever age, you want to be a starter because that means you're one of the best 5 players. That's not the case. It's very rarely the case that you start the best 5 players. And you can go from one team to the next and find where their 6th or 7th man in the game is one of their 3rd or 4th best players. And that's, just because the Kings have De'Aaron Fox doesn't mean that Malik Monk isn't amongst maybe the best 3 or 4 players on this team, because he is. And so you keep him in his role, that's fine. But I'd even go back to last year where we saw Davion step in and start in these situations, because Fox missed 9 games and Davion started those. But then Matthew Dellavedova played a lot. He played a lot more than any of us thought he would. And every time Fox was out of a game, he played 12, 14 minutes. So I want to know, does Jordan Ford get those minutes? Does Colby Jones get those minutes? Like, who are they going to go to? Or do they let Chris Duarte play more minutes? And, I think all of these are possibilities. But what you don't want to do is upset sort of the balance of your roster just because you have a player go down. You still want to play the same style. You still want to, play like a same basic rotation. And you just need guys who are already good players. You need them to step up and be very good players for a week or two, and you should just be fine.
How do you feel about what we've seen from Duarte so far?
Yeah, I talked about this with Kyle on the Insiders earlier. I think there's something interesting about Duarte. When Davion was a rookie, like the first moment he stepped on the floor, you saw the change in defensive activity, right? It was against the Utah Jazz, Donovan Mitchell, if I'm not mistaken. He had big plays down the stretch, like where he was defending Donovan. And I kind of feel like we've lost a little bit of that, where you have the appreciation for what Davion brings to the table. And I think all of a sudden Chris Duarte is doing the same thing that Davion did then. He just brings a physicality and I don't know, like a passion and a frenetic play. He's chaotic. And I think it's a really good thing for this team to have someone like that. He is an instigator. We've seen it with LeBron. We've seen it with Clay. We've seen, like, it doesn't matter. He just goes out there and he plays hard. I would say that the one downfall is when he comes in, I also think like it kind of stresses everyone out because he plays with this, like, I don't know, this intensity that changes everyone else on the court too. And if I feel like every time he steps on the court, everyone around him starts fouling everybody the whole time. It's like, oh, we got to match what he's doing. And then next thing you know, the Kings are in the bonus. The Kings were in the bonus in the first, the second, the third, the fourth quarter. Sabonis fouled out. Fox had 5. Keegan Murray had 5 fouls. Like the whole entire roster felt like it was in foul trouble. And I know a lot of fans they're complaining that the Lakers were getting calls and the Kings weren't, and the disparity was huge between the fouls. But I think a lot of that is some of the action that Chris Duarte brings to the table. I mean, he's averaging 4 fouls a game in 18.3 minutes. Like he's going out there and he's causing problems. And some of the problems are really good problems, and some of the problems are a little bit bad problems. And so you need him to clean up that. But overall, I like his physicality. I think offensively, he moves really well without the ball. He hit his shots early on. Maybe he hasn't hit his 3-point shots the last couple of games, but overall, I think there's a lot to like about him. And just remember, he's coming off a knee injury. He's coming off a year where he barely played and he sat for like 200 and something days without playing. So he's going to take a little bit of time to round into shape, but I like what we're seeing so far.
I like Duarte. I think he's a good addition to this team so far with what he's shown. Friday, I was a little frustrated. I thought Mike stayed with him a little too long in that game against the Warriors. And when you combine that with the fact that, he wasn't able to hit shots, I don't know. I thought they stayed with him a little bit too long. And it goes into what I wanted to ask you, Ham, is what's up with this Davion situation? I don't feel like he's getting the opportunity maybe I would have hoped he would get. Like, we watching the game yesterday, I'm sitting next to Damian, and Davion comes in the game and comes out in like 2 minutes.
Mhm.
Like, what? I know you got a rotation, but what rotation is that? Like, you only give him 2 minutes at a time. I know yesterday he played more than he did on Friday, but Friday only played 10 minutes. What do you think the thinking is behind that?
Yeah, I think it's the same exact thing they did last year. It's just that you have more players. So what they did last year is that Fox would go to the bench at the 6-minute mark. At the 9-minute mark in the first quarter, they bring Fox back in. Sabonis would go to the bench, and Davion would come back out, and then Davion would start the second quarter and go with the second unit. I think first of all, Fox has been incredible, and you just can't take him off the court. And you could say, well, that means we'll slide him over and let Davion play alongside in the backcourt with him. Okay, Monk has been incredible. You can't take him off the court. Harrison Barnes, came out in the first game and scored 33 points. He's been solid, but he hasn't been able to get, like, they're not looking for him. And the flow of the offense, he just hasn't been getting shots. And but either way, I don't think you want him off the court. And you're trying to get Herter going. You're trying to get, all of these pieces. You're trying to figure out who and what Sasha Vezenkov is, which is just, to me, is like one of the craziest experiments I've ever seen, and it's working and it's fun, and I'm here for all of it. But when it comes to Davion, I think it's just, he's the backup point guard, and that the starter is going to play 35, 36 minutes a game, and the starter's averaging 31.3 points per game. Like, what are you supposed to do if you're Mike Brown? You can't steal minutes for everybody, and that's a problem that, right now it's Davion's problem, but maybe it won't be with Fox out of action. Maybe he'll get plenty of minutes and get a rhythm and find his game a little bit like Herter did last night.
I understand the explanation, but I'm thinking about that situation last night. It wasn't even Fox coming back in. Like, literally, Davion was in for 2 minutes, and then they went to like Duarte and Sasha. I was like, well, what is that all about?
Yeah, Duarte came in right at the end of the first quarter. He actually sat longer than most people did. I think the first guys off the bench were Sasha and Malik. And so, like, I think we all want to see more of Monk and Fox together, which is something they're doing. And then at the same time, like, a huge, huge amount of, like, energy needs to be put on getting Kevin Herter right. And I know some people are like, well, why Kevin Herter? Well, because he's your starting shooting guard. And whether it's to get him right so he can be your starting shooting guard for the rest of the year, or you're getting him right so you have a trade option later, whatever it might be, you need to get him right. And I know that might, like, be kind of a bummer for Davion, but at the end of the day, again, he plays behind an all-NBA player. I don't need to see. I know you had JaVale in. I don't need to see him get more minutes and Domantas Sabonis play less. But, they play the same position. It is what it is. He's going to play whatever minutes are there. And then he might not play nearly as many if Trey Lyles gets back and is healthy and Sasha Vezenkov keeps playing this way. So
is JaVale not playing well? Because I feel like he is.
Well, no. He has moments where he's outstanding. And then he has other moments where you're just, even last night in overtime, how he missed that rebound in the middle of the key. He had a moment on Friday night where he missed the dunk and got it back, then threw it out of bounds or threw it away, or took a skyhook, an ill-advised skyhook, then ran down to the other end of the court and tried to defend Steph while someone was already defending him and got in the way, and Steph cooked both players because he was in the way. Like, there are moments where JaVale still at 35 slips into, like, old JaVale. And, there are other times where he's great, and, he's really good with Monk and the pick and roll. And there are moments where he does too much. So.
Yeah,
well, fine.
Just my opinion. You always have those players on your roster that, you're sitting there like, all right, rein it in a little bit, rein it in. Like, we're okay. Like, when he made that move, the spin move, and went and dunked late in the game, like, incredible. Do that. So.
Yeah, I like the way that JaVale has played. And, you know, we go back to that clip, though, and just having him in the locker room and understanding, you know, some of the things that is needed for a team, needed for a team that's trying to get over the hump. He seems to have that type of wisdom. And I think we're already seeing, at least I feel like I'm already seeing, people are getting hip to this whole, to the ooh movement. And a couple times last night, the Lakers were so worried about the alley-oop, they gave Monk a clear lane for a nice little layup. So, there is a little bit of gravity that JaVale is having out there when he's playing with Malik Monk, which is, bolstering his opportunities.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say a little of the, my watching JaVale, it has a little bit to do with when I watch like Terrence Davis last year. Like when Terrence Davis was good, he was incredible. And when he wasn't good, he wasn't good. And like I would say the one thing about JaVale, he doesn't usually have an entire spurt where it's rough. He has moments, but then he has moments where he's really good within a game. But it still like reminds me of the same thing. Like you can't have like huge mistakes from the 8th or 9th man on your roster or in your rotation. You know what I mean?
You said you're enjoying the Sasha Vezenkov experiment. What are we seeing so far? It feels like he's just gradually getting a little better and a little more comfortable with each passing game.
Yeah, he's fun. Like he just does all these sneaky little things the whole time. That's what I keep thinking. Man, he's so sneaky. Like he had a block. Did anyone expect to see him have a block? I didn't expect that. The way all of a sudden he's standing underneath the basket and his teammates find him and he lays it up, or he had a pass down low last night when he got down underneath the basket. He found someone else who finished. The 3-point shot. There's been 2 different times where he almost blew the roof off Golden One Center if he would have hit a 3-point shot. In 2 different games where you're watching the momentum of the game build through one player. You're like, look at this. This is fun. He had where he hit the 2 threes and then he went for one from like West Sac and missed it. I just think he's fun. He's interesting. He somehow is averaging 9.7 points per game in like 15 minutes. He's shooting something like he's shooting 50, 40, and 100 right now. And you're just like,
MVP.
Like, you're like, I don't know how this is happening. It doesn't make any sense, but there he is. Like I would almost say he is the absolute opposite of JaVale. Like you can't. Sabonis threw a lob to him, and he caught it and he laid it up. But the whole time it was like, man, you can't throw a lob to him. That's not okay. But like you keep watching like the little things that he does. I don't know. He's everywhere he needs to be. When he tips a rebound out, it goes right to a teammate, not for a fast break going the other way. Which again, we saw that from.
Will you stop it?
I'm just saying.
Will you stop it? What did he hit on Mrs. Ham, attorney at law? Like
No.
what is going on here?
No, I just like JaVale is who he is. He's a valuable member to what the Kings are doing. But there are certain times where he drops back into like classic JaVale mode and you're like, okay, we got to figure this one out. It's not always easy.
I ain't seen it too many times this year.
You didn't see where he threw a rebound out last night for a fast break to LeBron James? Just saying.
Okay, well, all right. Well, at least it didn't end a goddamn playoff series. So how about that?
So, and it was a tap out. Like we don't say that when he like that's usually like a
Robert Horry was not there waiting for that shot.
It was like the equivalent.
He literally wasn't sitting there. There's LeBron. Let me tap it to him. He didn't say that. It was a blind tap out. It happens all the time. We ain't gonna say nothing when he taps it out and gets another 14 seconds for the Kings. Like that's from time to time. It happens.
No, I know. I just it's one of those things where we've seen it quite a few times in 3 games where like it's a tap out to nowhere. It's like he's blocking a shot, and a lot of times he blocks a shot and ends up in the 3rd row, and that doesn't help anybody.
The
So
frustrating thing with that particular play is he had, I would have wanted him to just grab the rebound. I think he had Gabe Vincent on him on the switch. Just grab the rebound. Like you ain't. I don't
If I'm
need you to
remembering the play correctly, I don't think he was in the best position to grab it. Was he? Was he kind of like reaching over the top of someone?
I thought especially with Gabe Vincent Gardner, because it was on a switch.
Mhm.
I thought he had the ability to
He
go
just
get that
batted it hella aggressively.
saying Vlade Divac would have been proud. Like,
Oh goodness! Well, he was right there in the front row. Maybe he was
Yeah.
trying to impress him.
we were talking about Sasha a little bit though, and I like what I'm seeing from him. It seems like he's getting comfortable with not only the Kings but the NBA game. Like he's done a really good job just watching, of just saying, hey, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna play as hard as I can, I'm gonna try everything I can to do what Coach Mike Brown is telling me to do, and I'm gonna trust myself. I'm gonna trust, I'm a shooter. If I get an open look, I'm letting it fly. And I think he's done a really good job in these first 3 games of just going out there and playing basketball. It's just doing what got him over here in the first place. I like the minutes I see from Sasha.
Yeah, I think, and if we round out the players that they've brought in, I think you have those moments from Duarte, you have those moments from JaVale, and you have those moments from Sasha where you're like, okay, I get how this is going to be. And the longer they're with this team, the longer they're allowed to simmer in the pot, the better they're going to be, right? And that's something that I think that we'll be looking at this in a month or two and remembering back, and Sasha will just keep continuing to look more and more comfortable. It's almost like he doesn't care if he's comfortable, though. He's really okay with the uncomfortable, and he doesn't care, if everything he's doing is perfect. He's just he's a dude at 24-hour fitness. It walks out of every single game with 40 points and 25 rebounds, and everyone's like, I don't know how that just happened. We just got absolutely schooled by that guy, and I don't even remember him leaving the floor, but he dunked on us 4 times, and I don't even know what happened. And he's that guy, and so I like that. You can't have a whole team of those. You can't have a whole team of JaVales. You can't have a whole team of Chris Duartes. But what you can have is those pieces that are totally different ingredients to what the Kings are building than what they had before.
Malik probably fits in that category too. You don't want a team full of Malik Monks. You want one Malik.
Well, if you have a team full of Malik Monks, I think there's a punchline here. You know who you are? You're the Utah Jazz. Like how many Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton, Taylor Horton Tucker, all of these guys, they're all the same. They all just want the me, the ball in their hands the whole time. And it's okay for Malik to be that guy, especially because he's such a great passer. But you can only have 2 of those guys, and the Kings have 2 of them. It's De'Aaron Fox as a starter, and Malik Monk comes off the bench. And that's good. The balance is there, but there's all of, again, Utah, you can't start 2 guys that are that way in your starting backcourt, especially when you have Lauri Markkanen, right? The entire idea should be to get the ball to Lauri Markkanen and let everyone else play off of him. And that's why they're a rough mess right now, because they just have no identity, and they have a bunch of guys who do the same exact thing. Bunch of, mad chuckers, and mad chuckers are cool. Look at what Cam Thomas is doing in Brooklyn. But for every
leading scorer in the league,
yeah. But for every Cam Thomas, you need a Mikal Bridges, or you need a Ben Simmons to counterbalance the whole thing. And that's where I think certain teams like Utah, they're just a mess with it. Even Davion fits into this. He has his own thing that he does that makes him very different than the rest of the players on this team. And you got enough people that are doing the same thing, and you got a system that allows for players to do the same thing, but the individuality of a player can shine in specific moments. And that's where Davion on the defensive end, or Monk skying in for a crazy dunk, or Chris Duarte, literally it looked like he was about to pull LeBron James's armpit hair. He just messes with you the whole time. You can have 1 or 2 of those guys. You can't have a whole team of them. And so I like, again, the ingredients so far have been pretty cool to watch.
Two of the more important ingredients are Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray. We'll talk about Kevin Huerter's night last night and Keegan Murray's season thus far when we return with James Ham, host of the Insiders here, 10 to 12 on ESPN 1320, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll come back. Much more Kings talk ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff.
Yes, man.
Did you nap, James?
No, I went to Costco instead.
Oh, my.
I'm bringing chili for the chili cook-off tomorrow.
Very nice.
Had to get my chili going.
Very, very nice. I actually make a good vegan chili. I don't know if anybody else would like it besides.
Are you gonna bring it?
No, I'm not.
Mine's different. It's we usually go with some sweetness to it. It's got some kick, but we do a little brown sugar. We do a little crushed pineapple.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Kevin's chili. The secret to Kevin's chili, Jordan, is to undercook the onions.
Yep.
I don't like raisins in my chili.
That's disgusting. Who does that?
I don't know. My mom's husband, he's Italian, and they put raisins inside of their meatballs. I guess it's an Italian thing. I don't know.
Some WPS thing.
Stephen Brown, my chili is bomb, man.
What effect is raisin supposed to have, like in food, when people mix it?
I don't know.
It
why
could be
you
a
would
flavor
do that.
thing.
Raisins have flavor?
Well, they have flavor, but they're like the actual raisin has flavor. I don't know. Maybe raisins in a pot creates a flavor. I don't know how. I don't know.
I don't want raisins in chili. I'm not even a big chili
I don't
guy.
want raisins in meatballs.
Honestly, they just stopped selling raisins.
I don't want.
I think after the age of 5, you should not be able to have raisins.
Well, let's just settle down there.
Raisins go really good with your celery and peanut butter and your apple juice and a box of milk. After that, I think it's a little weird.
What are you talking about? You ever had trail mix?
You pick the raisins out the trail mix.
I used to do that too. This one trail mix I got pretty good. There's raisins, plain M&Ms, sunflower seeds, and I think just peanuts. It's good.
I ain't taking advice from none of y'all because y'all don't like blueberries. And in about 30 minutes, I'm gonna be eating almonds and blueberries.
Actually,
blueberries are good when they're frozen.
No, they're not frozen.
They should be frozen.
Maybe I had a bad batch before, but Ryan eats them, and sometimes I got to bite them in half, and I was like, pretty good.
Blueberries.
My own little thing of blueberries. So I'm on the blueberry train now.
All right.
That's funny.
You imagine there's a guy out there like, oh yeah, I just love raisins. Dude's a psychopath.
Raisins by themselves, no, I'm not in with that. But.
Raisins with anything.
Raisins with peanuts, it's like flirt with a peanut butter jelly dynamic right there. You get the sweet and the salty.
I like craisins better though.
Craisins. Oh, okay.
Those cranberries.
Yeah. Yep. Chatty House is on one today. It's been busy today, all day.
On one every day. Sour raisins. What the good kid?
Ooh, the what?
Wizzo. Yep. Yeah, you heard that.
It's an Italian thing. I don't know. And all of a sudden, the Kings have started doing oatmeal raisin cookies.
That's
horrible.
That's foul.
They're just doing too much. Just
foul on the play.
People are very upset. They moved away from the chocolate chip, and all of a sudden we have the chocolate chip.
They're doing way too much, bro.
And then, I don't know. Too much, too little, whatever it is. Like that spicy meatball thing that we had the other night that was so salty. Oh my goodness. Like Dame, you didn't even go near that, right? Oh no, you weren't there for that. Kenny, did you go anywhere near that?
I've never
No,
eaten the food back there.
no, I didn't have.
Serving
had-
an oatmeal. Go ahead, James.
They had broccoli that was literally barely cooked at all, but then burnt on the outside. Like I don't even know how they did it. Like it was like a culinary feat. And it was like the long broccoli, like it hung off the entire plate and it was crunchy and you couldn't even get through it except for the whole outside was burnt.
I usually like their food.
What
They
is that?
do a pretty good job.
Serving oatmeal raisin cookies is like disrespect.
I just don't like. I just
Yeah.
wish they go back. And sometimes they have the chocolate chip with like the salted chocolate chip. I didn't even really need all that. Just
Oh, that's
chocolate
pretty
chip.
good though. They're well known for their chocolate.
All right,
chip
we're coming
cookies.
back. Well, if you want everyone's food take, go check out that commercial break over on YouTube. There's a 5-minute conversation on food as James prepares his chili for the Halloween chili cook-off tomorrow at the Odyssey office.
Anything sour is bomb.
Anything sour is bomb.
Any and everything sour is bomb.
All right.
Okay.
That checks out, honestly. You ever had anything sour that's not good?
Give me an example of something sour.
Sour Patch Kids.
No, I don't eat candy. No. Like what? All right. James Hammond, the Insider's here with us. Our 1320 Kings Insider.
Sour milk is not
good. You guys are ridiculous.
That's a good point. I don't want sour milk.
Crazy.
Fans were sour on Keegan Murray.
Jeez.
Actually, they weren't. They were sour on Kevin Huerter. And it feels like, James, that might be a thing of the past, as maybe he didn't have his breakout game, but he had some moments last night and some big non-shooting stats that went a long way into Sacramento getting a victory yesterday.
Oh yeah. I mean, I thought everyone has been waiting for Kevin to have this moment, and the fact that he hit his first 3-point shot again, I think you could visibly see like his shoulders started to like come back a little bit, like lean back. You know, he was so slumped over, and you could tell like his demeanor. The first one went down, and he was good to go. I don't think again. Right now, when De'Aaron Fox is averaging like 23.5 shots per game or something like that, it's a lot. There isn't a lot of, shots for everyone to shoot themselves into rhythm. But it was the little things he did. I thought he was good defensively. He wasn't great. He had a mistake here or there. But overall, I thought he was good defensively. He fought. And then in the overtime session, he had 3 of the best rebounds he's ever had in his career. And that I honestly believe the reason they won in overtime was his 3 rebounds. He hit the big 3 in overtime, which helped, get some distance for the team. But those rebounds were huge. I mean, one of them, he went up with one hand with Anthony Davis, like draped on his back and just snapped it out of the air. I was super impressed. And like, look, there is a point where Kevin has to play to 6'7", because that's what he is, and he doesn't always do that. But in that game in particular, when they needed it, he was huge. He had the 2 blocks, one of them which came late and was tremendous. He had 4 assists, and some of those assists were to Sabonis with just a really, really nice 2-man game that had going for a little while. So, I thought he had a really good game, and then in post game you could see just like the weight lifted off of him, which was also good to see because he's been wearing this thing like really, really tough. What's been going on here for him?
I talked about it earlier, Ham. I just think that it's a matter of time with him. He's played really, really hard. Like he is. I just look at the film, watch the games, all this other stuff. It looks like he's trying really hard to do what Mike Brown and the coaching staff is asking him to do on the defensive end. Like he's given everything that he's got. And it was good to see it show itself yesterday, with the rebounds and some of the things he did on the defensive end. And then to be able to hit that shot. And I think he's going to be fine. I don't think there ever should have been a question, and there still shouldn't be a question of whether or not he's a starting 2 guard or not, because I think the Kings need him. They need Kevin Huerter and what he brings to the table. There was a couple of times last night where I'm not saying he's Steph Curry, but you talk about the gravity. Like, it doesn't matter if Kevin Huerter's 0 for 8. Teams have to respect him on the perimeter, and that opens up everything for Fox and Sabonis and all those guys and Keegan Murray to get looks and things of that nature. And I just think this team needs him, and finding a way to get him going and make sure he's on the same page with everything, I think it's imperative. And I don't think he's far away at all. But I was just really happy to see him get the payoff for as hard as he's been working, in my opinion, in these first 3 games of the season.
Yeah, someone brought up in the chatty house his post game. Yeah, right here. He was surprisingly candid in his post game. There's something about Kevin. He's a guy who's quirky and he likes to like kind of be playful with the social media things. So, like Headband Herder or the Kayvon stuff, or again, Red Velvet, all that stuff. I think he likes to play along with it, and he finds it humorous, and he also is 25 years old. He's on social media. I don't think he was prepared for the shift that took place, where he went from being like this fun, caricature dude to everyone is dumping on him out of nowhere. And I
Mhm.
think he took it really hard. I do. And I think he was honest about it in post game too. Just like it was kind of eye opening and kind of stunning. And he knew he wasn't playing well, but to hear it from everyone that he's not playing well, to see it all over the place that he's not playing well, I think it wore on him. And again, that every player is different. You don't know, like some guys don't do social media at all just because of this. But the guys that do, when things are going good, it's a fun place. And when it's not, it becomes a vile, angry, horrible place. And I think Kevin learned that the hard way here in the last couple of weeks, as he's kind of been through the ringer a little bit. And I think it's good. He also, talked about his teammates having his back the whole time, and him feeling that they really do believe in him. And it's been nothing but positivity, and like everyone needs that at some point. And it was just him this time, and he was very thankful to everybody that's been kind of like in his corner, and kind of stuck with him, and like phone calls, texts, emails he's getting from all over, from friends, from family, from former teammates and stuff, just like, come on man, you're all right, stay the course. I think it's good to see him have a good day.
Is changing out that starting 2 position even a realistic option for this team to get into a better place? Because I know we're only 3 games in. I don't feel like it is. Like, Kevin Huerter is the guy to start at that position. And I understand Mike's thing is I'm going to hold everyone accountable. I understand Mike is very, very demanding of this team. I feel like he might have created an unnecessary conversation with the Chris Duarte stuff in the preseason. And unless Mike just sees it differently than everyone else did. Because Mike told the story, I think, to you, oh, James, we were going to start, Chris and then Kevin, and like everybody knew that. And it's like, buddy, I don't think Kevin knew that. There is nothing Kevin Huerter said that gave us any indication that he knew that was the case. And so it started this conversation that, I like Chris Duarte. He's not I don't know. Like, that's Kevin's position. And he's just going through a patch here, in my opinion, where he's a little cold. We can talk about defense all you want to. That's fine. You better be the best defender on the planet if that's the conversation we're going to have about Kevin Huerter. But I feel like Mike may have inadvertently started a conversation that didn't need to be had.
I think Mike came into the preseason really like training camp. He had this mantra, he was trying to make people uncomfortable, right?
Mhm.
I think he made someone uncomfortable, and the reaction was different than he thought it would be. And I think everyone has like their own reaction to being uncomfortable. And for some people, they thrive in that.
Which
For
I think is
others,
De'Aaron. I think De'Aaron thrives in that. Like, you talk
oh
about
yeah.
the Curry workout. I think that's him. I don't think Kevin is one of those guys.
No, but I mean, I think that's the problem though. Like, I don't think you could make Domantas Sabonis uncomfortable. I don't. But I do think you can make Keegan Murray uncomfortable very quickly. And I think we now know that you could probably make Kevin Huerter uncomfortable pretty quickly. And coaching is about, trying to coach a whole group and then individuals within the group and individuals and the personalities between inside of the group. Like there's so many layers to coaching. And I think Mike has the right intentions and had the right intentions coming into this. And it was to push Kevin to make him better defensively, to like make everyone else understand that everyone is going to be held accountable and that you have to play defense. It just the reaction that Herter had was, and again, I don't think it's anything wrong with Kevin. It's just the reaction that he had wasn't what anyone thought it would be. And I think it did what you're saying. It did a little bit more damage than what
That's just knowing
the
your
intention
players.
was.
Like that's knowing the guys around you. Like KC's really good in uncomfortable situations. Like KC was thrown into a FM show. Hey, you've never done this before, but I know you talk for 4 hours. Go talk for 10 seconds.
Mhm.
Go do that. Me? Don't make me uncomfortable. You better put me in a nice, cozy setting. That's where I want to be. Like it's just knowing like different people and how they react to things, how they react to uncomfortable situations, how they react to criticism, how they react to yelling versus yelling and cussing versus pulling aside and explaining. Like everyone is a different type of learner. And I think when kind of criticizing Mike, but also in defense of Mike, this is only his second year here. Like he's figuring things out a lot with these guys, and he's got new personalities coming in Sasha Vezenkov, who's essentially a 28-year-old rookie who you can't handle like a 19-year-old rookie. And so he's dealing with a lot in that case too. But most of all, sorry, go ahead.
No,
I was just happy Kevin Huerter got. Hopefully, that's the start of him just kind of settling in to the season and now finding high points and low points along the season. That happens every year. Low points not being 10 minutes and 0 points in a game versus the Warriors.
And I was just gonna say, everything that you said, Damien, was on point, and you as well, James, was on point. But we could also be looking at the situation where Mike Brown did a fantastic job because come hell or high water, however you had to get there, he's got Kevin Huerter busting his ass on the defensive end. He's got him working. He's got him playing a physical nature.
But is
of
one the
basketball.
result of the other?
It could be, but he'll get there, right? Like I think maybe Mike, and I can understand this. It's like he's a shooter. That's why he's here. He'll get there. But I was never gonna get this out of Kevin Huerter by coddling him or telling him it's okay, you're just a shooter, don't worry about it. He had to get uncomfortable, and he had to maybe question himself on one end to get to this point, because I've only seen him like in depth for a year. I don't know. This is the most locked in I've seen Kevin Huerter on the defensive end since he's been in Sacramento. Sure. I've been so impressed. And that was his response, right? The first response might have been like, whoa, I don't know what's going on here. But it seemed like Kevin looked in the mirror and said, this is what he's asking to do. This is what I need to do on the court. I'm going to give everything I got to stay on the court. And it might have worked. It might have worked, and better have that now than asking him in early March, hey, you need to play better defense. Like, he kind of got that out. He peeled the Band-Aid off, quick early so we could start the season off this way. He might have been sly like a fox, no pun intended.
We murder some sayings here on this show. Boy, we will botch some sayings on this show.
I get what both of you guys are saying, and like again, NBA players, like players in general, doesn't matter what you're doing. Everyone takes to coaching different ways, and you have to know your players really, really well. And I think the overarching theme that we'll come back to is that Mike runs his team with a very firm hand, but also with a lot of love. And I think he probably realized at a certain point that he had gone a little overboard and had to pull back a little bit and make sure that he got his player in the right frame of mind. Because what you can't do is have him fall out of favor like Rashawn Holmes did last year and just be off in the distance. And you kind of felt like at one point it was kind of heading like in a weird direction. You're like, okay, this is really strange. But, I remember I was at a coaching symposium with, and Jim Les was there. And Jim Les, the UC Davis coach, former Sacramento King, he had this crazy story about how connecting with each individual player is really, it's such a hard thing to do, especially with today's younger players, right? And he said he had a player that anytime he tried to coach him and yell at him, like from the bench to the floor, he would get angry and like angry, not on the court and like want to play harder, but angry at the coach. And then finally they went into his office and they had to sit down, and he said, "You keep disrespecting me in front of everybody." He's like, "I'm just calling out your name." He goes, "No, you're embarrassing me." And they had this huge moment where they went back and forth. And he said, "Well, how can I yell at you on the court and make sure you understand that you're doing something wrong without you feeling that way?" And the solution was they came up with a password. And so anytime he said that word out loud, loudly, Jim Les did, his player on the court understood what he was talking about and would fix the problem. And it was a word between them, just the two of them. And it was his way of communicating that I've had enough. Stop what you're doing now and get back in line and start doing what you're supposed to be doing as a player. And without making him feel like he's being called out and embarrassed in front of everybody. And he said that was a way that he connected on one player in one way. And he said, but that's how like the modern coaching job is. You can't just, take a wood chipper to your entire team and think that you're going to be able to put all the pieces back together of every single player the same way. It's just not. It's not the way it works. And so, yeah, I mean, I think everyone learns, and I think Mike probably learned something new about his team, whether it's good or bad. He did. He learned something new, and he also learned that he might have another really good player sitting there that he might be able to play more and more minutes as the season goes on in Chris Duarte. And, they might be able to make some other moves because they have depth that he didn't know that he had.
Do you know if Keegan actually said F you to Mike Brown, as in like the letter F you, or did he actually say that word to Mike Brown? Because I think all of us envision Keegan looking at Mike Brown and going F you rather
I
than
don't.
actually saying it.
Did we think that, or did we think he said like fudge you, like frick you? Like I like you're wondering what did he say? But I'm gonna guess it wasn't Keegan Murray, unless he had a big smile on his face and he slyly said it to his coach.
It is your journalistic responsibility to find out the answer to this.
Come on, man.
That's funny. That's funny.
I don't like how you glossed over that, James. I'm going to need you to find out the answer to this question.
No, I will. I'll go. I'll ask next time we're around Keegan. Keegan, I haven't heard swear.
Right.
He's not, but that doesn't mean he doesn't swear.
Mhm.
So, I mean, you guys know what I talk like outside of the radio.
Yeah.
Like, I
As soon
know,
as the
and
lights go off.
yeah, I know Ramsey and Katrina met me at the game, and we're like, whoa, like, sorry, it's just the way I talk. But I'm not sure that Keegan has that other side. So
James sound like a rapper. What is going on over here? James sound like Gunna. What is going on? Gunna Ham over here.
That's right. That's right.
All kidding aside, though, about the exchange with Mike Brown, Keegan has had a very consistent start to a season, hovering around that 16-point per game number that a lot of us talked about before the season started. And probably more importantly to Mike, 7.7 rebounds per game through these first 3 games.
Yeah, and you can tell, was he shooting 34% from 3? If he hits one more 3 per game, he's at 19 points per game. And I expect him to hit one more 3 per game. Like the shots that he's missed, are wide open. Even the shot he missed at the end of regulation, he thought that was pure. Like he's like, oh, I thought that was down, right when it left his hand, and he's off by nothing. I mean, it's like a millimeter. He's off on so many shots so far, and I know Mike talked about in game 1 about how many shots he had that were halfway down and popped back out. I fully agree. Like, there's been way too many shots that were super close. And yeah, I expect him to like figure it all out. He will. Like, you can see him growing and you can see his confidence, and he's not playing particularly well, and he's averaging 4 more points per game than he was last year. This is like, he's going to be really good. I think everyone sees it right now.
Yep.
2-1 Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, with the Warriors coming up and 2 games against Houston coming up. You think this week timeline is realistic? Potential week timeline is realistic for De'Aaron?
No. I mean, like, in all honesty, like, I think De'Aaron Fox is notoriously a fast healer, but being a notoriously fast healer at 19, 20, 21 and being the same at 25, 26 is totally different. And so, as his body has matured, as we all know, it takes longer to get healthy at a certain age. And I don't, he's not at an age where it's going to take weeks longer, but he's certainly at an age where, if he had to be helped off the court, like it looked like he did have to be helped off the court after the game, there's going to be a price paid for him going back out there. And for that thing to, stiffen up, lock up a little bit. They have modern technology that's crazy now with these guys. I'm sure they had like some sort of stem pack on it and ice and all kinds of crazy stuff going, like, from the moment the injury happened all the way through the night. And, so they're going to do everything they can to make sure swelling gets out of there and he's able to bounce right back. But there's also a guy who's had a grade 3 ankle sprain in that same ankle, I believe. And, he healed up in 7 weeks, where, I mean, in all honesty, Lonzo Ball never did. Same exact ankle, same exact problem. And then he just never healed. And so usually that injury is like a 10 to 12 week injury. And what De'Aaron has now is not that, from what we're hearing, but a mid-grade sprain. We don't know if it's a grade 1 or a grade 2. Grade 2 is still, it's like a partially torn ligament in the ankle. Grade 3 is a completely torn through ligament. So it could take a little while. I would say a week is probably like safe, but maybe 2 weeks is a little more realistic, especially when you look at the fact that they play the Warriors and they play Houston twice, and then I believe they play Portland, where you might like err on the side of caution a little bit here.
The Insiders, Monday through Friday, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, 10 to 12 here on ESPN 1320. Make sure you're tapped in. We're going to run it back, and then we're going to head out to Monday Night Football. It's the Raiders and the Lions tonight. We'll recap that tomorrow here beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Raiders.
Wow. Yeah, that was different.
The home of the Raiders.
Yeah,
Shout out to all my Raider fans out there.
I guess so. Still weird.
My bad. I wasn't looking at the clock. I must have ran long on you.
It's all right. What is I you know what? I don't even want to ask what's going on in the chat.
Keep talking about raisins.
No, they're talking about a lot of different things. But we got to say goodbye. Sorry, go ahead, James.
I put cream in my coffee earlier.
Yeah, there was a lot going on with Jess and Katrina and
oh my
crazy.
They're worse than we are.
The coffee, it was during a commercial break. I had to run, so I had the coffee brewing, but then I tried to, like, the little cream cup, I tried to put it around the cup while it was still in there.
Yep.
So, I was able to get the cream in there and then it went from there.
Yeah. Well, all right. Still not worse. Still not worse than what Connor said to us earlier today. So.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did Connor get put on timeout or something?
Connor said Connor was having an exchange with Matt George about milk and like spicy food. And Matt says, I can't drink straight milk. Trust me, I'll be bringing every lifeline I could find. Connor responds, bro, you don't have a choice. Put it in your mouth and spit it out if you have to.
I don't think he knew what
Wow.
he said.
Oh,
Wow.
Connor really went for it there. All right, guys, we gotta go do a radio show, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. Hey, before you go, hit the thumbs up. We gotta hit. Are we at 4 yet? Where we at? See, 354. Do a quick little refresh. Hang on. Where we at? Come on, man. Can we get 34 people to hit the thumbs up before they go? 34.
Come
34,
on.
34. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And thank you.